Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla. All right. What's up, everybody? This is Faith and AP from the Bronx in the house, and
Hey,
you are watching The Faith Factor. What's up, AP?
hey, what's up? Another good day in the neighborhood.
Yes, this is all good. It's all good. Whoo, AP. You know what? This is going to be a good late night chatter. This show is actually inspired by another content creator, very, very good content creator by the name of Aunt T. So tonight's episode is sponsored by Aunt T. He had a really good stream today. I'm all jokes aside, he had a really good stream today. It got me all fired up. I joined the panel. He played a clip of a grandmother who was really, really upset because, well, here's the thing. Her son, first of all, he was the one that was really, really upset. He was upset because his mother went behind his back and she got a DNA test without his consent, without the mother of the child's consent. And I guess evidently she found out that the baby was not his. And he was saying, no, mom, you need to, mind your own business. I'm happy doing what I was doing. I love the little girl anyway, even if she's not my daughter. It's basically what he was saying, stuff like that. And you just need to mind your own business. And the mom was like, hey, I did this for us. I don't have to, buy diapers anymore, et cetera, et cetera. So the video and what Auntie did, that was his content. And I'm not going to take away from that. It was really good. So if you guys want to watch that content, the video is still up. You can go to Auntie's channel and watch it. But what caught my attention, and this is what prompted this live stream, was the fact that there were people in the audience saying things like, hey, it's the grandparents' responsibility to take care of the family and, look after the children and babysit and, all this other stuff. Like they were actually saying it's the grandparents' responsibility. And that's the problem that I had. So I spent a good amount of time trying to tell people that grandparents are secondary parents. They're not the primary parents. The primary parent is the people who have the responsibility to take care of the child. Grandparents, they're secondary parents. You bring the children over to visit. Sometimes the grandparents will babysit. Sometimes the grandparents will buy things for the kids if they want to. And sometimes the grandparents will be there to give you advice about parenting and, different things to help you out in your adult life as guidance. They're there as guidance and to be of a little help if they want to. And the key word is if they so choose to. So this stream is entitled, Some of You Guys Are Taking the Elderly Generation for Granted. Some of y'all are a little entitled. Some of y'all, may be committing some elder abuse and don't even know it. So AP, what do you think? What say you?
Um, I think that elderly people have lived most of the seasons of their lives, and they're in the winter portion of their life, and they should have a little rest. They've served their sentence, they've raised their children, and it's time for them to enjoy, bouncing little grandkids off their knee. but not necessarily be paying for their tuition or paying for their school costs and stuff like that. I mean, they should be taking it easy. They've worked their entire lives, and I think that sometimes I do see younger folks partying it up and just automatically assuming that because grandparents are retired, that's a free babysitter for them. And I think that you're not really respecting your grandparents' life and respecting them as an individual and a person who deserves to relax because they've been working their whole life. And that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Exactly. And I can't agree with you more. Um, what I'm noticing is, and I remember back when CK and I did a stream about this, and we were talking about Big Mama is dead.
I
And
remember.
I think that, this is what a lot of people in the black community have grown used to. They've grown used to Big Mama, being there, watching the children, taking care of the grandkids, and pretty much stepping in and being the primary parent sometimes, because some of these people were not ready to take on the full responsibility because they may have had children before they were financially ready or before they became mature enough. So now a lot of black people, what we have become accustomed to is this toxic family structure where we utilize our big mamas a lot of times to fill the void that we left in our children's lives because we were not equipped to deal with the responsibility. And that's just wrong. And so, what I'm trying to put out there is a different message, because I think that a lot of us, we got Big Mama all fucked up. I think we got Big Mama all fucked up. I think that in the grand scheme of things, Big Mama would have loved to have played with the grandchildren, babysat for you, help you in any way possible. But I don't think that Big Mama was really trying to sign up to be the permanent caregiver, because that's what a lot of you do. You set your parents up to be the permanent caregiver of your children. And so I see a lot of grandparents, even grandparents online. You'll see them with their grandchildren in their live stream because their kids are still living at home with them, and their children, are dependent upon them. And so now the grandchildren are dependent upon them. And so this is just a long cycle of dependency where the elders don't get a chance to rest, like you said. There's
Right.
no rest for the elderly.
Yes. No rest for the weary. And
So you,
yeah,
mhm.
go ahead, Faith. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, and another thing too is I do understand that there are times when young folks don't really have a lot of money, but you can still honor and reciprocate a favor by acts of service. Okay, you can say, "Oh, Grandma, I got it. I'll buy the groceries. Oh, I got it. I'll change your oil in your car. Oh, I got it. I'll make that repair in your home. I got it. I'll mow the lawn." There's things that you can do where you can relieve the stress for grandma, and you can add value to grandma's life. Even if you don't have the money, you can do things and treat your grandmother with respect, and and like she's a human being that needs things. You could do your grandma's hair. You can color her hair. You could do her nails. You can give her a manicure and a pedicure. You could send her to a spa. There's things that you can do that doesn't really cost a lot of money, where grandma is being treated like she's a human being, and and you're showing her that her service means something, because she doesn't have to do it. She's already raised her children. Her children are grown.
Exactly. How many of you go to visit your parents or your grandparents and you have an actual conversation with them that doesn't end in you asking for something? Now, I talk to my mom all the time, and I'm very, very concerned about her well-being. I'm concerned about how she's doing. I want to know what fun things she did during her day, what television shows. That's most of what she's doing. She's watching television shows. We talk about what television shows she's watched, her friends that she talked to, and then I get off the phone. I'm not constantly calling to ask and beg for stuff,
Yeah.
for money, you know.
I mean, and when you get older, you're not as mobile and you're not as agile as you used to be when you were younger. And you could do your parents' laundry, your grandparents or grandparents' laundry. Do the laundry. Groceries are heavy. You know, not only offer to pay for the groceries, offer to pick them up and carry them. You know, put them. When you get older, sometimes you can't reach over your head. Put the groceries away. Offer to clean up around the house, especially like the bathtub area, because you have to get on your hands and knees to scrub the bathtub. There's things that you can do. You don't have to have a lot of money, but it would mean a lot to grandma. It would mean a lot, because that's one less thing they have to do. And you can ask. And some grandmas, are so independent that they go, you don't have to do that, sit down. They're used to serving people, but there are things that you can do. There are things that you could do. You could pay, when grandma's not paying attention, pay the light bill. Pay the telephone bill, because grandma still got telephone.
That's a good one. That's a real
Yeah.
good one, AP.
Yeah, because they're not gonna. What do you think they're gonna do? You think that they're gonna say, we're not gonna accept your payment? you
Yeah,
know
and
and
if
then when
grandma
grandma go
still
to pay it, they say it's already paid.
if grandma
Go
still
ahead.
lives in the house and she has yard work that needs to be done, go over there and rake the leaves. My
Yeah.
cousin,
Rake the leaves. Yeah.
she her
Exactly.
father is older. Her mother passed away, so it's just her dad, and he's not able to get up and do things around the house anymore. So what she did is she paid for a lawn service to come by regularly to get the leaves up, to shovel the snow, and just keep the upkeep around the house that he used to do back when he was able to do it, and he's not able to do it anymore. Some of y'all don't do that. Some of y'all will go over to your grandparents and parents' house, and you will see that there are things that need to be done. You'll see trash everywhere. You won't go in there and pick up a broom and start sweeping. You'll go in the refrigerator looking for something for you to eat, and when you see there's nothing there, you will not order food, because these days they'll bring the food to the house. You don't have
Yep.
to go get it. You
Yep.
won't order food when you don't see food in there. You instead, I've seen some of you complaining, "Oh, ain't no food in here." Now, no, and if there's no food in there, that means that that elder doesn't have food.
Right. I think that, we're so used to our mothers and our grandmothers that we don't see them as being people.
I
And
think that
they're,
we're so used to them doing for us
yeah,
that we don't see them as somebody that needs us to do for them.
yes. And again, if you don't have money, acts of service, can do the trick. because if your grandmother is having if her brakes are squeaking and you know how to do that, you're saving grandma a lot of money. And you're looking after grandma, make sure the brakes don't fail on her and she lose her life. That's huge if you have the skill.
But you know what, AP? I'm going to just come right out and say it. Some of the stuff that a lot of these people are doing is outright elder abuse. Now, I have seen where a lot of these younger girls, they go out here and they have all these different babies by all these different people. They just babying it up, and they don't want to be bothered with their own kids. Probably, but most of it is because they do have to go out and work. So I'm not going to say all of it is just them running out to party. But even with them going out to work, they done decided to sit up here and have these children, and they're not equipped. They don't have a plan on how these children are going to be cared for when they're at their job. So guess who becomes the de facto babysitter without them even asking?
Yeah, yeah. I've even seen people. I knew a person who would pretend like they were bringing the baby over for a visit and say, "I'll be right back. I'm going to the store," and come back after the weekend was over. Like they pretend like they were visiting on Friday and they wouldn't come back until Monday. They
Hmm.
did. They're not even asking. They're not even asking.
And I
And
remember one time, one of my girlfriends, I was still living at home with my mom. This is how young I was at the time. I didn't have any kids. And I remember one of my girlfriend's mom came knocking on our door. Is Tasha here? And I'm like, no. I'm wondering what she doing knocking on my door. And then I looked behind her. She got Tasha's two little kids behind her.
mhm.
She was like, this girl done ran off and left her kids with me and blah, blah, blah. And I got stuff I had to do. And I told her I got stuff I'm doing and, this, that, and the other. So she was pissed. Ooh, she was mad. She must have stayed at that door ranting to my mama about being left with them grandkids for over an hour. She
Yeah,
was pissed.
yeah. Grandma don't have that many days left. You know, it's help her out. You know, grandma's human too, and I have seen like people partying and just they don't even I don't even know if they telling the dude that they have kids, but they're not even saying, "Hey, I got kids. Can you help me out so I can give my grandmother something, for watching the kids?" I don't know if that's a thing or not, but they just cut out and they're living, the fun life, the nightlife, and it's like, you lost that privilege when you had your children.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
You're a parent now.
Your parent. And if your mother is busy and
Yeah.
she can't watch the kids, then you have to have a different provisions and set in place for those kids.
Yep.
Myself, we had in Illinois during that time, we had a thing called Child Care Initiative. So if
Hmm.
you were of a certain income level, you could afford to, get babysitting paid for through the state. So,
Right.
when I didn't have a family member to babysit, I had a backup.
Right.
I had a backup daycare that I could take my children to, and it would be paid for by the state.
Right.
So, this is something that was my responsibility, not my parents.
Yeah.
But we have a whole, how can I say, generation of people in our race, especially the black race. And it's mostly black men and young black women. And most of the responsibility of caring for the children fall on older black women. So you're not going to really hear a lot of older black men complaining about this.
Right.
And so they also fall into the category of taking, their wives for granted. I've seen it. My grandfather, he used to come in. My mama used to come over there to my grandparents' house. This is on my father's side. My grandfather on my father's side. And if my grandmother wasn't there, he'll be there. Oh, can you all watch the kids? And me and my brother knew my granddaddy was not going to watch us.
Right. Right. Right.
He wasn't going to watch us, but
Right.
he was volunteering anyway. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Doreen will be back in a few. Yeah, they can come. So
Yeah,
you
he
don't just
voluntold her. He voluntold her. He didn't even give her a chance. He didn't even get her a chance to make the decision.
right. He just volunteered her out the blue. So it just went without saying that she was going to watch us when she got back from bingo. you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got a surprise for you. And me and my brother pop out the room. Hey, grandma.
Yeah. See,
we
and that's
we
yeah.
hungry. We hungry because granddaddy didn't fix us shit.
Yeah.
He gave us trail mix and crackers.
Yeah. And see, another thing too, Faith, with the state of the economy, if you're on the lower income level, you can't retire like you used to 20, 30 years ago. You got to still work past retirement age because the money that you're going to be getting from Social Security is not going to be enough to pay these high ass rents. And
What's up, GMT? Life of the Grandmaster Troll in the house.
hey, GMT, always a pleasure. But so even the senior citizens communities, sometimes that rent is higher than regular rent. So if you didn't lock down a house when you were young, then you may have to still work, and then you're taking care of grandkids too. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
Absolutely.
So
What's up,
yeah.
Terry, the Notary Republic, Eugene Steele? I see y'all down there. I see BMT down there.
Hey,
Omni
BMT.
Free, Hash Dragon in the house, Great Britain, Tia. I see all of you down there.
Welcome, welcome. It's always a pleasure. Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't like to believe that people are knowingly and willfully um, mean and insensitive, but maybe this discussion can spark a new way of thinking about grandma and ma, you know, and people can say, I got that, grandma. I'll vacuum. I'll wash those dishes. I'll do the laundry. Something.
But here's what I want to do. I want to paint a picture
Mhm.
because my mother and my father, they're very active in their old age.
Mhm.
My dad still have friends that he goes to visit and he's in his 70s.
Mhm.
And my mom's in her late 60s. She
Mhm.
has people, places, friends that she likes to go visit. She likes to have gatherings at her home. They are what you would call active seniors.
Okay.
So imagine if you are an active senior, you still have, people that you like to hang out with, places you like to go. You're just out and about. You're not, stuck in the house all day type of senior citizen. And now one day you can't get up and go and do the thing that you want to do because somebody done settled you down with their kids and told you they were going to be right back. Just picture this. You thought that you were going to be hanging out with your poker buddies at 8 p.m. You got the grandkids, and so 7 p.m. rolls around, and you're wondering when this person is going to come get the kids so that you can go to your prior engagement. But this person entitled, they think, oh, you old anyway. These your grandkids. This what you supposed to be doing, babysitting. They don't show up to get the kids, but they out enjoying themselves and their life. Probably making more grandbabies that they gonna leave on you. you know.
Yeah.
And so 7 o'clock rolls around into 8 o'clock, and 8 o'clock rolls around until 10, and 10 rolls around into midnight. You done already took the grandkids in for bed because you know that this trifling heifer ain't coming to get them. You get up in the morning, you getting everybody breakfast, and guess who comes trotting in at 9:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
Now imagine how that person, your mother, your father, your grandparent feels. They might feel a little used. Can we say used maybe? What do you think? What's another way? What's another thing that they might be feeling,
But you know
Nadine?
what? I think that in some instances, those grandparents can be gaslit and say
Mm-hmm.
that's your you know what I'm saying, because that happens. I remember I've seen instances where a person said, if you don't babysit, you're not going to see your grandchildren.
Yeah, I've seen that before too.
That right there is gaslighting or blackmail, emotional blackmail.
But the thing about it is, I want to get how that person feels when you do something like that, and then they ask you, "What happened to you?" Now you're gonna sit up there and think of a lie. But the real thing is, the real point of the matter is, there's no good reason for you not to show up and get your children on time. No good reason at all.
I think that some people have been dogged out their whole life, that they just see it as this is just another day, or they see the drudgery of it all and they say, oh well, I got to take care of my grandparent, my grandchildren. I've seen, like, I've worked at jobs where these grandparents are not retiring, and it's like, why are you not retiring? And they're like, because I have to take care of my grandkids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there was one sad instance where I work, where this woman worked at a job since she was 17 years old. She finally retired, and they said, well, what are you going to do when you retire? And she said, I'm going to take care of my grandkids. And guess what? The grandkids gave her COVID and she died.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I think that there are some grandparents that are so used to taking care of their grandkids that they don't think about it. But I would like for the young people to think about it. I would like for the young people to say, "Don't, I got you. I got that, ma. I'll pick up that heavy bag. I got it." I want y'all to think about it. Sometimes you're busting your behind, and it's like a habit. And to have a person say, we got this, don't worry about that. Or you go to pay your, because if you're on a fixed income, you know a lot of these grandparents, especially the ones that were around when the depression happened, they pinch pennies and stuff. If you go and sneak and pay the light bill or pay their phone bill, you know what, they're going to be like, oh, I gotta pay the light bill. And if it's already paid, that's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
The person don't have to pinch that penny so hard. So even if the grandparent is not cursing you out and threatening to call child protective services on you and stuff like that, be nice. Help grandma out. Help your mother out. You know, just just do, come on now, reciprocity, it doesn't cost anything, really.
But the thing about it is, a lot of younger people, they're not going to really understand what we're talking about until their children get older, and now they're the grandparents, and now they're in the situation. Because now, with advancements in medicine, we're living longer, we're looking younger, with all this advancement, we got all these here operations that we can get to make our booties bigger, look younger, all of that, right? So now you got all these younger looking grandmothers running around here. And now with these new grandmothers, they're not going to want to do the same thing that their grandmothers did. They're not going to want to sit still and be watching over a whole bunch of kids all day. They're just not.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, I just, like I said, for the people whose grandparents are up there in age, uh they may be accustomed to working hard and to doing everything and into entertaining and stuff like that. There's still things that you can do to help grandma out. You can mow the lawn, you can paint the house, you can, empty the debris from the gutters, you can walk their pet for them, you can groom their pet for them, you can cut the pet's nails. There's things that you can do to help out even if you don't have a lot of money, and you're taking the load off of your mom or your grandmother. You can buy the groceries, you can help them lift the groceries up the stairs. You can do, there are things that you can
But
do that can make
they
that
know
person's,
they know they can do that, AP. They already know they can do that. They don't care about that.
but maybe they're not. I'm speaking to the people that's not thinking about it, because here's the thing, Faith. Sometimes your parents are going through things and they want to shield their children from it, and they don't talk about their troubles or their trials and their tribulations. And then when you become your parents age at 50 or something like that, you say, you know what, I got it. But guess what, your parent may not be alive to where you can say, I understand now, ma. Do you know what I would give if at the age that I am now, that I could tell my mother, I understand, I get it. I don't have that opportunity is gone. She worked herself to death. She had so much on her plate that she died of a broken heart. You know, don't wait until you done ran your mother or your grandmother into the ground and she's in the ground and you're going, oh, okay, well, I understand. It's too late.
Here's the thing, though. A lot of these people are so selfish. They're going to think that their mother or grandmother died doing the work that they wanted to do. This is how far removed some of these people are from what they're doing to their elders. They
Well,
don't have a concept of, I'm selfish and entitled, and I'm overstepping a plenty of boundaries by not by just superposing that my elder is supposed to be my built-in babysitter, my built-in I got a place to stay when I fuck up, my built-in ATM when I fuck up. These people actually believe that their elders are there for that.
well, there is a segment of the population that believes that, But for the people that don't believe that way, I would like for this message to reach them,
The
because
people
the
that don't believe that way, they're actually already doing it. They're doing it, AP.
mhm, because life is funny. I mean, it really is. By the time you understand you know the trials and the tribulations that your parents and your grandparents went through, you're going to be their age, and they're not going to be on this planet anymore. They're going to be with the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
while y'all are still here, on in among the living, let them know that you care. Let them know, do something for them. Don't have regrets and saying, man, I should have did more. I should have did this. I shouldn't have taken my mother for granted. I should have taken, you know, regret is something that you can't you know stuff that you didn't say, stuff that you didn't do. You're going to be thinking about that. That's going to haunt you.
Yes.
Mama's not going to always be here. Grandma's not going to always be here.
But now, when you hear people talking about their grandparents, they're always talking about what their grandparents did for them.
Right.
Like when I was in that live stream, there was one young lady in there that said, "Oh, my grandmother took care of me when I was a little girl. My mom sent me over there to live with my grandparents, and they think this was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It was good that your grandparent was there when your deadbeat parent wasn't. But
Mhm.
just know that that was not their job to do that.
Right. And
Just know that."
another thing too, Faith, that people may not think about, like my grandmother, fortunately, she had an employer that really loved her and looked out for her and made sure that even after she retired, she lived in a very safe community, and she was well taken care of. And she lived in a senior citizens community. And do you know that those senior citizens brag on their kids? Like I used to show up like sometimes when I was on leave in the military with my uniform on, and she's in the service. She's in the service. She was so proud, you know. And if you buy them something, they wear the jewelry. Like we would buy grandma rings and necklaces and stuff, and she would
Hmm.
be wearing it. You know, they want to brag on you too.
Yeah.
My grandparents, my grandson, my this. She graduated. She did this. Look what she got me. She bought me. They want to feel good, and they want to know that you care about them and that you remembered holidays and that you're pampering them. They like that. So just do it. Just do it.
Exactly. But now, in the absence of having anything to brag about, what a lot of grandparents will do if you're just constantly throwing grandbabies on them, they may say, "Oh, I had my grandbabies," and they'll brag about their grandbabies and how much they love the grandbabies. But what they're not saying is they wish that you would get yourself together with these grandbabies.
Yeah. 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 I used to work at a hotel, and this woman had two or three children, and they were, I don't know, maybe about the spread between 9 and 12. And she kept sneaking out, and she kept dumping the kids on the grandmother. And the grandmother was at the hotel because remember, they had a mold problem where there was mold in people's houses and they were trying to get the mold out of their house. Well, you could be in the
Mhm.
hotel for up to a year while while the hazmat team is getting the mold out of your house. Do you know that that woman kept bothering her mother or her grandmother? I think it was the grandmother, about babysitting so much that the hotel had to move her room. We
Wow.
had we had to move her room and relocate her to another room, and every single clerk that worked there was, we had a communication book, was told, under no circumstances are you to tell this woman what room her grandmother's in. That's how bad it was,
Wow.
because she was dumping the kids on the grandmother.
And that's sad. That's really sad and selfish.
Yeah, she
And
just kept doing it.
that's the elder abuse that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's some people, they don't view it as elder abuse. They view it as, oh, this person's old, they not going nowhere, they not doing anything. What's the problem?
Yeah.
The problem is, this is a human being. This is not your built-in babysitter. This is a
Yep.
person, and you're supposed to ask, do you mind? And respect them if they say they do mind.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it all, and um, you know, just think about, your mom, and your grandmother. Yeah, they're there for you, but it's not a given, and they do things for you. But a little reciprocity here and there is not gonna, kill you. It's not gonna put you out that much.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, grandparents enjoy the grandbabies. There's a certain how can I say, brightening, that goes on when they see their grandkids. But you dull that when you overload them with the grandkids all the time.
Right.
Like, there is such a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yes.
So if you constantly dumping your kids off on on your parents or your grandparents, they don't get a chance to even miss the grandkids because they're actually raising them.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. They're actually raising them.
Yeah, and I see another thing that I see too is that people retiring, and they can't even enjoy retiring because the children say, "Oh, you're retired? Oh, you're off? Here, you can watch your grandkids." They don't even ask.
Hmm.
They don't even, think, well, what's your exit strategy? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? They just think, oh, well, she ain't doing nothing. It's this, she ain't doing nothing. She's old. She ain't going nowhere. She ain't doing nothing.
I remember one time my mom had this friend Bernice, and Bernice, that's an old woman's name.
Oh, yeah.
But my mom's friend Bernice was always being, hit with the grandkids, hit with the grandkids, hit with the grandkids. And so one time, my mom and all their friends, they were planning to go on a cruise, and Bernice had paid for her seat on the cruise. And do
Mm-hmm.
you know, her selfish children forgot that she said that she was going on this cruise and left the kids with her over the weekend?
That doesn't surprise me. I've seen that before. Yeah,
So
that doesn't surprise me.
it's stuff like that where you're taking these people who are human beings totally for granted because you have a sense of entitlement that this is what they're supposed to do for you.
And see, another thing too is that, like, say, we'll just make up a scenario that your your parents buy a house at 25, and you add 30 years to 25 for the 30-year mortgage, and the house is paid off by the time they're 55. So the kids go to college, and or they join the military, or they just enter into the job market. Well, now your parents are still young. They may want to spend their golden years, traveling the world, going going on cruises, and just seeing different places. And they may not want to be saddled down taking care of your children because they already did their part. They already took care of their children. Now, I'm not saying they don't want to see your children, for Christmas and New Year's and stuff. I'm not saying that, and Thanksgiving, but I'm just saying they may have plans. They may want to go somewhere. They may want to do something. And it's
Yeah, and
not
they and
fair.
they and
Yeah.
they may want to babysit every now and then,
Yeah. Yeah.
but not all the time.
Yeah.
I hear Omni Pre has wrote. She says, "I moved back in with Granny. She fell down the stairs. I nursed her back to health, taught her how to walk again. I stayed with her till she kicked me out the house."
Well, you know what? That's something, though. You know,
Hmm.
that's something because I used to do home health aid work, and it's very hard on elderly people to have a stranger in their home because they don't know you,
Yes.
and you're there to care for them, but they're afraid of you. So it is nice when a family member can, when family members can take turns and help out Granny, because they are afraid of new people that they don't know, and especially nowadays because um, the dress code is very lackadaisical. And you may have a home health aide that shows up with green hair and black fingernails and black eyeliner, and they can't say anything to them because it's freedom of expression or whatever. Or or somebody that has real, how these people have these real long nails, and you're scared that the person's going to scratch you. Or
Hmm.
some of these people, the home health aides, they show up and they're on their phone. They ain't even talking to you. They're on their phone. So yeah, if you had a family member that was helping you out, that's a lot nicer, I think.
I think so too. Omni Pre also says that, oh, she died right after she kicked me out. I think she knew she was going to pass. Oh,
Yeah, they do that too. They do that too. They don't want you to see them die. They do that too. This
yeah,
is, yeah. They don't want you to be, to see them die. That happens. But at least she has the memory that she helped her grandma out when her grandmother was in need.
yeah. So you paid her back, and that's a memory that she's always gonna. Well, she died with a good memory of you. She
Yeah.
died with a good memory.
She won't be regretting saying, I wish I would have or I should have. You did it. You did it.
But I sit here and I think about a lot of things at AP. I think about the youth. I think about how I was when I was young. You, you remember all the dumb stuff you did when you were young, and your grandparents were there and your parents were there to kind of teach you, set you on the right path. If you were so inclined to listen, because
Yes.
some of us are hard headed. And the
Mhm.
only thing that could teach us was the hard knocks of life. Even with us having our elders in our life, we still had to learn through the hard knocks.
Mhm.
But I do want to kind of pivot off the subject matter, because I want to talk about people learning throughout their life.
Okay.
Like Woman's Fear came up on last night on the podcast, and she brought up an interesting topic. I didn't know about Sherry Shepherd and her what she said about Sexy Red and not wanting her on her show and all that type of stuff. To me, it was uncalled for, especially if the woman never asked her to be on the show. Now I don't know who any of these people are. Sexy Red, I believe is she's some kind of new rapper. Have you ever heard of her?
I know. I've seen a picture of her, like when you're scrolling through YouTube and they show the little caption of different people, but I don't really uh know any of these people's songs.
I
And
don't either.
yeah, yeah, because
Yeah,
I don't like the I don't like the lyrics.
but
I know I'm
I guess
yeah.
I guess that's my age showing because that's how far removed I am, from all of this. Oh, hello, Chef Disaster. I haven't seen you in a while.
Oh yeah. Hey, welcome.
So, I was thinking about the sexy red chick. Everybody's coming down on her because I guess she's selling sex, or she's extra runchy or whatever. I don't know what the background is on sexy red at all, and why so many people are down on this young lady. There's a lot of people talking down on her, and I'm just like, remember how you were when you were young.
Mhm.
We all did some crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. When we were younger, we thought that we were the ish me ish.
Right, right.
And I remember back when I thought I was the it girl. I used to dress kind of raunchy. For my time. Compared to today, it wasn't really raunchy. you know,
Right, right, right.
but for that time it was, and I thought I was the ish. I did not realize at that particular time that it was very cheap, to be, flaunting my body and, trying to get with these guys and get money and all that type of stuff. I thought it was cool, because I'm young.
Right,
You're young, you have a young mindset.
right.
Oh, Bro Speak says she's like Sukiyana. Oh my goodness.
See,
Is it
I don't
is
even
it
know who
that bad?
Sukiana is. I don't even know who Sukiana is.
Well, allegedly, Sukiyana would let guys take dumps on her and pee on her and all this other stuff. Is it that bad? Oh my god. Well, anyway,
Yeah, but
Eugene.
is she one of those women that fly? Is this just random men, or is she one of these people that go to Dubai for the services to the men? Because I know that that's a thing that some women do that.
Wow, Omni Pre is even saying, yeah, she thinks they're sisters. Wow.
No, that's
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's scary. Okay. Well, no wonder Sherry Shepherd said what she said. Well, anyway, Woman Sphere made the comment that Sherry Shepherd shouldn't really be in judgment of Sexy Red because of how she was back in the day when she had abortions. So I wanna, kind of talk about that because she was saying that there's some people that don't have any business looking down on, pointing the finger on somebody else if if they have ever done something, you know, that they should be ashamed of in their past. What do you think about that, AP?
I think that there's no good reason to be ashamed of your past because there's nothing you could do to change it. It already happened. All you can do is learn from your mistakes and tomorrow do better. If you can't undo losing your virginity, you can't undo sucking a dick. You know, whatever you did, today is today, and yesterday was yesterday, and you can't change what happened yesterday. All you can do is say, okay, I did what I did, but I'm looking ahead. you know, because there's a lot of things that I had, and I did that I'm proud of. But that stuff that I did, I still have to keep proving myself every single day, and I still have to keep fighting to better myself and to learn more and to be adaptive to this new and ever changing world. And it's going to hamper my efforts at doing so if I keep looking at mistakes that I made. I can't undo those mistakes, they happened.
Well, Woman Sphere made a comment on the channel last night. She was saying that, like, say for instance, if you grew up in a wholesome household and you were always just had a silver spoon in your mouth, or you just grew up a certain type of way, that she can understand why that person will have a mindset. But if you didn't start out like that, but you started out just like the person that you're now looking down upon, even if you grew up, you changed, and you evolved from that mindset, you cannot then turn around and tell other women not to do what you did.
I think that you don't know what's in a person's head sometimes, and you don't know what makes one person fight and what makes one person give up. Like sometimes I'm driving around and I see a person dirty and I see a person asleep on the ground and they gave up. I don't know what happened to that person, where that person, what series of things happened to that person where that person gave up. And then I see other people fighting against the odds. The way I see it is, what happened to this other person that they're laying on the ground and there's flies on them and they smell really bad, and this other person who's fighting, to keep their head above water. What is the difference? I don't know what's in these people's heads. And me personally, I do believe in the philosophy of there but for the grace of God go I. So my, you know, that is pretty much how I see it. If I will talk to a person who has no money and who's dirty, and I will say yes sir to him, just like I would say yes sir to the president of the United States. That's the kind of person that I am, because like I said, I don't know why this person is doing it that way and why this other person is doing it the other way. And I do I've listened to Malcolm X before, and Malcolm X even said, if a person is doing bad, he said, if you take a clean glass of water and a dirty glass of water and you just put it on the table and ask that person what to pick from, that's on them. Be the example. And um, I believe that there are some people that beat themselves up and they don't need another person beating them up. Or some people went to the dark side and maybe they like it on the dark side. Maybe they're going through something. I don't know. But I do believe in there, but for the grace of God go I. I don't know if a person was molested and that's why the person is sexually promiscuous. I don't know if the person was sex trafficked. I don't know if the person has some sort of a mental disorder. I don't know. And so I am going to just keep saying to myself, I don't know what happened to that person. I don't know why that person is that way. I just know what I'm trying to do, and I'm going to treat people with respect. And, it is what it is.
So I like this comment from the Bro Speak podcast. He says Sherry has the right not to be associated with a person. She has a brand just like Sexy Red.
Hmm.
And I agree with that. But now, if Sexy Red never asked to be on her show, she just out of the blue says, I would never have such a person on my show, she's just kind of judging this lady. Um, then, I kind of think that maybe she might be kind of overstepping her boundary and being a little bit too judgmental of the lady.
Right.
But now, as far as people who were never ever born in a situation where it was always good for them, and they kind of grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, like most of us have grown up on the wrong side of the tracks. Some of us
Mhm.
grew up on the good side of the tracks and did some pretty heinous stuff,
Mhm.
and then we jumped back, on the good side of the tracks. But the point being, if you were on the wrong side of things, you were that dirty glass of water, and you recognized that you needed a filter to
Mhm.
clean yourself out of your impurity.
Mhm.
And so you worked on yourself, you cultivated yourself over years, and over time, you filtered out whatever was diluting your water and making it filthy so that it's
Mhm.
clean again. And this has been something that you've been doing over a test of time. So you got years and years and years past being that dirty glass of water.
Mhm.
Then you're time tested.
Okay.
Like BMT says, he listens to the time tested people.
Okay. Okay.
And I have a certain respect for the people that are time tested.
Mhm.
And I also respect the people who are just now brand new on the right path too. I do.
Okay.
But there's a difference between someone who is brand new on the right path, trying to, tell somebody not to do what they did, and someone who was actually time tested. And I think I said this before when everybody was getting on me about my better class of women, because they didn't like the word better, because they felt as if I was saying that I'm better than everybody, or, a certain type of woman is better than the next woman. But there is a better. Just like Malcolm X set the dirty glass of water and the clean glass of water on the table. Of course, the clean glass of water would be better. Would you
Right.
agree?
Right. Right.
So there is a better.
Yes.
But here's the thing, you cannot have just begun to filter yourself and then be sitting up here wagging your finger talking about you're better. You're getting better. You're on the road to getting better, but you haven't been time tested yet. It's the
I agree
same
with
way.
that.
It's the
Like
same way I. Oh
like
no,
an
go ahead. I'm sorry.
like in Alcoholics Anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think, or Narcotics Anonymous. I haven't been a part of the program, but I know a little bit about the program. When you're going through the program, and they tell you that they do not want you to get romantically involved with anybody because you need to get yourself together. And then one of the things that they tell you to do is to get a plant and take care of a plant. You know, so they're basically saying just because you're in this program, you're not out of the woods yet. And you do have, you sponsor people and stuff like that, but they tell you that, just because you signed up, that don't mean that you're cured. You still have a ways to go, and they do count, how many days you were sober and stuff like that. So yeah, sometimes you have to be seasoned, and it takes time to have, all that bad stuff behind you.
Yes, and I agree. I agree. Bro Speak says a person with a dirty past would have more of a say to tell someone not to follow her path. And that's what I say too. Now, if you do have a dirty past and you are time tested, you have years and years of showing people that you have gotten past whatever thing it was that was holding you back. then you can say, hey, that was not the thing to do, ladies. Or you can say, fellas, this was not the thing to do if you're a guy.
Yes.
And you can tell the people how you overcame that path. And this is how you became a better class of man or a better class of woman. But there is a better. Now, what Sexy Red is doing, if she's anything, as you guys say, like a Sukiana or anything like that, um, I'm sorry, but that's not it. That's not a good look. That's not something that you would want your young, impressionable daughters to be looking up to. That's not something that even a grown woman should be looking at and thinking that that's cool to do. I would not I would not say that that's something that I would tell anybody, hey, this is how you should carry yourself as a woman. Now, if it's just for entertainment purposes, strictly for adults, that's one thing. Strictly for adults for entertainment purposes, this is not, who she is as an individual all the time, because I understand about entertainment.
Hmm.
So I'm very flexible when it comes to people that are in the entertainment industry. I'm very flexible. But if this is you, down to your core, down to your being, I can't get with that. That's not something that I can endorse. And I think that's probably what Sherry was trying to convey. That that's not something that she can endorse, and she has a right to say that.
But to but if the woman ain't even checking for Sherry and she ain't even, you know, didn't even ask to be on the show, keep that woman's name out your mouth. She ain't even trying to be on your show. If she ain't trying to be on your show, she ain't trying to be on Oprah's show, and she's in her lane and she ain't messing with you. Um, and you throw something out there like that, you know, I don't know if she wanted to be controversial because some folks will come back and they'll be like "Rah," I
Well,
don't
I
know.
I, I kind of
Yeah,
think because of the platform of the show that Sherry is on, you've seen shows like The View
yeah,
and that type of show where they talk about current events and celebrities.
yeah.
So because Sexy Red is the new it thing, they're
Mhm.
probably going to be talking about her on that show.
Oh, okay. So it's something like that. Okay.
Yeah. But I think that she might have went a little bit of overboard, with saying that she wouldn't have her on the show. Like that was a little overboard. She never asked to be on the show. But if you're talking about, her and whatever thing that you were covering as far as what she did, and you want to
Mhm.
give your 2 cents, as far as what you think about what she did and who she is as an individual, she's entitled to that opinion. But I
Yeah.
agree with you and Woman Sphere that she might have gone a little bit too far at saying that, hey, I wouldn't have her on my show.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess a lot of people are doing things for shock value because they think that that's what you need to do to make it. I noticed that a lot of the newer singers, they don't really seem like they have beautiful voices like Gladys Knight and like, Aretha Franklin. It just, they have the auto tune and they have the get ups and the costumes and stuff like that. So I guess the new thing is shock people into paying attention to you. So I guess.
Yeah. Now, bro, speak. I don't know if Sherry was actually asked about her being on the show or if she just said it unasked. If she said it unasked, then she's out of pocket. But
Yeah.
if she was asked, then she's not out of pocket.
Yeah. If they asked her and she said, no, yeah. that she's within her rights to say it, you
Right.
know. Yeah.
So like what women's sphere is doing is, she's saying that if a person has ever did anything wrong in their past, then your past will forever ever, like she actually said that people will always remind you of your past, and I agree with her on that. People will always remind you of your past, but what kind of people are these people? Like, if you this reminds me of when I first became a truck driver.
Mhm.
And I remember when my husband died, me and my children didn't have anything. Okay, my husband had cancer, so everything, we lost everything. We were
Mhm.
poor.
Mhm.
And people remember when I had to go back and live with my parents.
Mhm.
People remember when I was down and out.
Right.
And so when I began to pull myself up, and I started driving trucks and eventually got my own fleet and made so much money. Now, it's 20 years later. And do you know that there are people that will still remind me when I didn't have anything, when they clearly see that I'm not in that position today?
Yeah, those are crabs in a barrel people, and those people, you should move away from them and not really care what their opinion is of you.
Exactly. And so, with Women's Fear saying, if you've ever been in a certain situation, then you can never, ever look down on nobody that's been in that situation. I don't know about that. I don't think, and once again, I don't think anybody should be looking down on anyone. Like, usually when I'm looking down on someone, is to actually pull them up. That's the only time.
But see, I think that that's why Malcolm X was so uh, prolific, because he was, you know, a drug dealer. He was a hustler. He was, what he was. But he improved himself, and he was able to reach people because he's like, hey, man, I know what you're doing. I used to do that too. So he was more convincing and he was more relatable. And so I think that, when you have been through it, you're more relatable to people. And people say, wow, look at where you are. You could be an inspiration to people, you know. And he was loved by by a lot of people, and he was relatable. He wasn't, uh, a person who, had his nose up in the air and was like, well, don't touch me because I'm royalty. He was relatable to people. So I think that people can improve, and people can turn their life around, and people can evolve. And he accomplished quite a bit, within his short life, and he's an inspiration to many, many people, even still. So, people can evolve, and people can change, and people can improve.
Exactly. So, if I came from a position where I had nothing and I got in a position where I have something, then I'm in position to tell people what I did to overcome a poverty situation.
Yes.
So it's the same thing with a person is on drugs. If you see the person and 20 years ago they were cracked out, oh my God, you will see this person, they was on their knees sucking penis for crack. You remember when they did all kinds of heinous stuff. And
Mhm.
now you see them, they're working, they're productive, they got their whole life together, they're not on their knees anymore, and they've been like this for years upon years, 20 plus years or more.
Mhm.
Now, if you have a person that was in their previous situation, who are you going to get to mentor that person but a person who was able to pull themselves out of that situation and stay out that situation? And they're not going to sit up here and make it seem like that situation, how can I say, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, I'm
they're, they're
I'm
not
trying.
they're not they're not going to glorify what they did
Mhm.
in their past as being something that was cool.
Oh no, no, no,
Because
they're
you got
not.
people that would glorify bullshit because
Mhm.
they're actually ashamed of what they did. So rather than debunk it or just rebuke it altogether, they glorify it.
Mhm.
So you got a lot of people that do that too.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that I have with, some women, in the black community, some black women who were single mothers. All of us basically damn near in the black community were single mothers.
Mhm.
There are some who do not glorify it. They say, you know what, been there, done that. I would not
Recommend.
recommend that you go that route.
Hey, and some women are married single women. That's a thing too.
Exactly. So it doesn't mean that, what you've been through makes you who you are. It's how you come out of it. And if you remain out of it, that right there is telling of who you are at your core. But if you are the type of person, like AP said earlier, you never come out, you give up, that's who you are at your core.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when I say for my better class of women, there is a better. There's always something better than you just giving up and settling for less.
You can all, there's always room for improvement. You can always do things to improve yourself. Especially, there's a lot of opportunities that we have today in this digital age that didn't even exist years ago. So you can learn how to do something just on a YouTube channel. You could start a business, you know, with a phone, a mobile phone, you know. So, yeah, there's always something that you can do to improve yourself if you have the will and the desire to do so.
Absolutely. And I like, again, bro speakers on fire down here. He says, exactly, Malcolm X could be more relatable than MLK because of his past. And that's what I'm saying. Now, see, I really hate that there are so many people that have a problem when a woman says there's a better way, or there you can be better, sister, than that right there. You're better than that situation right there. You can be better than what you're doing right now. But
Mhm.
don't nobody have any problems when a man has a sullied past, like a Malcolm X. They ain't got no problem following a Malcolm X stuff.
Mhm.
They ain't got no problem. But they won't follow a Sherazad Ali unless she's like squeaky clean. A
Yeah,
Sherazad Ali would have to be squeaky clean before they listen to her.
I kind of heard some of the stuff she said. I ain't really feeling all that, but
Well, I'm just
yeah,
trying to throw out, women that, would
yeah.
be
That
kind
that
of close to a Malcolm X.
that part about hit your wife. Yeah, we ain't no, we ain't going for that part right there. Hit her in the mouth.
Hmm.
Yeah, that ain't no. It's gonna be somebody gonna get shot. But yeah, no. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, for some reason or another, we, especially as women, we judge other women harshly that have passed. Like, I think there was this YouTuber by the name of Six the Goddess. There was a lot of people that was on her case because I believe that she used to be a what do you call it, a porn star or something like that.
I don't know who she is, but I'm listening.
Okay, well, a lot of people was on her case. I did, do a background.
Mhm.
Her stuff, to me, if it's not 7 years or more hasn't gone past, it's still pretty recent. So, I'm looking at her, and so far, it doesn't seem like she's like, you know, doing that anymore.
Mhm.
She seemed to be, settled in on what she's doing here on YouTube. Now, I could be wrong. She might, backslide and go right back into, clapping booties, cheeks for the gram. It
Mhm.
could possibly happen. But for right now, for what I see, she's not doing.
Okay. So are people coming down on her or?
Yeah, they did. They came down on her pretty hard, said that she didn't have no business talking. And I kind of agree because it was pretty recent. Some of those videos that she did was kind of recent.
Oh, okay.
So I kind of understand why people are skeptical. So that's the reason why I say, I look at people that are time tested. So the jury is still out. I'm going to wait a little bit to see. It's a
Okay.
wait and see type thing.
Mhm.
But I will, applaud her for currently, she's on towing the line. She's currently towing the line. She has not wavered. She hasn't flip flopped. She's just been doing the same thing consistently
Mhm.
for a little bit. So, I wish her all the best. And that's
Yeah.
all you can do.
Yes. But you have to have a desire to want to better your best, so to speak, or to want to keep evolving and keep growing and keep fighting. You have to have the desire to want to do that. And some people do, and some people, feel comfortable being stagnant, and some people, you know, they're not interested in, maybe they just are chilling in mediocrity. You know, we who knows, you know, but where they are is the fruit of what where their mind is at. And you will, eventually, if you just keep trying, and you reach for the the sun, you might at least land on a star. So uh it is what it is. And you know people, they're motivated by different things.
Absolutely. Now, what I have done is I went ahead, AP, because we're at the hour and a half mark, and usually by this time, I feel as if we've gotten our solo commentary out. So I have dropped the link in the chat room for anybody that wants to come up and have a discussion about anything that they have heard on tonight's presentation, whether it be about the elder abuse or whether it be about, you know, people who have made mistakes in the past and whether or not they get to mentor or speak on anything that they feel is right or wrong, period. If they've ever, had a humble beginning, so to speak.
Yes.
So, I feel as if both of those subject matters are good fodder for conversation because this is something that comes up, over and over again in these spaces. We always have, well, I think Women's Sphere called it respectability politics. I didn't even know
Hmm.
it had a name,
Well,
but
sometimes woman's fear
mhm,
does make up words. Like she has her, like for shizzle, sometimes woman's fear does make up stuff. I don't know if there is a such thing as respectability politics, but I have heard her bend some words and have some little catchy phrases every now and then. So that could be one of the phrases that she made up, which is kind of catchy, you know. So I'm not exactly sure. I haven't looked it up, but it's okay.
yeah, I think it's okay. There's nothing wrong with making up words. I've made up words before too.
Yeah. Like, like voluntold or. For shizzle, people make up words sometimes, and sometimes they stick, and sometimes they don't. Ninja,
Yeah, I think I made up the. I think I got mad if somebody. I said you got the niggerosity. Like you, we'll make up a word in a minute.
But some of these words are cute, like the hateration. The
Right.
hateration, some of the words are cute. Some of the little phrases are cute. So, you give them credit. It's kind of
Like
cute.
the niggerosity of it all.
But
No, but
yeah,
yeah, I just think that as far as like that is concerned, there isn't anything that you can teach someone without experience. And we've
right,
all done
right,
some stupid things that we're not proud of.
right.
Dumb things. Some more egregious than others. Some stuff you can't come back from.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's some things you're not gonna be able to come back from. Like if you kill somebody. To me, you always gonna be a murderer. Unless you had a damn good reason, you're always gonna be a murderer.
Right.
You mess with kids. To me, you always gonna be, that P word, you know.
Yeah, that's kind of hard because I always thought that was weird because if you were messing with children and you go to jail and then they let you out of jail for good behavior. Well, how the hell do you know that this person's behavior changed? Because ain't no kids in jail. How do you know? You know, I never understood that. You ain't gonna know that this person changed until they're around kids. And if they don't, how are you gonna know that they're well enough to go back into society? So that was kind of crazy. But you
Yeah,
know,
yeah. I don't think I could ever trust anybody that did anything terrible to
yeah.
children. But I see Bro Speak in the house. What's going on, Mr. Bro Speak?
Hey, what's up, Faith? What's up, AP? How
Hey,
y'all doing?
welcome. Welcome. Always glad to see you.
So, yeah, as far as that whole thing, like with the elders abusing and stuff like that, yeah, you get that a lot with people because there's always the thought that they supposed to be there, supposed to be the backbone of the community and stuff like that, they and my thing has always been they raise their children so that they can take over being the backbone, and they get into the advisor role, advise them on how to go. If they have an issue, they shouldn't be like, okay, I can't raise this kid, let me bring him to you. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be the case. That should be the last option. It
Yes.
should be like the first option. So I've seen that in my family, that people have done that, and it's like, and to me it's just kind of, it's foul, you know. And I, I've had my brothers would be dependent on my mother a lot, and take steal from her all kinds of stuff, and my mother would just keep helping them. Literally, I had to make one of my brothers. I had to make her kick him out the house, literally, because it was like he was just getting worse and worse and worse, to the point where he might do violence against my mother. So I had to literally force him out of there because it was just getting that bad. But he kind of recovered, and we brought him back in the house, but never forgot about that. And so it's one of those things that's just how people do. And I think people do take elders for granted, and that's just how they do. And when they get older, it's like nobody wants to take care of them like that. I've seen that. I had to take care of my mother when she got older, when she couldn't work anymore. So I had to end up taking care of her. So it's just, It's sad how people do elders, and they think that they're just supposed to be there and they don't have to have a life or nothing like that. And that's, I don't think that's really cool. Now, as far as like the whole thing with Woman Sphere saying about Sherry Shepherd, at, at the end of the day, it is her decision who she wants to associate with. Because again, she has a brand, just like Sexy Red has a brand. And if that brand don't fit with what she's trying to do with her audience, yeah, she has every right to say, no, I don't want to hang with her. No, I see where that's going. Yeah, I don't want to be associated with her. And that's not, and you can say that's looking down, but I gotta think about, you know, about my reputation. Like if I want, there's certain people that I don't hang with at the job because I gotta think about my reputation. So it's just it's crazy to say, well, you had this past. Well, yeah, that's why she's saying it. She has this past. That's why she knows where it's gonna go, and she knows how it's gonna mess her up, and she don't want that stench around her. Now, I will give, I think, give AP and you Faith a little. If if she was not asked and she just came out the blue and saying stuff like that, I'm like, why? She never asked you or anything like that. No, no. Well, why would you bring it up? But if she was asked and she just giving her opinion, what's the problem?
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's just like, what is the problem? Why? It's like, it's like some people just want people to accept any old thing, and I'm like, no. I listen. I understand people go through stuff, but that don't mean I have to accept it. And I don't have to be an enabler or seem like I am promoting it. No, you have your past, and listen, if you're trying to change, I shouldn't be throwing stones right back in you to make you go back to where you were. But at the same time, if you're not trying to change, I don't need to be around you. What is the problem with that? It's just like people want people to accept any old thing, and like, no, no, don't people say nothing. You can't say nothing. I'm like, no, I'm gonna say something because it's my
And I
reputation as well.
I agree with that, bro. Speak, because I feel as if it's like this. If you around me and you doing some whole shit, okay, I'm just gonna use an example of women, being whole, acting like hoes, and if you around me doing that, and the whole group is doing that, and I'm there, then people sees the group, and then they see me with the group, they gonna think I'm with y'all. Am I right or am I wrong?
Oh, I agree with that. I've seen situations where, like you're at a party and or like a person will be going out with a dude and then all of a sudden there's one there for you and you're like, I don't know this ninja, you know. I didn't agree to this. I'm ready to go home because I know what you're trying to do, but I ain't trying to follow you. I don't know this person, you know. So yeah, sometimes you have to disassociate yourself with a person because people will think that you're, birds of a feather flock together. And sometimes you're like, no, don't put me in this category because I'm not in this category. So
Exactly. So
yeah,
like if you hanging around people all the time that's smoking crack, and
exactly.
they doing crackhead shit, and you always there, then
Yeah,
people are gonna assume that you
that
a
you a
crackhead
crackhead
too.
too. Yeah, if you go into the crack house with them and even if you ain't smoking it, people gonna say, "What the hell you doing in the crack house?" Then So
Right,
yeah.
it like, and then it's like, and then because you did crack 20 years ago, now you
Mhm.
can't say anything. You know,
Nah, yeah, but good and well, if you trying to kick it, you got to stay away from people and places. So,
exactly.
yeah,
So it's like, hey, I did crack 20 years ago. Y'all doing crack. I'm not with this crack shit. I'm out. I'm not hanging around with y'all. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but
Yeah.
I know what you doing, where that leads, like Bro Speak
Yeah.
said. So
Yeah.
I can't be around this shit. Holla
Yeah.
back. That's not me looking down on nobody, or or saying, well, I am saying I'm better because I'm better than you, sitting over here doing this damn crack. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a better when it comes to that.
Well, that's
So
the thing.
yeah,
Even if you're not doing it, if even if you're not doing it, if there's a raid and you're there, how the hell you gonna explain that? So you gotta as soon as you see what's up, you go, oh nah, yeah, I got somewhere to go. Cause sometimes you could walk into something and you like, oh, okay, this is what's happening. Yeah, I got to go. Cause if
exactly. So I'm,
you
I'm with
know,
Bro Speak. I'm with Bro Speak on everything that he just said, because it's like
hmm
people be wanting you not to say anything. Well, you used to do crack 20 years ago, and now just cause you ain't doing crack no more, you gonna look down on us? Hell, motherfucking yeah. Yeah, I'm looking down on every last one of you motherfuckers over here, because
well,
I'm not trying to be doing no goddamn crack.
but the thing with that sort of thing is that sometimes if you kicked it, people want to drag you back into it because don't nobody want to be smoking crack by themselves. So you got to stay away from them because you don't want to get lured back into that. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why you're like, nah, I ain't gonna be able to chill with you. I ain't gonna be able to go with you if you're gonna be doing all that. Because there
Right.
is a such thing as a relapse.
And there's
Yeah.
sexy red going around here, and y'all say she just as bad as Sukiyana, and she busting it open like that. Hey, I don't give a damn if I was busting it open 10, 20 years ago. If I'm not busting it open like that anymore, and I done changed my life, being around you is bad for me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because birds of a feather flock together. They're gonna be like, why are you hanging out with this chick?
Yeah. It's funny y'all say the crack thing because that happened with one of my brother's ex girlfriends. He had met her at a halfway house. She was working there. Now she had just got off of crack. I think she was clean. It wasn't a long time, but it was pretty recent. By the time like 6 months of dating, she literally sold her mother's car that her mother bought for her. And she was literally staying at, she got kicked out of her mom's house and was living in my mother's house. And I'm like, I literally had to ask my mom, why is she here? Well, no, 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 no. She has a home. She has her mom's house. Why is she here? Why is she staying over here? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's certain people you can't be around, especially if you know that's a weakness for you.
Yeah, yeah,
I can't be around it. It's like with alcohol. If alcohol is a weakness for you, and these people drink, hey, I'm cool with y'all, but no, I can't be around y'all because I know I'm gonna go back to what I was doing.
Exactly.
yeah. Some people are fighting for sobriety. Some people are fighting financially. They're fighting to keep their head above water, and they cannot afford the gravitational pull of a person who is just basking in in poverty or basking in drug addiction. They can't afford to be
Or
in close,
whoredom.
yeah, in close orbit to those type of people because it's messing up their brand, or it's messing up their credibility, or it's going to or people are going to associate them with something that they're trying to get away from.
So,
Exactly. But I see BMT down here, and he's been waiting patiently. So I do want to go ahead and introduce my boy BMT to the panel. What's up, BMT?
Good evening,
yeah,
Mr.
what's up?
BMT.
Yeah, what's up? So, um, I'm of the universe of karma. How you treating people, that's how you get treated on your retirement on the way out. And we all indifferent on that spirit. You ain't take care of your turn, but then you wanted to get taken care of. you might go make peace with the state, and you already know they're gonna put your ass away in that state house because I'm not taking you in for shit. I'm definitely not gonna feed you or anything. You might go make peace with that shit. Nah, so that's just me. So, um, depending on what you put into your family, that's how you're gonna get treated. That's how you should be treated on your way on out. Now I don't give a damn if you're a woman or a man. Fuck you. If you didn't take care of your turn, but then you want somebody to start helping you out, y'all can miss me with that Tyler Perry bullshit. Because I ain't doing it. Like I already told that to people, like, hey man, now you want people to start looking out for you now after you done lived your life, but you didn't help them with theirs. I don't do that shit. So like I said, you supposed to start making your preparations. So I understand there are people they live their best life and then they say, oh well come on, hey, come on my fiance out there. No. You did not help us. You did this, you did that. Now you want us to take you in? No. No, sir. Go call the deputies. We'll help you clean out this house. We'll help you clean out the house, put it in storage, and use your stuff to pay for it. I put a few family members who ain't do shit for us or turn or any of it. I put a few of them in the state house. Goodbye. That's who your last days are. If you did right by us, then we'll take care of you. If you did it, that's where you can go. You didn't give it's time put in. This is not no charitable shit. In that for me, I speak for BMT. I don't give a damn how anybody feel about this shit. So if you ain't put in no time with your children, but then also I hold the children accountable, you trying to make your parents reparent, that's not their job. That's not their job. If you were the parent that excused bad behavior, what you expect will happen? The same thing for parents that were acting like the child while a child had to grow up. These kind of things do happen. If you fucked up, the Sexy Red and the Sherry thing, I don't have a problem with if anybody is saying, "Hey, you a fuck up." This modesty shit is killing me. Because I'm gonna talk my shit to you. If you a fuck up or you a piece of shit, I don't give a fuck who you are. Criminal, sex addict, junkie, crack, boom, killer, whatever the hell you are. I don't give a damn. Because guess what? It ain't me. You the one that's fucked up. I'm not that passive type of person that coming to Jesus type of shit. I don't give a fuck. There's the better people and there's the lower class individuals that choose that shit. Only God can judge them. Fuck that. I'm right here. I'm gonna judge you right now. I don't give a shit. If you out there, you were sucking dick and doing R. Kelly type of shit, or you out there like, fucking, what's that damn person's name? Goddamn, Kurt Franklin's mama. Yeah, we can judge you, but then again, I'm also going to look at it I'm also going to take it from that of the lens that, so to you, judge, understand you could be judged too. So just like Sherry saying, I don't want a woman like Sexy Red on my show, that's fine. That's fine. She could say that. That's her show. She don't have to have Sexy Red. Sexy Red knows I'm selling down a filter of women to get self gratification. She already got her coochie out there. She got all kind of stuff, videos out there. Sherry can say, I don't want you around me. Other women, y'all don't need to have this type of woman around you. Does that make her wrong? No. Does that make her wrong? That's no different.
All right. But people are saying that. Oh, okay.
No, but I'm saying people are saying what?
No, people are saying that Sherry doesn't have a right to say what she's saying because she had, things that she did in her past, like she had multiple abortions and stuff like that.
So she don't got no bastard kids out here in the world. That's a win. No bastard babies running out here in the world. She took responsibility. She got an abortion. Why are people complaining? This woman right here said, I do not have a problem with men coming inside of me. I done caught multiple STIs and STDs. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why this generation of men and women are so weak, because they can't handle chastisement of somebody telling them I'm the better man or better woman. I'm better than you, because I understood where this leads to, and I got off the track. And people don't like hearing that because they want an everybody congratulatory trophy. And that's where it gets, that's why the competition is weak. This is why women see men as cucks. And that's why women don't mind being whoremongers and that they're afraid to call out the whores because they're afraid that, well, you so too did this. You know what, sis? Like, how's that little joke? Yeah, there ain't no video of me out there on Freaknik, but you on Booty Clap 9 and 10. Yeah, but you that Freaknik. Yeah, there's no camera on me out there. I was smart enough. It's like that one girl who made that video. Yeah, I was at Freaknik, but I knew how far to take it. You remember that girl, that lady that said that? I knew how far to take it on Freaknik. I knew when to stop. But some of y'all girls did not stop. Y'all want now all of a sudden, oh my God, we gotta stop it. No, see, now you want to say it's just like these dudes who are showing up in these spaces or these men jumping on these panels and having all these kind of epiphanies. No. It's too late for that. Too late. The chicken that come to roost. This is why they want redos. So Sherry said, I do not want this type of woman around me. Same way as Sherry was told that by other women in churches and other positions that, hey, your type of woman, I don't want you around her. Now Sherry's in a position where she can say it. And guess what? She's not wrong. So Sexy Red that wants to be proud to be a whore in a stuff, just the way they treat Sukiyana. When Sukiyana got touched and groped by that man in front of thousands of people, nobody freaked out. It was a guy named Osiris. He started groping her and kissing her in her mouth, and she started screaming. Did any man freak out? Did anybody freak out? Nope. Whenever she goes onto a show with other men, they just start touching her. She's like, hey, stop. What are you talking about? I thought this is how you are. I thought this is how you are, baby. Other women just stare like, what do we do? Because when you set up that persona of that type of, you get what I'm saying? When you set up that type of persona of that's how you are, that's how people perceive you. Case in point, when I was at a club, I'll give you a quick thing. I was at a club. It was some freaky girls. So we brought them back. We brought them back to the house. All of a sudden, dude said, okay, hey, bro, all y'all guys take, I'm gonna take my bitch upstairs. All the rest of y'all. Two of the girls started looking astonished, like, what? The other girl, she was like, what's wrong? What's wrong, girls? The fellas are just staring. I'm like, I don't think you told them what they're here for, did you? You didn't tell them why they were here. You see what happens? You see what happens when you understand the consequences of getting on the train? When you just go along, you keep going down that pipe. And this is why there was an older female who was already there. She was like, hey, Jason, call the cab. Get these young bitches out my house. But we already brought them over here. We already bought the joints. We already got the liquor. Get these bitches out my house, but we don't need the police here. The older bitch, that's respectfully. That's what we called them. She said, get them out the house. These girls don't know what the fuck they got into.
That was nice of her to do that.
That was, she gave them a pass, but she did also check them. She did check them, AP. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The older woman, she did check them. I'm giving y'all some real shit. The older woman checked them. She said, y'all girls, you thought it was funny playing in these men's face, getting the drinks, sitting on their laps and XYZ, and you thought it was cool riding in the Ford Explorer. I know y'all go, oh, BMP. No, I'm telling y'all a life lesson. Now all of a sudden, you got brought to the crib. Y'all dancing. You know what I'm saying? We playing the 90s Snoop Dogg jams and all the other shit. Y'all having a good time smoking the weed, eating the food, hoochie dancing, wearing the hoochie booty short. Now it's time to go to 4 Mile. One girl's already going upstairs. She know what time it is. The other girls are starting to get scared. That woman gave them a pass. Said, listen, next time, don't play with these men money. Don't play with these men money. How much money y'all got? Run it. Well, this is all I got for a cab. I don't give a fuck. Give me your chain. That'll suffice. Took all this shit. That's why Sherry said, I don't want a woman like Sexy Red, because women, y'all need to start to distinguish this is a dangerous path that girl is telling other young women to go. Just like men are telling other young men that thug life, You keep playing them games, you're going to either end up on that curb, or end up in that jail. And we got to start telling people the separation is getting dangerous. It's not a game out there when it's actually time to produce. So that's all I got. I didn't mean to go too long, AP and Faith, but that's the thing about it. Why Sherry's not wrong to say I don't want her around. But other women told her that. Y'all remember The Color Purple with what's that girl who couldn't go to the church? Her granddad, her daddy won't allow her to come to the church.
Suge
Oh,
Avery.
Suge, yeah.
Yep, remember what Suge was like. My daddy don't want me around the church. Don't want me to come around any of the people. That hurt.
Yeah, she was living a lifestyle that was contrary to what he had going on at that church.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He knew who his child was, but he said, "No, you can't come around me." But when she started doing, "Eyes are married now," I'm not doing that type of stuff no more. Come on, Suge. Nope. What
Yeah,
does Suge say? I don't do that.
She wasn't time tested, and her daddy looked at her and he kept on going.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he didn't care. He said, you show me you can keep doing it. That's why I understood when you said, show me you time tested and you can actually live the lifestyle, then come back to me. Then come back. Go clean for a while. Don't steal for a while. Don't be out there with them fellas for it hurts. I know. I've been out there in them streets. I know what it's like. When you start going without your friends, you don't got nobody to call. You got to learn how to just work and bust your ass. You can't call them homies. It hurts, but after a while, it gets easy. And after a while, they say, "Hey, man, nah, bro, I'm good." They start fucking with you. They start bothering you. But you want to be out there with them, then you ain't ready. You're not ready for for the next lifestyle. My bad. I ain't mean to rob your next guy. Go.
Oh, hold on. I think he coming back up. Hold on a sec. Yeah, that's Q. Let me let him on here real quick. Oh shoot. Q, are you there? Q?
Is he on mute?
Um
Hello?
Hello, Q?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
It blacked out for a second.
Oh, okay.
Good evening,
So
panel.
so
Good
what's
evening.
going on with you, Q?
Oh, nothing, man. Nothing, Faith. Man, I had a bad month. I had a bad September, man. I had kidney stones, kidney infection, tooth abscess, and just had surgery. So I had a rough September.
Ooh, sounds like you had a rough. God damn.
Yeah, I did, but the funny part is when I turned 45, and the doctor said you gotta start getting your pre-cancer screenings and stuff like that. So this is the process of me going through my full physical, and that's what he found during my process or whatever. So it is what it is. But everything came out good though, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, well what did you come up here to talk about?
I mean, about your subject, you saying how people how people judge people from their past, whatever, and stuff like that. And I will honestly say, for the first thing, I read the autobiography of Malcolm X. Pretty good book.
Oh
It's pretty
yeah.
pretty relatable. So that's why he get away. He did what he do because it's pretty relatable. And and my view is like this with dealing with women and stuff like that. I mean, everybody got a pass, but phew, it's just rough. I mean, really just rough. It's rough out here because people going to judge you. People is jealous, envious, lazy. It's a little bit of everything. So
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I mean, you got people that want to put in the work. I mean, you got people that work. I mean, I know guys and women that put. I mean, before COVID and doing now, putting in 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, this, that, and the third. Then you got people that they ain't doing nothing. So it goes both ways. I mean, that's why I look at I looked at my whole life for a whole perspective last month or whatever, and I just said we both got issues, black women and black men.
We all have
Yeah, we do.
struggles. We
Everybody
do.
struggles. I mean, there's if you live this life, I don't care if you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, you're gonna have some type of struggle, whether it be financial, mental, emotional, physical. Life in and of itself is a struggle.
Yeah, that's why I tell some females like when sometimes be on these panels or whatever, and they be real angry and stuff like that. I said, growing up in Philly, I seen strong women work 2 or 3 jobs, didn't complain, is that and the third. That's why when I hear when women sit there and say like quote unquote that we are oppressed and we're victims, I said where? Because when I was growing up, they was pretty tough. I mean, they were some tough women. I mean, it still is. No, I mean
Well, the thing, well, I
I don't
think
know.
they're not wrong to say that we were oppressed because we were. There was definitely some oppression.
But here go the thing, I did not hear it. I did not hear it growing up in the 90s and stuff like that. That's saying y'all was oppressed and stuff like that. That's what I was trying to figure out. Where did it come from? When did it start? Was it a silent cry? Because I never heard it. I never heard it in my household. I never heard it on the streets of North Philadelphia. Nothing like that.
But when you're saying that you never heard it in your household, sometimes parents don't want to burden children with adult issues.
Right.
I mean, but at the
Because
same,
when I was growing up, I thought we were rich, and kind of find out we were barely middle income.
Yeah, because my mom, we didn't have a lot of money. And what she was doing was she was taking us to the zoo because the zoo was free and the botanical gardens and taking us to the park. And we had the time of our lives. And we didn't even know. She didn't tell us until we were adults that the lights got turned off and that she was entertaining us during this while the sun was out. And then by the time the sun went down, it was time to go to bed. We didn't know that.
well, honestly, ladies, I grew up with my grandparents in the house, and they ran a speakeasy, so I ain't had those type of issues and stuff like that. I was just trying to figure out how to get quarters to play their own video games. That's all I was trying to figure out, how to get quarters to play video games and buy comic books.
Well, see,
Right.
parents don't want to burden children with adult issues. They want them to be children and to enjoy growing up. So
Right.
they wouldn't discuss that with you.
Yeah. I listen. I didn't know that my father tried to kill my mother till I was like 18, and that happened when I was 5. Nobody told me. I found out later when my mother did finally tell me that. The thing of it is, like with some parents, again, they don't want to tell their kids all this business because they don't want to ruin their childhood. They want their childhood to be, for the most part, most parents want their children's childhood to be as easy as possible. You know, there's some things you can't prevent, but for the most part, they don't want to burden them with stuff that children don't need to see. Unfortunately, now a lot of these parents will expose their children to a whole bunch of stuff that I even when I look at it, it's like, what kind of parent are you? Why would you do that to your child? But you know, people back in the day, they just like, hey, there's a place for children, there's a place for adults. But now that place is so blurred now, it's like kids know way more than they should, and you see the results.
Like
Fact.
like me part time. I work part time at Villanova University out here in Philly near the main line and stuff like that. And yeah, these kids of these next generation, these Gen Zers, white and black folks, and this, that, and the third. And I see in that little microcosm in that school right there, they're very well here. They're very practical. They're very smart, and they very well know what time it is. And I talked to them about their parents, whatever. Some of them white kids, whatever, come from some of the most biggest households you could name of, and and their parents barely even be there. They be on vacation all the time, where they be always be working. So you got a square foot mansion to yourself with all the drugs in the world or whatever.
How old are these kids?
18, 19, is that and the third. I mean, yeah, Villanova is like a $65,000 a year university. I mean,
Mm.
you were like, yeah, shit, that old mainline money, that monopoly money. Nah. I mean, and the black kids up there, they're very respectful, and I see a whole lot of black women up there studying neuroscience, studying biology, studying computer science, studying engineering and stuff like that. Very respectful black women, very respectful. Does that in the third, and Lincoln is about like an hour away. The black on the HBCU, that's like an hour away, and they go hang out down there to interact with the Lincoln with the HBCU. So I mean, things going to change. I mean, they slowly changing.
Well, I couldn't help but notice that you had a back and forth in the chat room. I think you even ran Mia X off.
No, I asked Leah X. I said, "What's the definition of centering men?" Because I sit there and say, I see most people are mostly self-centered individualists, men and women. That's what I see now.
Okay, well, when she was talking about I think she was talking about Six the Goddesses. I had mentioned her, and she was
Okay.
saying that she's cool. It's just that she centers men in her content. And Six the Goddess, and I think she does a thing called D6 with what's her name? What's that girl's name?
Tamika Marie.
Yeah, Danica Marie. Yeah, she does a little thing called D6 with Danica Marie, and they both center men in their content, but that's their target audience. And see, I kind of, understand what Nia was talking about with centering men. That's something that I do believe that black women need to kind of step away from. Not saying that, men should not be of importance. It's just that, men who are not your husband should not be centered in your life. Now, I can understand a woman centering her husband in her life, but if you are a single woman, there's no way you should be centering men in your life. You have other things that you should be filling your life with besides a man. A man should be something that's just, uh, an addition if you want him.
I'm gonna be truthful, faithful. Most of my female friends, whatever, this, that, and the third, they ain't starting no other things. I suggest that. Some of them are heavily in debt, and this, that, and the third, and I say it's up. Look, I put it to you like this: like 2 weeks to 3 weeks ago, that they had the moon, and you could see Venus out in the sky like 5 something in the morning if you out here in the East Coast and stuff like that. I looked out in the sky and I seen Venus right next to the moon. I said, "Oh wow." I said, "The meantime, we here on Earth talking about some about some boring young shit, and I could stand there and see Venus 5 in the morning."
Yeah, I saw it too.
Okay, but you're saying this to say what?
I'm sitting there and say, "What?" It's like I said, it's other things to sit there and worry about, but most sisters are not worried about that. They worry about chasing men straight from the door.
Yeah, and that's what Nia was talking about, with Six the Goddess. The content is just too male centered. They're too much, talking about, how women can, appease these men. And a lot of times when I hear the content, those guys really didn't need to be appeased in the situation. A lot of the situations the man kind of bought on himself. So
Okay.
their content kind of sometimes leave no dignity for the woman when she's dealing with a serious situation with a man. And I don't agree with that. And I think that's what she takes exception to as well.
Okay. Fair enough. To each their own.
Yep, but let's see, it's 2 hours in. I don't think I have anything else. Anybody have anything else to add before we go on to the final thoughts?
No, not that I can think of. I guess we made all the points.
Okay, yeah, I think this is pretty good. This will be the first time I do not have a goddamn marathon live stream. Thank the Lord. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Somebody else done came up. Who is back here? Okay, we got Gemini's ruined my life. All right.
Uh-oh.
I don't
Oh,
know. I don't know who this is. Hold on a second. Let me add this person to the
You don't know who I
stage.
am? All of a
oh,
sudden,
that's
that's
Demetrius.
crazy.
Ah,
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm gonna
Demetrius.
tell you,
Demetrius.
Oh my goodness. What's up,
Demetrius.
Demetrius?
What's up? What's up, y'all? It's
Hey.
a true statement. All my exes are Geminis, and they all sucked. So,
What?
anyways, well,
And
okay,
what are
not all of
you?
them, except for like three,
And what is
but
your sign?
Libra.
Okay.
Oh,
What do you?
Okay.
y'all try to be fair and balanced.
Yeah, it gets on people's nerves. I noticed.
So what's
Anyways,
up?
let me say
What
this.
did
Let me
you
say
what did
this.
you come up here to say?
Let me say this. Yeah. I came up here for the elder abuse portion because my grandpa was in a nursing home for the last few months of his life, right? And let me tell you, I heard some horror stories from that place. Like the staff, they treat the people so horribly. Like they try to punish them, and they don't want to act right and everything. It's dehumanizing, from what I hear.
Yeah. Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was frozen. I didn't hear. Well, that's why, there's a new push. I mean, to y- you know, uh, to pour into people that poured into you. So I guess the warning is both sides. Is that, you know be good to your children, and the other end, children, be good to your elders as well, because sometimes the tables turn, and if you weren't good to your children, they can kind of forget about you when you get older. And children don't abuse your parents, because they deserve to have a little rest and relaxation too. So it's going both ways.
I
Yeah,
agree.
what I
I
think I'm
agree.
hearing is I'm hearing like a lot of young, because BMT is in his mid 30s. People that are in their mid 30s and younger, they're still looking at it as if like, okay, well, you old people, if you didn't treat me right when I was a kid, and if you didn't do this, that, and the other for me, then you know what, boo boo, the poo poo poo. When your ass get old, I'm gonna dump you in the nursing home. And to me, that's kind of like what's the word I'm looking for when you kind of blackmail somebody? Not blackmail, but
Um,
Extortion.
yeah, it's
extortion.
extortion. Yeah, I think it's extortion. Like if you don't watch the grandchildren, you'll never see them again.
Yeah,
Eh,
yeah.
yeah. I feel that as if the younger generation, y'all be on some extortion type stuff.
Oh, you think so?
I do.
Do you think I've told my parents like I'll remember this?
I don't know if you did or not, but
Take a guess.
No, I don't
no,
think
I
you
don't
you
think
would
I
say.
don't think you that type. No.
Oh, y'all don't know me then.
What?
Oh, what? So you were extorting your parents?
No, I
What?
was just like I'll act like it's all good.
Don't be passive aggressive like that.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you a story. Like a couple weeks ago, I went to go see my dad or whatever. He's 67 years old. So but the whole point being was that he was outside talking to his neighbor, and his neighbor was walking down the street. He said there and said he said here go my son right here. I trust him. He said, do you trust your son? And he ain't sitting there. He just walked away. And the whole point being is like this. I think as you get older, I think some parents, as they get elderly parents, they wonder if their own kids start beating them up for to take out any type of animosity they had towards them when they was young. Anything they done to him when they was younger, this, that, and the third. Because my dad just got real scared. Asked, "You gonna beat me up or anything?" I'm like, "No, I'm never gonna hurt you, Dad. Why would you think that?" I mean, I think that's an issue among elderly folks too. They figure like their kids gonna do something to them. I think that's an issue too.
I heard this son. He said that he said that his dad cheated on his mother the whole time they were married, and he was very mean and disrespectful to her. And something happened to him. Oh yeah, he's blind. He's blind now. He had diabetes or something. He's blind. And he said that the mother is cruel and mean to him, and nobody is coming to his rescue. He
Yeah.
said because he watched his dad abuse the mother, and when she talks to him like crap and doesn't help him and just lets him bump into stuff and everything, that she doesn't care, and that she's getting back at him for how he treated her for over 30 years.
Mm.
So people don't have
I don't
this.
in that situation. I don't blame.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that it's both ways. In this day and age, it's not just blind loyalty where respect your elders or whatever. It's both ways. You have to be
Now
respectful both ways.
I agree with that. Now, what BMT was saying, I think, like with his uncle, if you have elders in your family that abused you, beat you, talked down to you, and just shitty elders to you, yeah, to the nursing home they go, kick their ass in there, lock them up, throw away the key. That's what they deserve. But if you're just an entitled little spoiled brat and you think that these people are just there to give you rides back and forth everywhere, I've seen that before, or give
And
you
you just mad
money.
that they ain't give you no funnel cake at the state fair. Like,
Ah,
Right. Right.
ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that I've had three examples of people that I knew that happened to. One was, well, two of them were my coworkers, and one was one of my mother's friends. They didn't treat their kids very well, and they end up dying alone. And one, they didn't find her for days. They had to do a wellness check at my job to find her. Same with one of the male coworkers. What ended up happening with him specifically, they let the state take him. They didn't want to deal with him because he wasn't there in their life. My mother's friend, it was up to, because her daughter died, so it was up to the grandson to take care of the final things, and he really didn't give two craps about her because she was just a mean old person, like just mean, and so yeah, I agree, man. It don't matter if you male or female. If you don't treat your children right, it's gonna come back on you. They're not gonna take care of you. Yeah, some, if you're lucky, they'll put you in the nursing home. Some of them just leave you in there to rot. I mean, it's just it's cold, but
yeah, that's true. Some of them will leave you out on the street, like, hey, this is what
yeah,
you deserve, my man.
And the
that's
nursing
definitely terrible.
home, they know when you don't have any visitors and when nobody cares about you, that is
Yes,
going to determine what type of treatment you receive.
exactly.
And,
They
and
know
the
who's
top of the
coming and who ain't coming,
factor
and
too, you might
if they can get away with it, they will.
want to be in Shady Acres. I'm sorry if I talked over anybody. You don't want to be in Shady Acres too.
What's Shady Acres?
You know, the bed sores and the nurses beat you up with this, that, and the third, and
Yeah, but
Ooh.
see,
mama.
they know that nobody's coming for you and that nobody cares.
That's
Mhm.
why I said you got to That's why I said that you got them city run nursing homes and you got them private nursing homes that cost close to $250,000 a year. The ones that mother them kids be paying for, they ain't playing that
Mhm.
shit. I know they got one in Philly right by near the near Girard College. That's a man, that shit like a goddamn factory.
Yeah.
But now, if you guys are sitting up here, like I'm talking to the younger generation, 35 and under, if you all are sitting up here talking about some, hey, if you don't babysit these kids, this is what you're here for. This is what you're supposed to do. This is you're supposed to give me this money. You're supposed to let me come live with you when I fuck up and I don't have nowhere to live. This is what you're here for. And this is what I hear, and this is what I heard a lot of over there at Auntie's panel. People saying things like this. And I was just like, hold on, pump the brakes. This that nobody is supposed to do anything for you after you're grown. Now, when you're a kid, yes. Grown
Mhm.
up, no. Don't nobody owe you nothing after they done raised you.
Right. And yeah, I was looking at that too. I'm like, what kind of grandparents were y'all having? Because I'm like, I know how my mother was. I know how my grandmother was on my dad's side. You can't just come over to that house without asking. Mm-mm. No, you're gonna call, and if she wants to, okay, you can bring them over. But she don't want to, you better not bring them over. That was just how that's how they were. So I didn't understand that whole, oh, you just bad parents. I'm like, no, you have to respect your parents just like they have to respect you. Just like that lady was going out of bounds, how she was treating her son. That's the same thing. How you post you're not supposed to be taking advantage of your mother and your father, bringing your kids over and not letting them have a life. They gotta have a life too. So it's you know I never understood that. It's like we don't have no give and take in these situations like that.
Yeah, because I remember, and it's so funny because I'm a young grandmother, and my grandson was coming to visit me, and I told my daughter, I said, well, hey, I'm about to go out, I got a date. And my grandson looked at me as like, grandma, you're dating? you know and I'm like, yeah, grandmama has a life too.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes they forget that you partied and you have dates and you did things too. That's how they got here.
Hmm. So it really just it really boggles my mind. Like I said, they really don't put the onus of having to do for the children too much on the man. Now, what grandfathers might get, they might get the financial abuse. They might get the grandkids, like, oh my God, here's a really good example. One of my cousins, we just had to go and get him for this very thing because his brothers and sisters, they kind of beat him up, y'all. They whooped his behind because he was pretending like he was helping their dad, buy groceries and buy things that he needed for himself, but his father didn't have enough money left in his account to pay his rent at the elder building that he was staying in. And come to find out, that brother was going into his account because the father trusted him with his personal account information, thinking that he was helping him buy food and different things that he need, but he was also helping himself to his money. So you have a lot of that going on as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to this subject, and it's just people should just be mindful at if you're abusive towards your children, they are going to grow up one day, and you are going to, if you are lucky enough to live long enough, or make become old and feeble, and they'll remember if you didn't treat them right. you know and the thing about it is, when payback comes and you're elderly and you can't really do for yourself like you did when you were young, it's hard. I know a man, he cheated on his wife the whole time. It was a person that I was dating. It was his uncle. And the mother just, she just kept saying, I guess it was like a mantra. She said, wait till these kids grow up. And she had like 5 children because, back then abortion wasn't legal. And they're from a foreign country. And when all those children grew up, he was so used to having the wife around. He thought that she was always going to be around for him. And when the last one grew up, she left him. And he had nothing. All of the children turned against him. They all sided with the mother. And he came to America and was sleeping on the sofa. And he was like in his 60s. And he
Well,
was all alone
why did everybody turn against him? I'm confused.
because he cheated on her the whole time. He cheated
Oh,
on her
well,
the whole time. But
that's
I'm just,
between him and the wife. Why would the children be abusive?
because
That they just some shitty children,
no, no, he cheated on her the whole time, and the kids saw it, and they saw the hurt that the mother went through, and she just took it because she just was like, because where they're from, they don't have welfare and stuff like that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
this is, yeah, you don't get, it's not child support and welfare. They're from Trinidad.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So she couldn't just, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna do this. No, she took it. And she had like 5 kids, and she kept saying, she kept biding her time, and she said, wait till these kids grow up. And he probably thought, oh, she's old, she's not gonna do anything. And when that last kid grew up, that was it. They were like, we're done. And he was all alone, and he just moved to America because some of the other family members moved, and he was sleeping on the couch, and he was 60. No wife, no nothing. And he was starting all over again dating at 60. No
okay.
love, no nothing.
Well,
And
yeah, he kind of set himself up for that, but I don't think every situation is a situation where these elders have been abusive to the youth. A lot of situations is where I see the youth just taking advantage of the elderly because they can.
well, I'm saying that this subject is nuanced. You
Right.
know, nobody's the boogeyman. It's just that sometimes young people take, you know, family members that haven't been mean to them for granted because familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah, I saw that happen with my ex mother-in-law. Um, she ended up taking care of a mother who her mother didn't like her, to put it lightly. So but she ended up taking care of because that's her religion. Take care of your parents. And when the mother died, her 2 sons, the ones that she liked, but they couldn't take care of because one was a drunk and one was a druggie. They got mad at my ex mother in law, pretty much saying that she the one caused her to die. So yeah, there's family members that will take advantage of the people who are way too kind.
Hmm.
And boy, I was like, when I heard that from my ex wife, I was like, I hope those dudes die slow and painful. I hope they die in a ditch. I was like, I couldn't. I just that's the kind of stuff that I don't like when people do that to people who are trying to be the good people. Because she could have
Hmm.
easily just told her mom to kick rocks, but and and there's some, and like I said, it is nuance. There's some people you don't really know until you really find out why there may be this disconnect with the youth and the elders. That's why I'm not the okay, just respect elders because they're older. They have to be accomplished and they respectful to you, and vice versa. So it's, like you said, it is nuance, and I don't want to put just everything like these kids just don't respect elders because they just don't respect the elders. There's always a reason, you know.
I've
Okay.
tried to tell people that. I really have, but some of them don't get it. It's like, so what? You're older. You're a mess up, and everybody can see it.
Yeah, that's the old style. My mother tried to tell me, you got to respect him because he older. I'm like, no, I don't.
Mhm.
I don't just respect people just automatically. And like, you know, they're not authority over me. Only person with authority over me would probably be my mother. But anybody past that, they ain't been around me like that. I'm like, no.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
It's yeah.
I just feel like there are nuance, like you said, nuances. AP, because like for me, the father cheating on the mom. Like once I become an adult, I'm gonna be like, okay, he cheated on her or whatever, but I'm not going to mistreat my elder father because of that.
Yeah, but Faith, have you ever heard of men like going taking their kid with them to the bar, and taking them with them and say, "Oh, this is my good friend," and that's his mistress, you know, and the
Yeah,
kid didn't know what was going on until they became an adult,
yeah.
stuff
Yeah,
like that,
I
yeah.
was that kid. I
Yes,
was that
that's what I'm
kid.
saying. That's what I'm saying. So you wasn't mad when you was a kid, but once you figured it out, you're pissed.
Yeah, I can see
Well,
that. I can see that.
yeah, it's that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I can. I agree with you on that, AP, because I'm like, dude,
But I mean,
there's no
knowing what I know
respect.
now about men and women, and how these guys just be out here cheating, what are the odds that your father was going to be different?
It's I I hate to say it's how he do it, but it is really how he do it, and he just bl- all in your face, and everybody know.
Yeah, and the kid and bringing the
And,
kids and
and bring
here's
the
the ice
kids. Yeah,
cream. Yeah, no, don't tell
you,
your mama. This is my
yeah,
friend.
you ask for that. You ask for to be mistreated by your children. Now, if it's just like kids find out later on, then I can be like, listen, give your father some grace on that one. You know, just
Yeah, and that's how I am. I would give grace on it because I'm like, okay, that's their relationship. This is still my mom. This is still my dad. I'm gonna love the both of them regardless.
right.
But
Yeah,
but that's what we're saying is, I mean, with the different stories, is that it is nuanced, and it is you know uh just pretty much what I say is that if you do have a mom that's got your back, and she's looking after you, and even if you don't have any money, you could do something. I'm talking about, parents that were good to you. Don't wait until they're lowering her into the grave and you go, you know what? My mama always had my back. That's too late.
yeah,
Here's something that I do want to introduce though, because then there are the kids that say that their parents never did anything for them, and then they complain about how they never had nothing. They didn't have no new clothes, no new shoes. They didn't get toys for Christmas. And then later on, you find out it was because it wasn't that the parents didn't want to provide it. It's just that they were poor. So
Yeah,
what do you
that
feel
that
about
happened. That
What do you
happens.
feel about that scenario? So should the kids grow up and mistreat the parents because they grew up in poverty?
Well, I would think that would just be like, I don't know, like just I wouldn't say ungrateful, but I would also say like they just don't understand life yet.
Yeah,
That sounds like something like an 18-year-old would say, who
yeah.
like
Right.
just got out of high school.
I think with those
Well,
kids, I think with those kids, you just got to listen. Yeah, well, Poe. When you Poe, you can't get nothing. It's not that your parents didn't care about you. It's just that hey, they were struggling. They were in a situation like some people go through struggle for a long period of time, and my mother wasn't exactly rich either, but in the sense I did understand because I know my mother was working long hours and so as I got older, I understood what she went through. That's why I was so when she was to the point where she couldn't work, like literally couldn't work. I said, "No, you need to stop." And it wasn't like I was in this like magical money situation where I was rich and full of money. I wasn't like, I was kind of struggling too, but I just didn't want her to be like in pain, going to work, coming back in pain, and it's just like, nah, nah, you're not gonna do that. Not me watching it. Oh no, I'm gonna find a way to take care of you, and that's what I did.
well, some kids will use that as an excuse not to take care of their parents because they say, well, you had me dirty and growing up in poverty, and I wanted this and wanted that, and I couldn't get that. And so now that you're old, I don't have to take care of you because you didn't take care of me all that well.
Okay,
This,
is this in America? Somebody saying this?
Yeah,
yeah,
this has to be something American, or at the very least,
Yeah,
like
No. Well, then
European.
it
This
those
has
has
to
to
be.
be.
people, those
I,
people need to see what parents in other countries that sell their children because they can't afford to take care of them, or that turn their children out because they can't
Mhm.
afford to take care of them, or no. Even just you even being in America, you're richer than a lot of people.
well, have you ever heard of this content creator called Jason Black?
Yeah, I've heard of him before.
Any the other people on the panel, have you guys heard of him?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
used
don't
to listen to
necessarily
him a
like
lot.
him, but yeah.
I used to
Well,
listen to him a
he
lot.
he used to say this a lot, that hey, your parents grew up, you grew up in poverty with your parents were losers, and all. He would say stuff like this to his audience.
No, I've seen. You know who Jackie Chan is?
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
who Jackie Chan is.
His parents were going to sell him because they couldn't afford to feed him. You
Wow.
know, yeah. I don't know if I don't. I thought it was like for 2000. I'm not exactly sure, but they were going to sell him, and he knows about it. There are people who have little girls and they don't have an income, so they just sell their little girls just as an income. There are kids that get up early in the morning and they go to a giant garbage dump and they just look for food and look for pieces of plastic and look. There are people that are really, really, really poor. I was looking at a documentary about a school in Africa. I don't remember what country, and it was a long time ago. Things may be better now, but those children, they were sharing a desk and they couldn't afford books. They were sharing and they couldn't afford paper and pen or a pencil. And so when the teacher would teach them a lesson, they would write it down on a piece of slate, and they would write down the answer on the slate, and then they would erase it and then write down the next answer because they couldn't afford paper. And I saw the glow and the light in those children's eyes and how enthusiastic they were about learning. And they were so happy. And I just started crying because I said, oh my God, look at how much they want to learn. And these other kids in America are spoiled with their mobile phones and their apps and their clothes and their jewelry and their this. And I said, these kids have nothing. And look at how enthusiastic they are about just learning just the simplest little thing. And if I hear a kid talking about, I don't have nothing, they need to intern or join the Peace Corps or something and see what people who really don't have nothing live like.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
But you have a generation of kids. I saw a video. I know World Star probably isn't you guys' favorite site, but there was this guy that was actually beating his mother up like she was a stranger on the street, calling her all kinds of broke bees because he wanted money and she didn't have any to give him.
Mm.
How old was he?
He was a grown ass man.
You can sell plasma. You can join like Pharmaco, like they have medical research studies, and you can make money. You know, if you're a young, healthy, relatively healthy person, there are things that you can do to make money. You don't have to beat your mother up. That's just insane.
Right, but there are actually kids that do grow up and they are angry with their parents because they had to grow up in poverty.
Well,
Are
that's
those the
just the
same
luck of
like
the draw.
people? Are those the same people who feel like they shouldn't have been born? Like they have a resentment for how they grew up, and so
Probably,
be, that's what I'm thinking.
probably. I
Yeah.
Yeah, because even if you were poor, if your mother was still trying their hardest, you wouldn't get to that point where you want to beat her up because she wouldn't give you no money. Now that's somebody who just hate life, and they and their mother unfortunately probably was coddling him, giving him money, even though he didn't deserve it. And
Yeah,
then, and as he got older, that's what he used to. He's used to,
yeah.
hey, put my hand out, mama, give me the money, give me the money. It don't have to be a rich person doing that. It could be a poor person.
You
Same
know,
thing.
there comes a time when you have to teach your kid like the value of a dollar. You know what I'm saying? That's what my
Yes.
Yeah.
parents did with me and my sister. Like after a certain age, they just stopped handing us stuff.
Oh, yeah, it was. I
And
learned
that's
pretty.
that's how I feel, Demetrius. I feel as if like I said on his panel on Auntie's panel. It's just like the mother bird. If the mother bird does not create an environment where she is teaching the baby birds how to take care of themselves. Like usually if you watch a nature documentary, the mother bird will take the baby birds to places where she shows them where food is. So she teaching them, how to hunt for themselves and how to get food, the safer places where they can fly, the places where it's not safe for them to fly, and she teaches them how to spread their wings and all this different stuff so that when the time comes and she nudges them out of the nest, they spread their wings and they fly off, and they have to go and be by themselves, and they have to implement all the things that mama bird taught them as far as how to survive. And the ones that do not leave the nest, after a while mama bird is going to get fed up, and she's going to do what?
She's gonna
She's
push
going to
him out.
Yeah, she's gonna push them out.
And
And
that's
and
and that's another thing, Faith, piggybacking on what you're saying. Some animals, if they have a sibling that looks like they're not going to make it, and that's the runt, they stop feeding them, or they'll kill them.
yeah, they'll eat them. Yeah,
They'll eat them. They won't feed them because they're like, no, you don't look like you're going to make it, and I'm going to feed the ones that look like they're going to make it. Natural. So that happen. That's part of nature.
But what really got me was this one time they said that this is very rare. But it was this one nature show that I watch. I watch a lot of nature shows, y'all.
Yeah.
But the mama bird had gotten sick or something where she couldn't go out and she couldn't hunt. And it was a very rare thing, but the birds that were the baby birds, she never pushed them out the nest. She never made them leave. So she was always going out and bringing food back to them, and so they never learned how to hunt. And when that mama bird could not go out and bring them food, you know what they did?
They ate her?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I had never seen that before. They said that that occurs every now and then when there's an imbalance, within how the baby birds are being raised.
Yeah.
So she did not, correctly raise them in a balanced situation where they knew how to hunt for themselves. So she became food.
Yeah. I could see that happening.
Yeah. I mean, it's no different. I'm trying to remember. There was this story in I don't know if it's in New York or Chicago. There was
I
this lady hairstylist,
mhm.
and her son killed her off for the insurance money.
That's
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 sad.
Wow.
that that's what happens when you don't do like what you said, Faith. That's what happens. Is that's how the kids get. Remember that story in New York City where that woman told her son, "You need to get a job," and he killed her.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's why you got to do it in a timely fashion. You got to do it right, or else your kids will be trying to kill you, and they'll be trying to feed off you, and they'll be blaming you for why they don't have nothing.
Yeah, she was a licensed real estate agent, and
Yeah,
she was just telling her son, "You need to get a job." And because she asked him to go get a job, he killed her.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a very this is this is real.
Yeah. This ain't the old days, man. That people have this like fear of parents. People don't have that fear of parents no more,
Yeah, that's true.
and a lot of times because the parents don't even instill that fear,
Yeah,
and they're
that's what I was just gonna say, bro. Speak. This is an entitled generation, but we entitled. We enable them to be entitled.
right.
And some parents want to be their child's friend instead of their child's parent. And so that's going to create issues later on.
Yeah, they can't function. I have a friend like when his mom died, he could barely function. He couldn't hold the job that we were both at the same job. He couldn't keep the job. He had to
Mhm.
leave, go into a mental hospital. I mean, they were doing all kinds of tests on him and stuff. I mean, and this guy has land, like land all over. He's set for life, but he wants nothing to do with it because he can't handle it. Because his mom always made his decision. So when she passed away, he was done, and he's still struggling to this day. I just talked to him maybe a week ago, still with the same struggle.
Mm, mm,
Can't
mm.
function, can't function, can't. Still trying to find a woman, and I'm like, dude, woman's the last thing you need to be worried about. you you don't need a woman. You need whatever religion that you were following. You need to get close to that. And that's the thing. You don't teach your child how to function in this world. You know, they out of there. Either
But
they going
you got some people that believe that love is money.
mm,
Yeah, but then something went wrong when they were being raised, because love is not money, love is a resource.
Mhm.
It's love and money are not synonymous.
I learned that real quick. Love. No, I got to go to work. You got to go to work. Like, yeah, it's crazy, man.
But I
The
didn't realize how entitled, a lot of people were until I started seeing even some of the people in my generation. I'm Generation X. And some of the people in my generation, the way that they be doing their parents, I'd be like, what type of mess is this? Like I said, my friend Tasha, she used to leave her kids on her mom all the time. And then her mom developed cancer. And do you know she was still sending them kids over there? And the woman could barely hold her head up.
wow, that's
So how does
God.
she feel now that her mom is deceased?
Well, no, her mom didn't die of the cancer, but it's just when during the time when it was that bad, and you could clearly see that she was struggling, she didn't have no compassion.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
messed
that's
up.
that's kind of bad. Yeah, but she'll get hers in the end, cuz I know um I was in a situation where I had a wayward, relative that wouldn't listen and was hard-headed and running around wild. And when that person's mother died, they did not take it well, because they were giving the mother the business. They weren't listening. They were hard-headed, and you know, they're haunted by I should have. And that person went into alcoholism, and the person was already predisposed to be an addict, and the person went downhill because they were going down the drain, because um, they had a lot of regret, and they can't fix it.
Mm.
And there's a lot of loss, and they can't fix it. They can't apologize, they can't fix it, and they have to live with how shitty they were, and how bratty they were. They have to live with that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't realize it until what they say, you don't miss the water until the well is dry. You
Yeah,
don't miss your parent until they're gone.
yeah.
Hmm.
Now, it's funny because my parent is no longer on this earth, but it's so weird, and I thought that I was going to fall apart. But there are so many days, I mean, time has passed. I did have a mourning period, but there are so many days when I feel like my mother and my grandmother are right over my shoulder. I'll go shopping and I'll hear my mother's voice say, that's Porky Pig. You don't want that. Or I'll hear my grandmother say, no, don't do that. And I feel like their spirit is with me everywhere that I go. And I feel like I can hear their voice saying, don't do that. And because I listened to everything they told, because I'm the type of person, I don't want to go through hell. If you're telling me that this is the wrong thing to do, I'm gonna listen to you because you already went through it. And there are so many times where I don't feel that empty hollowness, because I feel like they're with me. And I never thought that this would be my life after they were gone. But I feel like they're talking to me and saying, remember this, don't do this. I feel them with me at all the time. So I feel grateful that I was respectful, and that I was caring, and that I did what I could, because I don't have that regret.
Yeah. Um, I
Yeah.
I think like when I be in my low points, that's when I dream of my mother. So it's kind of like so it kind of because like when when I was in some low points, she would be there to help me get out of it. She'll try to talk me and talk it out, and I would feel better. So when I dream of her, that's when I know, like, yeah, you're in a low point, and so so I think yeah, that does help, and I think a lot of regrets I had only was just like maybe I could have done more for her, but then I have like family members that say, no, you did what you could, you know. So it's that helps.
Yeah, because you can't go back. You know what I'm saying? When it's
Yeah.
over, it's over.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's true. That is so true.
So Demetrius, what say you
About what
Demetrius.
specifically?
about honor thy mother and father?
Yeah, just don't let them beat the hell out of you. Just don't let them jump you. You still your own person at the end of the day.
So do you have a good relationship with your parents?
I'm open with them, if that's what you mean. Even though there were times when we didn't get along.
Well, damn, Demetrius, you came in saying don't let them beat the hell out of you. What the hell? Is there
Oh,
something
Oh
you
no,
want
Let's
did
to?
that
just
happen?
say, let's just say, let's just say, somebody, one of my cousins, they were mad at me, so they got mad at me, like, because I didn't want to do something for them, like a favor, and they called my dad and told him that I hit his mom. So yeah, needless to say, that cousin got his ass whooped by his own parents. So
Wow, did your parents
so when I
believe
got
him?
home, yeah, when I got home, guess what happened? I got jumped.
Oh, oh
dang.
my goodness. I'm so sorry, Demetrius. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing.
Mm-mm-mm. That kind of reminds me of AP's story.
Yeah, that was a bad story. yeah, that yeah, that's something you don't forget.
But you know what? I think we all got a whooping that we didn't deserve before. Because I remember one time I was in the kitchen and I was at the refrigerator, minding my own business, getting some milk out the refrigerator. And next thing
Mhm.
I know, because my aunt she was living with us at the time, my cousin Roger was running down the stairs. And he was running from his mom. And I don't know. Next thing I know, I'm lifted off the floor. He using me as a human body shield. And my aunt coming down
Aw.
swinging the belt, and I'm like, what the hell? I saw the belt. I'm like, hey, I had nothing to do with this.
Oh no.
And she got me and him, and I don't even to this day I don't even know what that was about.
Well, the funny thing, Faith, about that story, there are so many other things that my mother did that was absolutely remarkable. And I really don't believe that I hold a candle to her. We were poor and we didn't even know it because she made it special for us. We never did without for birthdays, for holidays. We had fun and we were a family. We would play charades. We watch karate movies together, and then when the commercial would come on, we would all be fighting each other, like pretending like we're the karate masters and stuff. We went to the zoo together. We went to the beach. We didn't know that we were poor because we were together and we loved each other. For whatever faults and all. Oh my God, there is a fox out here.
Well, AP,
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm kind of offended because
No,
you just
I'm
glossed
sorry.
over.
You know how much I love trees and animals, Faith. Now you
No,
know,
it's not
but
even that.
yeah.
But you glossed over my whooping story where I got wrongfully attacked.
Oh, I'm so. Oh, because you mentioned that you that it was kind of like my story, and I guess in my own way, I'm just saying, you know, I don't hold a grudge because the good outweighed the bad. So there, if you balance it out, it wasn't. I'm not glossing over your story. I did hear you, but I do want to say that there were some things that my mother was remarkable in as far as.
Did I tell you that I had welts on my arm from that? Yeah.
Do you still have the welts?
Well, no, of course I don't have the welts now. I mean, it was years ago, but
Yeah, Welch. How many times did
yeah,
he hit you?
she was beating both of us. I mean, I don't know what he did, but whatever he did, she was seeing red because she didn't even recognize that I wasn't even part of the thing.
Look at that.
Dang. That's crazy.
Well, Faith, I'm gonna give you a virtual hug, and I'm gonna kiss the ouchie virtually. How about that? I'm
Yeah,
gonna
because I
I'm gonna
mean,
take I'm gonna go into a time machine and I'm gonna kiss that ouchie and give you a virtual hug and then come back here and finish the show. How about that? Ah,
well, anyway, that was a long time ago, but yeah, that really to this day, I can't even ask my Aunt Catherine what it was about because she's not even here anymore.
see. Hey, remember in Cooley High and they spilled the alcohol on the ground and said this is for the homies that ain't here.
Yeah, I really, really want to know why did I have to be part of that scenario right there,
See,
and how
there you
come you
go.
didn't stop when you saw I was there getting? She clobbered me. I mean, maybe it was some residual anger because I did used to always go into her stuff.
Yeah, she saw. Yeah, anger is a funny thing because sometimes you can't stop yourself.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you can't stop. You just see red.
Hey, D Darrell down there.
Hey, D. Darrell.
What's up, D
I'm
Real?
trying to. I'm trying to think. Did I ever whoop my kids like that? Did I ever get the wrong one?
We gonna have to bring one of them up. No, I'm just joking. But each kid experiences the family differently. Because sometimes when I tell stories and my sisters tell stories, we're like, "Are we from the same family? How come these stories are so?" The perspective is so skewed. It's like it's a different household.
Yeah, but you know what? There was a plenty of whoopings though that I should have gotten that I didn't get.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, me
I
too.
can say
That's
that.
true.
I can say that. I never had a whooping that I didn't deserve. Like I didn't get many, but the ones I did, I can say yeah, I probably deserved them. But then there are times where I done some stuff that my mother didn't whoop me, but she did some yelling, and that was all I needed. Like you yell at me, and I feel bad. So
But how do you feel about corporal punishment? How do y'all feel about it?
Well,
Do
I
you
already
think it's
told y'all.
necessary?
Oh, I already told y'all what I think. Some of these
I
kids.
Yeah, I think that is quick but effective, and I think that I guess I was told it's better that I give you a whooping than the police come after you because they're gonna shoot you. That's what I was told. They gonna shoot you. That they gonna shoot first and ask questions later. So that was her gaslighting justification for whooping our ass.
I say it should be the last resort. Shouldn't be the first resort, and it really depends on the child because it's like if you do it too much, then it loses the it loses the effect. Because like my brother, he whoop his children. It didn't change nothing because they were just doing it so much to the point where it's just like it didn't really do anything. Some of them would just laugh it off. Like I'm
I
like,
don't know. I could never get used to my parents' whoopings. They didn't play. But see, my mother was an African though. I got one of them damn African
oh,
beat downs. You know.
the African strength. Oh man,
Yeah, look at that.
African strength. Oh, trust me. I work with a bunch of Africans. I know about their strength. I've seen them do inmates a certain kind of way. You wouldn't think that person would, but that inmate learn. No, he ain't the one.
I think that with the whoopings for me, my mother would just whoop you wherever the hell we was. Because it wasn't this child protect. It wasn't like, where people drop a dime on you. Wherever, if she would use a shoe or whatever, it was convenient. Like Eddie Murphy was saying, throw the shoe at you, and so it was the humiliation for me. You know, and it was being in public and kids teasing you about getting your ass whooped. So so that that was it not only you're being punished. What do they say? Praise in public and punish in private. Well, that wasn't the mantra at my house. That wasn't what we did. So
Mm,
yeah, it was
mm,
the
mm.
it was
Your
the
parents.
yeah.
Your mother was she was man. She was terrible. AP.
Yeah, yeah. In some ways, she was. In some
Man,
ways, she
goodness
was.
gracious. Well, Dita Rail, I see you down there on the panel. You said you think it's necessary, although your field thinks otherwise. Can you explain that?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey,
Hey,
Diddy.
yeah. So, basically, the reason why I stated that is because the reason corporal punishment has been given such a negative kind of for its outlook and so on is over the last, I'm going to say probably since the early mid '80s, that was a huge rise in child abuse per se. And I think that because of that, they used extreme uh, examples to kind of, not necessarily look at things in entirety as far as how people discipline their children. And so when that was a huge spike in child abuse where people were using just crazy memes. I mean, I'm not talking about the old school get the switch type of stuff or belts and even getting spanked by a shoe. I'm talking about stuff in which um people were using like metal rods and 2x4s and different crazy stuff like that. And so they've kind of strictened the laws and rules on that kind of stuff because I mean I don't know if many of you can remember or not. Or I don't know, like I mean I grew up in Louisiana, but when I grew up in elementary up in the middle school, corporal punishment was used in school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Yeah.
so what ended up
I
happening,
I got
there
corporal
were
punishment in
some
school.
situations where the teachers or the principal got overzealous, and when you start having some lawsuits coming in, they had to kind of take it out of the school. And I do think that if corporal punishment is utilized um and with moderation and also with a person being in control of their emotions, that it could greatly reduce those type of extreme situations. And so one of the reasons, particularly in the field of psychology and counseling, when there was a huge a lot of research was done on child rearing and things like that in the 60s and 70s. And so that was a psychologist by the name of Jean Piaget. And then there were other behavioral psychologists that started to look at the use of positive, what they call operant conditioning, which is a term that kind of speaks of which you're trying to extinguish behavior by using positive and negative reinforcements. And so if you have a child in any environment, and if you want to extinguish a behavior, you have to give some type of positive or negative reinforcement that they value in order to, in some way, to adjust their behavior. And so one of the things they found is that fear in many situations is not the best form of action for children. Now, in my position, I disagree with that to a certain extent. I feel that children do need to. I think they, in some way, are looking at, that's kind of a gray area between respect and fear. But there are healthy forms of fear, knowing that if I do certain things, there will be a hefty consequence. And so, I also think that when you look at the historical aspects of slavery, and for African Americans, we pathologize, in my position, um, spankings as a the be all end all form of controlling and rearing children, because that was based in the hostile environment that we were involved in the way that type of uh, behavior was utilized to control our behavior. But there's also a flip side of that. That the majority culture don't like to talk about, is the fact that they were also in a way uh, influenced, or say negatively affected by that, because they didn't want to engage in a behavior that reflected what they did to another group of people. So there's kind of two sides of looking at that, and there, when I studied doctors such as Naeem Akbar, that kind of talked about that, and other black psychologists that kind of give rise to the psychological effects of slavery, and how, when it comes to things like child rearing, that there was some long-term residual effects, not only just to black people, but also to to white people also. So one of the biggest things I deal with, particularly when early in my career, when I actually saw more children, and unfortunately, being that there's not a lot of black male therapists, basically there's not a lot of black therapists, period. So when you have a person coming into the house, because I was actually going into the community doing a lot of therapy in some very dangerous, bad places per se. And so a lot of parents, particularly a lot of single mothers, they wanted me to be outside of being a counselor and almost be kind of a pseudo father, because that's the only kind of male presence that the kids ever had. And so one of the biggest things is that when you have a mother at home trying to do multiple different things, it doesn't necessarily, you got to look at the fact of the environment that she's trying to manage. And so it's easier for a middle class home or an upper class home to utilize positive and negative reinforcements if you have things that the child values, that they will manage, or they'll avoid doing certain behaviors. But if you're looking at lower income, they can't afford the video games, can't afford certain other privileges. It's a bit difficult to use behavioral techniques, because they don't have the resources, so that for that. And so that's the thing that they don't look at. And so when I had to basically explain that in clinical meetings, because they're trying to figure out why are why some of these kids always, why is spanking used first and foremost. And so it's because they don't have as many options. And the options are linked to the fact of your economics. And there's a difference. It's a lot easier to do these things. Take away the car, take away, you can't go to the park, you can't go to, you wanted to go to a the baseball game or sports, things like that. It's easier to do that when you can afford those things, and a child adjusts to knowing that those consequences, as opposed to you can't afford to do any of those things. So um corporal punishment in our community was relied on a little bit more. Now, my position and what a lot of research will show, and is also for parents who, because I've dealt with this a lot of parents today feel powerless because they're afraid that if they do bruise or something like that to their child, that CPS can be called, and there's other uh, things that could happen, and that is true. And I personally had to deal with that. And so I do understand and can empathize with that. But you do have a legal right to spank your children. And if you look up any state law, everybody's different. But in the state of Texas, you do have the right to utilize corporal punishment as long as you are spanking the child within reason between the knees and the waist area. And you have the right to use a belt or any form of, I guess, strap or whatever, but as long as it is not perceived as life threatening or can physically cause medical attention, cause a child to have to seek medical attention, you're in your right to do so. But the things that I kind of want to teach parents is that before, I think that spankings are more effective when they are utilized with other techniques, such as timeout. But a lot of people overuse timeout because it is not, to me, rule of thumb is you give a child a timeout based on their age. If they're 10 years old, you give them a 10-minute timeout. If they're 5 years old, don't give a child a 30 to an hour minute timeout, because they're not going to abide by that. Research shows the child is going to get restless. They're going to may cry. They may start pouting, actually, and you want to do it in short intervals. Also, looking at that is that I think one thing that can minimize that is that if you praise a child for good behavior and you give more attention to the good behavior than the bad behavior, the child is more likely to want to do the good behaviors and not do the bad behaviors. But unfortunately, a lot of children get more attention when they do bad things instead of good things. So verbal praise and awareness of that is also a way that can extinguish those type of behaviors. And there's a few other things you can do. Things that you can provide and do that they value. You can use the ability to as far as grounding and taking away certain things. But also, I do think that explaining to children the reason why they're getting, I'm not saying like a full lecture, but you explaining the purpose of the punishment, and you repetitively do it with consistency. And a lot of parents don't are not the one of the more difficult things is that they're not consistent with the punishments. And I think that if a child misbehaves 10 times, they need to be corrected 10 times. Don't let it go 2 or 3 times, because to a 5 or 6 year old, they don't process things like an adult will. They're going to think, if I got away with it 2 or 3 times, I can try again. But I do think that, again, if you're using that in conjunction with other techniques, it could, it's more effective. So, but because I've had, disagreements and arguments about corporal punishment, and even when I was in college in training, um, I had professors that did not agree with corporal punishment. A lot of them felt like, you should use different behavioral techniques and means to do so. And the problem with that is that um, it all depends on how that's carried out and the consistency of it. But I'm looking at things in reflective of our community. And when you look at the issues as far as our community, we can't raise our children like other people that have other resources and other things. We have different set of circumstances, So I'm looking at it as applicable to our community.
Wow, I never thought of it that way.
I haven't either. That is a great analogy because I never, well, yeah, because my family grew up poor. We were poor.
Yeah. So you can't if you're growing up poor and you and so let's just say your parents only were able to afford to buy you a toy on Christmas, okay? And let's just say everybody and for some kids there are a lot of kids that didn't get anything for Christmas, so it's not going to be as effective for you to try to take away toys if they don't have any toys or lack thereof toys. Now, for a middle class home, work upper, middle class, you can take all the toys away, the GI Joe, the Barbie, and all that stuff, and the kid is going to respect that because you can afford to do those things. And so that's part of what's missing when we talk about, and that was one of the reasons why I got in the field and I voiced certain concerns and made changes. And then I decided the best way I could help Black families is to have my own company and provide those services to those, in a way that I know that would fit our culture and our people and what they respond to. And so when we have other groups, and I'm not saying that other groups of people can't provide adequate therapy, but there's certain nuances that they don't necessarily grasp immediately that I can, being in our community and knowing our culture, we can pick up a lot quicker. And it makes a big difference.
Yes, that does make a big difference because if you were from a different environment and you were a different race or a different, ethnicity, you probably wouldn't have picked up on that subtle nuance.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give you another reason, a big issue that I ran into. Um, when I would be in certain meetings, um, a lot of the white therapists did not understand African American concept of children showing respect to adults. They did not understand that. And they're
What?
oh, go
So
ahead. I'm
what
sorry.
did they let the kids disrespect adults? I mean, what's
Yes,
going on with
yes,
that?
that's what a lot of, and I'm not saying all, but there's a healthy percentage of people in the majority culture that allow their children to curse, that allow their children to say all kinds of disrespectful stuff. And what they'll do is they'll try to negotiate and compromise with their child and not correct them for the disrespectful behavior. And so they had difficulty understanding why this parent was spanking his child because they start saying, MF this and I don't give a F and goddamn this and that. And I'm trying to explain that number one, that is disrespectful. Number two, if that parent's rules is that you don't speak like that in our community, children don't. I grew up in a situation where children even talk. When adults are talking, you need to shut up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to explain to them that in
Dita
this,
real, I thought booty was a bad word. Okay, I got whooped for saying booty. Okay,
yeah, it's depending on how strict it is. Some was more than others, but they struggled with understanding why that child got whooped for arguing or saying disrespectful things, because in their community they allow their children the freedom of expression like that. And to me, I understand the aspects of having freedom of expression, but that expression is a bit that's a bit disrespectful. Like I've had family therapy with the majority culture, and I literally have um um uh 12, 13-year olds cursing their parents out in therapy.
You know what, Dita? I have a friend that is um, dating a person from the majority community, and she keeps telling me how disrespectful his children are. And I keep telling her it's because that's how they raise their kids. And she keeps arguing with me and fighting with me, going, no, that's not it.
Yes,
And
it
I keep
is.
That
It
and
is.
I keep telling her I am serious. I've seen this before. They don't raise their kids like how we raise our kids.
They
And she
don't.
was fighting with me and arguing with me.
Now she probably, in her defense, I think she probably fought you on that because I don't know. Maybe the person probably was telling the child not to say that. Maybe they were trying to correct them, but failed to be effective in doing so. But but it's very common in that community that they let their children talk just
Crazy to them.
crazy to them, and they'll talk back, and then basically they'll get upset over the issue of what they're arguing about instead of the fact that this child, this minor, was calling you all kind of MFs and the hell with that, and I don't give a damn, and you be this, and you getting on my goddamn, like I've literally had kids do that, and I actually had to basically say we're not going to talk like that in my office. I had to basically, like, and I really, as a therapist, you know you do have the right to set the guidelines of how therapy is going to be facilitated. But beyond that, I'm just not going to have any child. I don't care where you come from, client or not. You're not going to talk like that in my presence to any adult. And maybe that could be cultural influence on me. I'm not trying to, let's say, impose my culture on anybody, but just for me, rule of thumb, that's not effective communication. It's actually very negative. So, and I actually, in a lot of situations, you have to basically redefine to a parent how to be a parent, and that is very difficult to do because they have to come outside of their comfort zone to. And this is, and I'm helping them understand, because you want to focus on the quote unquote new term is soft parenting. I've been hearing about this new little term coming up, and every kid that I know that has been involved in soft parenting, they all act the same way. They don't understand rules, they don't understand boundaries, they pout, they're spoiled, and they don't respond to that type of parenting. You know, the only kids that can respond well to soft parenting are those kids that already have instilled that they have to follow rules and they're not supposed to act a certain way. So there's really not a need to go back and do a lot of behavioral correction. But kids that don't understand that, and kids who are like shown a proven long term record of inappropriate, disrespectful, they're not going to respond well to that. They're going to just do what they want to. And see, and these type of behaviors is what spills over into schools and other environments, and these kids fail to function.
Yeah, because this woman, she's engaged to this man, and he has three boys. One is like an adult, and the other two are teenagers. And she told him, I don't think I can marry you until they're grown, because I if they disrespect me like this, they'll have to leave the house. She's just, you know and I stopped telling her that that's what it was, and she was like, no, he just needs to do this. And I'm thinking, I'm trying to
No,
tell her he's not
no,
going to do it.
no, he's
That's
not.
how to
That's not
he
how they
Yeah,
function.
that's what I was trying to tell
No,
her, but she thought that I was playing the race card. I'm like, I'm not playing the race card. I've been around everybody, and that's how they are with their kids.
yes, they allow their kids to yell and scream, and they allow their children freedom of expression without uh
Filter.
any filters. They do that, and I understand that you want your children to have the ability to express themselves, because I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, in our community, you better shut up. You
Yes.
better not even talk. But I get that. But at the same time, and this is why when they operate in certain environments, particularly with people that don't look like them, they're very loose to say certain things
Mm.
because they never learned boundaries and what not to say what to say when you're around, because they don't get that from they allow them to just blatantly say whatever and don't even think about the consequences.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying this because this woman was arguing me down, and I was like, he's not gonna all of a sudden parent like he's not gonna be like you. He's gonna. This is how their household is. This is how he's been doing it for years. He's not gonna change anything.
No, he's not changing anything. He's
No.
not. And to be honest with you, and see, this is a big issue is that this is an issue as far as with now what I have seen over the years is um there have been a large percentage of an increased percentage, I would say, of black folks who are starting not to believe in corporal punishment. And then when those behaviors of those kids that are not disciplined, we get a different result than other people. See, when our kids act a fool and don't follow rules and regulations, they go to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right,
we
right.
see, but when they're, it's just like the opioid crisis is no different than the
From
crack
crack.
epidemic. But see, we went to jail behind
Yep.
they don't, you know what they get? Medicare and
Rehab.
Medicaid created a whole slew of programs called opioid treatment centers that are across the country making millions of dollars for that population. They get therapy and all types of treatment and funding. They don't get jail like we did.
Exactly.
And that's the difference. That's the difference. And so when we do things a certain way, there's a different outcome. And that's why we have to use different measures of parenting.
Yep. Facts.
Yeah.
And that's what I was told. I was told I'd rather give you a spanking than you running from the police and they shoot first and ask questions later. That's what
And,
I was told growing up.
and that's the truth.
Yep.
And
Well, I'm back,
that's the truth.
guys. Demetrius said good night. He has class tomorrow.
All right,
Oh,
Demetrius.
okay,
Good
good night.
night.
But there is a place for corporal punishment, and um, like I said, I feel like it's best used when you're also using other means of punishment or to teach your child different behaviors. But using corporal punishment alone, like Brother Speak did say, like if you're constantly doing it, it does lose its effect. And then also you got to look at the fact that you know our kids should function under different rules, but the parenting for each child is not going to be the same. You can't. It's they have the same rules and so forth, but certain things one child is going to respond to that the other one is not, and you have to be mindful of that. But see, a lot of kids they'll perceive that as if you're treating one better than the other, but you're really not. As long as they're under the same rules. Now the as far as the application of parenting could be different, but they still should be following and be under the same rules and regulations and do's and don'ts and value system in the household. That should be the same.
So, are you
Yes.
saying that kids can be under the same rules and get different punishments?
Yes, yes, I am saying
Well,
that, and I know that
that's
may
not.
come off as. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, because I'm like, okay, if I'm a kid and if I'm getting beat, but this person is just getting a timeout or something, I'm gonna feel some kind of way about that.
Yeah, I know. As a kid, you would feel that kind of way, but as a parent, you got to look at what works. And see, one of the biggest mistakes that parents do make is that discipline for children should not be done to me in front of other children. It should be actually done of the children. Other like if you got multiple children, they should be in there. Go to their room. They shouldn't see you disciplining the other child. That should be done to me. I think effectively, just looking at it, that should be done in a room with you and the child, not the other children witnessing what you're doing per se. But every child is not going to respond to spankings the same way. Uh, some children may need multiple spankings, and one may need one. But I do think that the the fact that you are using a form of parenting as far as corporal punishment, whatever, to the same, let's say the same behavior, the same rule breaking behavior or undisciplined behavior, that is what counts. Now, it's certain things children are not going to understand when they're young, but you can also, as they get older, again, it comes with parents communicating and teaching their children the reason why I'm doing this. And I think, yeah, they may not understand it as a little child, but if you continue to open up the communication as they get older, they'll be able to understand that listen, so and so had this problem, so and so did this, that, and whatever. In your situation, you did X, Y, Z. So for you, when I did certain things, this is how you responded, but this child didn't. I had to do other things, and so as a parent, you got to look at what is effective per each child, because if you whoop every child one time and you got three different kids, as chances are one or two of those kids is not going to respond. You may have to whoop another one an extra time or two, because there may be one that's going to be willing to try you more than the other. So
Okay.
you got to look at the scenarios of that. I mean, again, parenting is a difficult thing, but that it would not
Well,
be
yeah, I
wise
can.
to think that you can punish every child the same and you're gonna get the same response, because a lot of times you probably not. You always got a child that's going to try you more than the other one or do whatever. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
I can attest to that because being a parent myself, there are certain punishments that I would give to my son that I could not give to my daughters. They
Right,
were all different. They had different
right,
temperaments.
right, exactly, and especially boys, because boys are far more likely to try you than girls are. I mean,
Yeah, I
particularly
was just thinking
particularly if you
about
got a
that.
man, particularly if you got a father in the home. Like, I know just me and just seeing girls, if a father tell the girls, all you gotta do is tell them one time, and but a boy is willing to still take a risk. That's just the nature of males are willing to take a risk more than girls are. And so it's that's just the nature of things.
Yeah,
Very,
because
very interesting.
Yeah,
but he's right because I with my son I had to instill fear in him way more than I had to instill fear in my daughters. My daughters, I tell them one thing maybe once or twice, they good, but with him it was like numerous times he just would not listen.
yeah, and that's how boys are. And that's boys are willing to be a little bit more hard headed. Boys are willing to act out on impulse. And see, this is the reason why African American boys in schools are 4 or 5 times more likely to be expelled or suspended or kicked out than any other group. Because our little boys are bad. And they like to try different things, and particularly if they're not drawn to you per se, they may not listen. And so one of the biggest thing, I think the reason why a lot of boys act up in school, because the supervision by the females in the schools, which is mainly white teachers for the most part, is not reflective of the type of parenting or supervision they getting at home. Because because in our community, the women are a little bit more aggressive in parenting than other women of other cultures, and they don't get that. And so I really think, in my observation of young black boys, they're willing to try the teachers a lot more because of the way um the supervision is. And then I also looked at this, and this is another study, and this is something that I try to talk about, and I've had arguments and debates on this in many situations. If you look at how black kids act and function pre-segregation versus after segregation, is night and day. It is night and day. If you look at the literacy rates, if you look at as far as kids being put in special ed, because black boys are like 5 to 8 times more likely to be put in special ed, and right behind it is black girls. If you look at the function of black kids before segregation and after segregation, that tells the whole story. Because when our women in our community were teaching those kids, and a lot of just their verbal responses, posture, the fact that they may have known the parents, but the fact that that's still a black woman of what they're accustomed to at home, they responded totally different. Totally different. That these behavioral issues did not exist, that began to exist even up until today, desegregation.
Can I ask you something? This is along the lines of what you're talking about. This just jumped in my head. Is that why some black men think that white women are more feminine and nicer because they talk to them different than the way we talk to them, and they communicate with them differently than the way we do?
I'm going to say that a lot of black men have been conditioned to think, because of what they see on TV, and what the culture and the perception of how white women are perceived, to think that they're more feminine. Not just on just how they talk, but just all the way around, just on cultural conditioning of white women. Because white women are deemed in a certain way than any other group of women, versus what black men may experience in their own um, family or in their own environment. It does, to me, because black women may respond and do certain things differently, don't mean that they're more that they're less feminine. It just means that they're functioning based on the reality that they're in, and the obstacles that they have to deal with. They still feminine, and and I had actually a argument with BGS on this about a year ago, and I was trying to explain to him, you all are trying to say, like, explain to me the concept of why you all think that black women are not feminine. I said, I've never met a woman in my life that wasn't feminine, but I do know that I met a lot of stressed out women that were overworking themselves, trying to do multiple things in multiple roles. So they had to function in a way to survive in the role that they were in. So it's not the fact that they're not feminine, that they have to function in what they have to do to live a effective life for not only themselves but also their children. They could be feminine when the time and place of that to be there. If they had less stressful situations, you would see that behavior. But they don't. So you're going to see a different behavior.
Right.
Now, Rail, would you say that you are you sounds like you kind of agree with Princella?
In what way?
Because Princella says that black men, well, not just black men, but men in general, don't listen. She has said,
no, I didn't say black men don't listen. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that they are perceiving, and see, most black men don't date outside their race, but black men as a minority group, on percentage wise, date more than any other group.
Well, no, she was talking about in lines of just basically how when she was in the military, she was seeing how the men were disciplined and indoctrinated in the military, conditioned in the military. It was based off the fact that they would say men are very different. They don't listen, and so you have to take a certain approach with them in order to get them whipped into shape, to become people that follow orders and listen. She said that. And
no, but that's not what I said, though.
but it sounds very similar.
No. I'm talking about. She asked about the responses relates to femininity, of black women and versus white women. So I was speaking in terms of black women. I think AP from the Bronx said as far as black men saying that white women are perceived as being more feminine, right? Is that correct?
It's correct because take I'll give you an example. I'll see a black child get out of pocket, and the response is, like you said, negotiation and stuff like that. But
Right,
if that was a black teacher, she would give him the eye, like,
right,
you know what, you
right,
know. So just she's doing that because she knows that in her community that's effective.
right.
But the white teacher is gonna just, now so and so and so and so he may perceive her as being more softer because of her approach, but the black teacher is giving him the eye, like, you know what's coming after this, don't you? Kind of
Right,
like,
right.
don't try me. So it doesn't mean that she's mean. She knows that dealing with this black boy, that's going to be more effective than, now Roderick, that's not very nice. So can a person construe that as being, she's nicer than the black woman? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Could that be
So
miss? Yeah.
yeah. So and see what I was thinking when it came to, I guess when Faith is saying they're not listening. I was assuming it in a situation of you having a disagreement about black women being feminine or not, that black, like a lot of black men are not being receptive to that. Is that
No, I wasn't talking about that at all. I'm
oh,
talking
that's
about
because
something
that
totally
was the
different.
position I was coming from that position.
Yeah, because I've seen that, like, you give him look like, don't try it. So that doesn't mean that you're meaner than the majority people. It just means that that look, that he knows what that look is, like that Medea look. Everybody know what that look is, and he's
Right.
gonna straighten up faster than if you go, now Roderick, that's not very nice. That's not, you gonna not gonna get as quick of a, he's not gonna snap into shape with that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
agree.
response.
I agree. And to me, that's one of the, to me, the main things that I look at as it involves the change as far as behavior and achievement of black males and basically black kids, period. Because once we integrated, it got worse. It didn't get better. and,
Yeah.
and and so the biggest mistake we ever made as a people was integrating with these folks. And I do understand the reason why we did it, because we were looking at access to things that we um were not allowed to get into, and they had resources that we didn't. So we felt like the best way to do that was to integrate with them. But it actually did more harm. And one of the things I remember was when I was a kid, I remember my parents, particularly my dad and my grandparents, used to always say that um, they wish we would have never, that we changed a lot once we integrated. They wish we would have never did that. And I was like, because I never experienced segregation. So I was looking at them like, well, what about the not drinking at the water fountain and all this other stuff? And when they started talking about how black people began to stop, they got away from a lot of things, and they start picking up a lot of behaviors that the majority culture did for the worse. And then they start talking about the schools. And then another thing that's not talked about is the amount of black women that lost teaching jobs due to desegregation. There was a large influx of
Oh.
black women
Yeah.
that lost jobs that's never spoken about. Uh, uh, that because a lot of those teachers, many of them didn't have degrees, which you did need. You didn't need to have a degree at that time to teach certain up to certain grades, and um, a large percent of those black women lost their jobs once we integrated, and so that hurt the community. And these were women who actually were effective, even though they didn't have a degree in teaching, but they actually produced better black people. And that to me
Yeah.
that's actually the purpose of education. The
Right.
purpose of education is to produce a better class of people. Kind of like Faith was with a better
Yeah.
class of women, but a better class of people, a more civil, a people of understanding, socialization, not just in the books, but everything all around. And they actually produced a better group of people than now.
Well, D, you know you can't say better now, especially if we had such a horrible history. Because if you ever had a horrible history, according to Woman's Sphere, you can't say better because you're looking down on people.
I'm just looking at the
So,
facts.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
fact of the matter is that before and this is the big, and I'm gonna say this. This is certain things I can look at. Number one, our little boys were not put in special ed. They were not given all kinds of ADHD and medication. Those black women handled those kids. They didn't have to call the police to handcuff a kid. You only see our kids getting handcuffed and stuff like that. That wasn't happening pre-segregation. The other thing was that we invented more things. We invented more things and produced more things within our community than and before integration as opposed to after integration.
Okay.
So our
I
intelligence,
yeah.
even though we were not as formally educated, our intelligence still allowed us to produce and invent things that we didn't get credit for. And some of those things we did get credit for, but through certain other things, we lost patents, we lost all kinds of other stuff. But the reality is that we, with our natural crystallized intelligence, produce those things. And the government tracked that and they understood that. And that was one of the reasons why they integrated with us, because they wanted to control our mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
I oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. No, I'm good.
Oh, I was just going to say BMT has rejoined the panel. He was up here earlier.
What's up, BMT?
what's up? What's up? What's up? Um, yeah, I was listening and everything. One, I was just clarifying the remark about the military and that you got to yell. It's not because of men shit. Like that's stupid. That's dumb. It's not because of you train them in high stress because of war and combat, and that they have to be able to function under high stress, high strenuous areas. The backlash is that a lot of men after that were not always functional and capable in everyday modern society because of that type of um, rearing of behavior, because they break you down, but they don't talk about the abuse. They don't talk about the trauma. They don't talk about the stuff that happened to the men. So the wariness of the bullshit that Priscilla is telling people is false information that uh, men are harder, and that's why the military. No, that's why we have lawsuits and different things coming up now about these type of treatments of hazing. It's called hazing in the service. Is because of that. Now people can try to make arguments and, well, we need to go back to that. I understand, mind you, I was in one of the roughest um, spaces of the military for the front lines as well as operations. Um, but I could tell you right now, there's a lot of men and even women that used to have it where the drill sergeants would jump in the face, scream, holler, spit in their face, beat them, different type of stuff. This type of shit what she's saying, she just need to shut the fuck up about. I get tired when people
Okay.
spread false
Well,
information about
well,
stuff and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
a lot of the training, if you really think about it, it kind of is to make sure that you'll survive if you're a POW, because it's thickening your skin, like people getting in your face and yelling at you, and you having to do physical labor beyond um, normal a normal human being and still being able to think and function. It's in case the worst happens, you'll survive,
There's
and
no
you're mentally um, tough to not fall apart and fall to pieces. They tear you down to build you up.
there is so but I've actually went through road training. I know what it's like to be warded. I know what it's like to be waterboard. I know what it's like to be put into
Damn.
shit up to your waist. I know what it's like to be put in water and you have to stay awake for 48 hours. I'm not sure if a lot of people ever went through those type of training. I know what it's like to get that type of treatment. There's no type of I've seen people who are rah rah hoo hoo start breaking down mentally and start crying.
Yeah,
It's literally it's so. Listen, it's let nobody. It's one thing to train. It's another thing when it's actually real life, and they're saying they're about to decimate you or do horrific things to your butthole or shit like that. Like you're better off putting a bullet in your head or stuff like that. So the screaming and all the other shit she's talking about, she don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Like she was a
But
she was
wasn't Princella in the military?
she was
listen.
in
Yeah,
the
she was.
There's
military.
people.
She was in the military.
There's people. There's people who
Well,
push.
then how does she not know what
There's
she's
people.
talking about?
There's people who push. Like, listen, I've seen people tell all kind of grandeur of stories, and all they did was sit behind a desk. Versus there's people who actually did the walk the mile or walk the green mile, and it's a difference. You understand what I'm saying? It's one thing when you're telling the story. It's an actual thing when you're actually walking the story. Actually, I can show y'all how bad my feet are, or the stuff that I actually know I've done been through. And like I'm just saying, the whole talk about like I can mention stuff like Fort Jackson, or things that went on in Benning or Stewart, or things like that. How they used to haze the women at nighttime and bang the pots, or make you get up at night and tear up all your racks and shit. Those kind of things used to cause people to freak out and go to sick call. They didn't help build a better soldier. It was just sometimes people were fucking with the soldiers because they had nothing better to do or they had a bad night or stuff like that. They actually came down on them like, hey, stop it. Stop doing that shit. I've
When did
actually, when
they
I
stop
became
it?
this,
I had to go through that.
yeah,
I had
see,
to
and
go through that. When did they
it,
stop it?
well, actually, they stopped it around Obama. They stopped it around when
Oh,
Obama was in the military. Obama took over the military because they found out there was so much abuse, sexual trauma, sexual assault, as well as hazing, as well as different soldiers were actually dying or having to get out because of racial. Yeah, there's a lot of racial lawsuits coming up, as well as different things, and you can't hit a drill sergeant back. You can't hit these people back that are doing stuff, or female soldiers being sexually abused. So
Yeah, that
and
happens a
then
lot.
so
it
these
does.
things.
And men.
So these
I know men in the
and
military that are
the
sexually
men stories never get
abused.
told. The men never
Yeah.
talk about them being the men stories never talk about like they make one of the units, which won't be named, was forced to strip down to their drawers and put a towel and forced to do exercises. And if you drop your towel, you had to lean in the front, lean in rest position and stay like that while they continued on. Nobody should ever be that is not training. That is just called humiliating people. That is not soldiering. That is called just breaking down people because you want your shits and giggles. That's why it's just like a cop getting a badge and abusing that. It's the same way with some motherfuckers. They get some power that they never had before, and now they can inflict it on other people. And that's something that the military had to start addressing. Um, a lot of black soldiers got harmed or hurt or shot out there in trainings and exercise, and they'll say it was just a work accident. It was no fucking work accident. Like I
But
said, man, I'm not.
it sounds just like a regular day in the hood to me.
Well, who do you report to? Who do you report
What do you
to?
mean? Who do we report to? I mean,
No, I'm saying
to
when you're in the
me,
military, who do you report to?
You report to your upper. I've never been to the military, so I couldn't tell you.
See what I'm saying? But if your whole if your whole bracket
BMT,
is
go
if
ahead.
your whole bracket is racist as fuck, or you're a lower individual, you're pretty much ain't nobody gonna believe you. And they got plenty of stories or war stories or even movies with the black soldiers. And this, mind you, this is around the time where they were forcing Negroes, but that's what they called you, Negroes, to join the military. Black people didn't have a choice to join the military. You were forced to go, or you did prison. And that was, you didn't even, hell, they pulled you right out of school. So my daddy soon before he even really finished high school, he was forced to go to Vietnam. That was it for him. All he got to do is tell my mama, I want to. If I live, I want to come back and marry you. After that, he was put on the bus to go to Vietnam. He wasn't even asked. Either you go or you go to jail. That's it, boy. That's exactly how he told me. Never came back making sense after that. So it wasn't like they were like saying, "Oh, you a good black man," or "You a good black woman." They called you the N word. They spit on you. They beat you, and they treated you like shit. And that
Well,
honestly, I've
well,
read. Go
hold
ahead.
on, BMT. Hold on, I gotta stop you. Okay, so I don't think that this is what Princella was talking about at
Well, what's
all.
she talking about? What about men?
No- None of that was what she was talking about. So I'm gonna explain to you what I heard her say. Okay,
Explain.
because you jumped on here, and I really didn't even get a chance to say all that I wanted to say because AP and D Darrell was having their conversation, and it kind of drowned out what I was trying to say. But what I was trying to say is that Princella says something very similar, D Darrell, to when you and I were talking about the boys, and I was telling you that with my girls, I would only have to tell them something maybe once or twice. Remember that conversation?
Uh-huh.
And I was saying that with my son was different. I would have to tell him things multiples of times because, like you said, boys are very, very different. They will try you,
Yeah,
and
boys. Yeah, on average, yeah.
yeah, yeah, they would, and that's the same thing that Princella was saying. And that's the reason why I said you sound very similar to Princella because she said the same exact thing about men, but she was talking about men in general, and she
Now
was
that's boys.
using
I ain't talking about now. Men is a little different from little boys. Now, I mean,
right,
Yeah,
but
that is different. That is
that that
different.
that that is, men and boys are different, but she was using pretty much the same language that you were describing when describing the little boys. She was saying the same thing about the men, and that's what made me
oh,
think
now,
about
now,
that.
as far
Yeah.
as men listening, that's another different thing. But as far as listen, um, I don't be, I'm not, I mean, I know people in the military, but I don't know as far as how she related because I've heard her say something about the training and why the military does this and so I can't really. I've never heard that. That's not consistent with other people I know in the military, but I mean, if that's her experience, I can't deny her of her experience of what she saw. But
I
I
call it
didn't hear other
bullshit.
people that said something like that. Um, that's just not consistent of what I've known. And I have a brother-in-law. That's all. He's a Marine, and that's all he talk about. Every time he talk about the military day in and day out, hour for every hour. And I didn't hear anything
Well, that
like it
that's
wasn't
that's
like that.
military. That's military people in general. If you mention
Right?
something military, they're gonna get up. They're gonna
Yeah.
make a big thing about it. I'm sorry, AP and BMT, but y'all know I'm telling the truth.
Well,
No,
I
I mean
know
Nah,
I
that
don't
it's
like when
true.
I
they
It's
know
spread.
that
true
as far as the discipline is concerned, yeah, you don't have to yell at me a lot because I went in when I was 17 years old and I was scared straight, and they just had to yell at me one time, and I got it. Now,
Right.
now a lot of the men that went in, they were young boys. They were 17, 18, 19. So if they had a lackadaisical life, they got scared straight too. Now I don't know how many that I wasn't in their platoon, so I don't know how many times they got yelled at, but I know you just had to yell at me one time or tell me drop and give me 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever they felt like that day. And I pretty was pretty compliant because I did not like getting yelled at. I did not like getting punished and I did not like getting humiliated. So I didn't
I
I
got
didn't give him any trouble, but the boys, they did whip him into shape. And it's kind of like the Officer and the Gentleman, how they came in all lackadaisical and they whipped them into shape and turned them into officers.
right, and
I didn't.
that's what Princella was saying. She was like, a lot of these men are very lazy and lackadaisical, and when they go into the military, that is what they're trying to, kind of, force out of them.
Yeah, but everybody is compared to the military. You're not gonna go in there highly disciplined. You have to learn
Right.
that.
You gotta
Oh
like you
yeah.
got. They make you get up
Oh,
around
but of
0500.
course, of course, you're gonna have to learn that. But what she was saying is, with the men, and she was just speaking from her own experience. She was saying that they would have to be told things over and over again, whereas the women were
They
more
just got it.
disciplined than the men. Yeah, the
Cap,
women were more disciplined.
I don't know
cap.
about that.
Them girls is fucking up just as much. Like, listen, a soldier's a soldier, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I be like, sometimes the gender shit it be entering into stuff that it don't have a place. Like, if you got a workplace, like let's say we all started working at a grocery store, and you're not catching on fast enough, that manager gonna have to keep coming by and say, hey, like, didn't I tell you to do that, or didn't you get this, or you're not moving fast enough? And you're like, damn, this guy's all on us. Some people are gonna be fast. Some people you're gonna have to stay on them until they get it right. But it's different. People have different paces, whether you can keep up with the group or not. That's why it's more team based in the military. There's no I in team. So, like I
Well,
said,
I'm just gonna be honest with you, but even with dealing in the trucking industry, the women that I've trained have actually worked harder and been more attentive, and more, they listen better than the guys that I've trained.
how many women are in the trucking industry, Face?
There's not many, but the ones that I have trained, that's why I say the ones that I have trained,
Right?
BMT. So I'm not talking about the whole of the trucking industry. I led with that I have trained.
No,
And,
no,
and in
I
my
got you.
hold on, and in my experience, it was easier to train the women than it was to train the men, hands down.
Okay, so that's like,
Even with potty training my babies, the girls were easier to potty train than my son.
you know, for me training my boys on how to pee versus watching their mama do it, it was very easy because if I had to go pee, guess what the boys want to go do? They just copy whatever I did. It's not like their mama can get up and pee like I do. But if a boy sees, hey, what's he doing? Oh, he's peeing like that? I'm going to try it. And so guess what? I took their potty. When I go pee, I make them go pee. I make them sit there and stand there, stay right there, boy. See, there's a difference of when the man is instructing that boy versus mommy's always playing. Or unless mommy has to,
BMT.
don't get mad
Yo,
and I call it for
no,
what it is.
no, hold on. Your 1-year-old did not stand up and pee. Okay, most of the time,
Are
boys
you,
sit down and pee first.
I
They don't
said
stand up and
my
pee.
child copied me. A boy is going to copy and mimic what he sees older men
Okay.
do.
All
So
right,
yeah,
BMT.
yeah.
All right.
I'll give you
Okay.
my experience. Okay, so when the
Yeah.
boy, so this is okay. I know.
Yeah,
So what?
and I know too, BMT. Yeah, please.
I'm just saying. So
Hold on. What's up, Mud Hustler and Muscular?
Nobody sunk the Cheerio. Y'all was that a thing back then? Sinking the Cheerio, where you put the Cheerio in the potty and then you tell the boy to pee on top of the Cheerio to sink the Cheerio.
the
I
I've
fuck?
never
never
heard of
heard.
that.
I've
I ain't never
never
heard of
heard
that. What kind
that.
of
Y'all
white
haven't
people you
heard?
hanging around?
It's new. It's
Nobody do that
new.
shit.
It's
No, it's
new.
not.
No.
It's
No,
like if you're a mom and you're trying to teach your kid to, your son how to go to the potty, you
must be a
put a
woman thing.
Cheerio in there. It is, and you
That's a woman
tell
thing.
them sink the Cheerio, and then they aim at the Cheerio, and then that's how they get in the habit of standing up instead of sitting down.
What happened to just get
Yeah,
your ass in there and pee, boy?
Yeah, that's some new stuff. I ain't never heard
Yeah,
of that.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, you
I,
know,
I thought it was cute because my mother, she
no, it's
said she
not.
had a hard time getting my brother to to potty train him.
Fuck no. Y'all wasting food. You don't wasting no food in that house. No. That's
Big
y'all
T,
doing.
you a
No,
fool,
Right.
man.
But
fuck y'all fucking
that's
around.
what
Listen.
that's what I'm saying. Like the boys have always been more difficult to, potty train, more difficult to
Oh,
discipline. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
that's
Well,
why a man is suited to handling a boy because as a boy gets older, that boy gonna get strength. So a father or a man in that boy's life can check that boy and say, "Listen here, stop." When their mama say something, he'll try her. When daddy says something, she look at me, well, how the hell? Because I'm the father. There's a difference in the tone and there's a difference of how when I say it, he looks at me. I don't want to deal with that silverback gorilla. He looks at mommy's a nurturer. So he understands mommy, she has to say it one or two times. Y'all are women, y'all are mothers. I am a father. D. Darrell is a father. I don't know about the other brothers. But when we say something, guess what? We're not fucking around. It's either you
but
do
deep
it
but
or you
that
getting your ass whooped.
but but that's what Princella was saying, is that
She's
that's
a
how
woman.
they have to talk to the men in the military.
That's the women too. The girls too. Girls, a child know when a man says something. If that child is being still with a man as a higher authority, oh shit. What do they always say? What the mom always say? Wait till your father gets home. I don't feel like dealing with that man, so I'd rather deal with mama. I'd rather get a beating from my mama before my daddy get home. The
But
hell with
that's
that.
that's what Prince Stella was
That's what
saying,
she
that
said.
men know how to deal with other men.
That's what she was saying. She's agreeing with you, BMT. She's saying the same thing you're saying,
But
but
that's a
just in a different
child.
way.
But that's a child. If you get a
Those
child, what's
Yeah,
what
we
they say about
confusing
train up a
children with
child?
men. I mean, it's a difference between children responding a certain way and grown men being
Right.
in a certain institution, and they
right.
have to function accordingly. But see, that's my thing with Priscilla. She does say some things that make sense, but she gives things such a genderized slant, and it kind of loses its point to me because it's I don't know. It's she kind of mixing some things that if she would just in my perspective, I get what she was saying because I heard her say something similar on another show. But when you giving it a more of a genderized perspective, like as if these men are incapable of listening, that's just not true. that's
Oh, she didn't say that you were not incapable. She was just saying that there's a certain technique that only men understand, how to implement with other men to make other men listen. Like BMT was saying, like the father, that I
yes.
agree with him. The father does need to be there because boys don't really, want to listen to the mamas like that. I have to, raise my voice several times with my son before he listens.
I think
Okay.
it would.
Go ahead, sir.
I think it just depends on the woman really, because if
right.
I know like in the prison, there's some women supervisors, dudes gonna listen. They're just gonna listen off the bat because they know trouble coming from her. Disciplinaries are coming. Yeah, she gonna make your life a little hell. But then there's some women they know, and some men as well. Like, he ain't really gonna do nothing.
Right.
I've had male supervisors was crying because they let these officers get away with murder, and then they fall back on them because my warden get on them and get them displays. You letting these officers run you? Yeah, we're gonna punish you. So really, I think it's dependent on the person, whether than just if men got to handle men a certain way. It's with anybody. If you don't have the respect of the people, and they could tell if you have that aura about you where you need to be respected and you don't. So I don't think that's just a man thing. I think that's a people thing because I've seen women do male supervisors the same way. They ain't listening to them. They don't respect them. They'll pretend they'll pretend like they listen, but then they're gonna do their own thing until it's time to just say I ain't doing it.
You know, it's interesting. As much as these men bitch about women, they are more receptive to hearing the same shit a woman will say that a man already said in this space. And they were, oh my God, she gave a revelation. And I'm like, you do know there's another man that said that same shit. But I understand y'all listening to a woman that y'all would naturally agree. But a lot of men are used to listening to a motherly figure. So they'll be more so like, oh my God, she gave a revelation. I can understand it. And I'm like, so you like it when it's a more feminine tone say to you, more than when a man says it to you. You feel like you need to go challenge it or fight it versus, yeah, I get it. I understand. And it is what it is.
I feel the same way when I can say something and then, oh, the women will jump down my throat. But let a man come and say the same thing I just said. Oh, Kevin Samuels. Oh, he's just, oh my God, he's a godfather. You know,
yeah, that is true. That is true.
Yeah, that
so
does happen.
The women look for fatherly?
That does happen.
That does happen.
Mm-hmm.
So the women are looking for a father, and the men are looking for a mother. Oh, I'm fine with that. That's what it came down
There's
to.
A lot of people on here looking for different things on this YouTube space.
Right. I mean, look what happened with Pearly. There were men saying the same thing Pearly did, but all of a sudden Pearly comes saying that they just falling on their feet. Like what the hell? Like,
yep.
She ain't saying nothing different than what other people have said. But you know.
Well, I'm gonna say this, man.
I do want to introduce the new panel member because Hustler and Muscular has been down there. He's been waiting so patiently. So what's up, Hustler and Muscular? I see you popped up on here. What you want to add?
Oh, nothing much. I see y'all were talking about veterans in the military, so that kind of caught my interest.
Oh my God, Lord have mercy.
As a veteran myself, I can identify.
It's like y'all come and y'all just. Okay, go ahead. Tell your
I've been in the Army. I'm a 6 years National Guard in the reserves for 8 months. So yeah, I can identify as a veteran myself. I can identify. I've been to basic.
You are a veteran. You're a veteran.
Yep. I got cussed at. I got smoked at basic training. I hated the experience, but I toughed it out. Now, granted, I was at an all-male base, so I don't know how female soldiers were treated. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. Any of y'all can vouch for that. I went to an all-man base.
I was at Fort Benning. I was at Fort
Jackson.
Me too. Dog,
I was at Fort Jackson.
There are no women anywhere in Fort Benning. So listen, you can think you're gonna talk back to those men if you want, and you'll get your ass fucked up. So
we had all female cadre, and women are harder on women. So we had all female. Yeah, they are. They're harder on you because even we had a sergeant that was over our drill sergeants, and he even was trying to give us a break because he felt bad for us.
Wow.
So the men are more compassionate to the women than the women are. The women are like, you'll live. And we didn't and we didn't do those old little mammy pansy female push-ups. We did the real
push-ups. Ain't that how y'all do y'all push-up? Don't y'all do it on y'all? Don't end up with y'all women do it?
No. When I went in, that wasn't a thing. When I went in, that wasn't a thing. You had to do real push-ups. Not that mammy pansy.
Why y'all call what we do real push-up? Why y'all call it? See, y'all call what we normally do real push-up.
Because I found out, I saw a video of the women doing different push-ups, and I was like, what the hell is that? I had to do the same. We didn't do those. We had to do the push-ups like the men did the push-ups. So I was surprised how they relaxed a lot of the stuff because it was hard for us.
They're trying to make y'all.
I can do 3 men push-up. That's it. I can.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Faith. That's not to be ashamed of.
No,
You're a
I
woman. You're a woman.
struggled. I
There's nothing wrong
struggled
with
to do push-ups, but I got it. I kept practicing like all of the time. It took me a while, but
that. But see, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. But see, here's the thing about it. I understand it like this: women are hard on women because they don't want to be seen weak in front of the men,
yeah,
and I can,
yeah,
and so I can understand that. But I also understand as a man, I don't have time to. If Diderot had to deal with me, a brother speak, and also hustler, he's like, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this is how it's gonna go. And he understands that as a man, as a head, he cannot allow back talk or any of that insubordination.
right,
That's the thing that men are going to challenge. Somebody's going to challenge the head of the pack. If the head of the pack folds, guess what? He cannot be the head of the pack. All of us men will tell you that right now. That's just how
right,
it works amongst that's just how it works against the hierarchy of men. So if somebody
right.
gets out of line, he got to put foot in ass, and he has to
But
be
Yeah,
that
that's
dominant
what
figure.
Priscilla's. Is that
that's
what
what she was saying.
But
you're
don't
saying the
women
same
do the
thing?
same shit? But women do the same shit in their group. Y'all have a hierarchy also. Big mama,
That's
the
true.
alpha, whatever kind of damn shit y'all call these girls these days when y'all in the pack. Y'all do that. I've done seen that plenty of time when they
Sisterhood.
travel together.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
No,
Oh
you know,
but
Lord,
what
how
Terry,
you
she
you
just
was
go
call
to
them the pack?
Republic.
But okay, but what she was saying
Girl pack.
is that that the men understand each other, and the men know that they have to put their boot up, up their behind to get them to work at an optimal level,
But
and that they understand what they need to do to control these men and get them to be at the highest
That
level that they
but
can
see,
be.
the issue I have with that is that we're automatically assuming that the people coming in are not going to listen,
right.
and I think that we got to look at that from a case by case situation for whatever training location, because I'll every training with the group of guys is not going to be the same, but we're assuming that that's just going to be the general rule for all men, and that's just not the case. More, I mean, that's kind of like levels to that. More,
Well,
some
you
men are
have
going to
to
listen more
listen.
than others.
You got to listen, or you'll go to jail, or you'll get an Article 15, or you'll
Well,
get thrown
Right.
out, or you'll get a discharge other than honorable. So you
Right,
got to listen
Honorable
one way or
discharge.
another.
Right.
right, and
but
that's
that's
what Priscilla
that's
was
at any
saying. She
job.
was saying that if the men didn't listen, with the military is either you follow the rules or you get out.
So I'm gonna say this, and let's just we're looking at, let's say we're talking about the military. I'm gonna say this just me, like training people, like as far as within my field and other different areas where you training an employee that's a man or a woman. uh I don't see a difference.
Right.
It's as far as, I understand the military, but I mean, I understand with the working like in other areas, the rules are not as strict and hard line as the military, but I don't see a big difference in training women to do the same work as I'm doing as men. It's the same. I don't see a difference in who listens more or less. I mean,
Well,
I've had interns that came in, that men or women, that didn't do their job. Some I had to drop the internship and they had to go to somebody else, and others I kept them. I mean, I didn't see like a significant situation where one grasp things more than the other. It was, I
but
mean,
but D Darrell, the difference is that they only have a certain amount of slots, and you gotta catch on fast. Like when I went in basic training, we had 300 girls in my platoon, and we graduated with 180.
But see,
So yeah, go ahead.
What?
no,
Yeah,
that's how they do it. That's
because
how they do it.
yeah,
That's how they
that's
used
how
to
they
do it
do
for
it.
them.
That's how they do it, because you gotta scrape, you gotta want it, you gotta prove yourself.
Yeah, because we started out with 1,000. We started out with 1,000, and we were whittled down to I think 400.
Yeah,
but isn't that the
We've
way
gone
it
down.
should be?
No,
yes,
that's how it's.
yes.
That is,
That's
That's
how it
I
should
mean,
be.
that's just what it is. I mean,
yeah, no,
you
no,
can't
but
let
that's a
everybody
selection
get in
process
and
for
do
anything,
something.
right? That's a selection process. That's honestly, that's how you get the best of the best.
The
Is
best of
I
the
mean,
best.
I'm pretty sure when they started trucking school, everybody didn't graduate. When Diderot started his school for in college, everybody's not going to finish. And that's your first thing a professor going to tell you, or a teacher, and going to say, look to the left, look to the right, because they ain't going to be there when you walk across that damn stage. They're going to be some people that are going to come and go, and that's just how it is. So yeah, this is why the competition for men and women has gotten weak. Where they're like, well, if I'm this type of guy, I should just be given a woman. Well, no, that's not true. You got to show thyself approval. Same thing as a woman saying, well, if I look like this, or if I have this amount of money, I should just be given. No, that's not how it works. You have to work for it. And so, like I try to tell people, like you can get in trouble these days for being gender biased at these jobs. I hope that's why I said some of this YouTube shit will cause people to get fucked up. Because if you have a male and if you have a man and a woman and you're training both of them, but you're treating that one person a certain type of way, that's a lawsuit. That will be your ass in that courtroom saying, hey, right, well, I gotta yell 2 to 3 times more. Okay.
Let me say this. Now, I get what BMT is saying, but my pushback is this, because I've heard stories of men who get falsely accused of abuse or insubordination because they push their female workers or subordinates almost as much as the men do. So that's probably why they have to tone it down when it comes to the females. Same thing with sports. They don't treat the females. They treat the females a little bit differently because they don't want to get falsely accused of abusing them, because they're soft, delicate women. The men are hardcore and tougher and stronger, so they have to treat them a little differently. So that can also get you in trouble too,
Yeah, that happened at my job. We had supervisors.
But isn't there a certain standard that everybody has to have minimum regardless?
Yeah, there is a certain standard. I mean, even in the medical field, or I'm pretty sure Faith when she was instructing, everybody has a certain criteria of training that whether you're a male or a female and you come to me, I have to train you. And if my training, it literally, I let you know, like, listen, I'm here to train you. I'm not here to do anything else but just train you. Well, you're pushing me too hard. I'm just going to write it up and say, I don't think you're the person for the job. And that's it. You can't, like I said, this is the problem that I've done seen men say, you're too hard on me, or when do I get a break, or do I get, dude, you just took 3 cigarette breaks. How many breaks you need? I think it's time for you to go home and you have a good day. We'll send your check to you. Like, same thing for women. Don't say you want to enter into a field. And that's something. My mom, she drives truck, and she also does construction. She owns a construction company. She done told me, I said, Mom, why are you working as hard as these men? Because they will not take me serious as a woman if they see me wussing around. So men will see if that woman is weak, and they'll start to look down on her. They'll start to placate and say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Zet. And she said, shit, I can show you better than I can tell you. And she'll put up a drywall faster than a lot of these young boys will. So she knows that in certain fields, you have to go enter in the field. I mean, that's like a man trying to enter in a field, like a call center with a bunch of women. You think those women going to take them center? They're going to be like, why are you here? Why are you here with us? I'm just being honest. It's no different. We have certain fields where we look at certain people like, why aren't you out there building or critiquing? Like I said, I asked for and you'll be proud of me, Diderot. I actually asked for a black therapist for my therapy sessions. They said, why would you want one? We got plenty of ones. It's going to be hard for us to find them. And I said, wow. Damn, is it really that hard to find a black therapist? But then again, they said,
through the VA it is. Through the VA it is.
What? Listen, out of 150 in my Tri-County area, there's only 2 black men that I have to go to.
Right.
And every last one of them is
Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right with the ratio.
That's why they said, why would you want that? You literally I limited myself so drastically. But see what I'm saying? You got to raise the standard. You got to raise the standard. So I'm just saying, man, I appreciate the women that enter those fields. If the men won't do it, guess what? The women are going to do it. But then y'all get mad if the women do it and say, hey, go back to the kitchen. Well, shit, you can't do it. You can't change a tire. You can't drywall. So what the hell you want me to do?
Yep.
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 Y'all three hush. Y'all three just egging on shit.
No, that's true. I had these guys that were whining that they're tired, and they were videotaping. It was a place that I was working at, and I was being filmed. And they went to my boss and they said, the next time one of my guys tell me that he's tired, I'm going to show them the videotape of your worker. Because they all said that she keeps moving. She's moving and she never stops and she never whines and she never complains. She gets it done.
Why are you trying to humiliate them damn men?
Well, it was funny because he didn't want to give me the job, and I had to sell myself. I was like, I used to be in the military, and I know how to do this, and then he gave me the job, and I got compliments for that job. They couldn't believe that I could get all that work done.
You can wear some open toe shoes, open toe heels.
Oh no, I wear the boots. I wear the boots.
Leggings.
What?
I wear my boots.
Lord have mercy. Women need to go back.
Wow.
What? Women need to go back. Really?
Wear some sexy jeans.
Yeah.
No,
go back. When y'all want to go back?
I wear the appropriate attire for the job.
I understand that.
I wear my yoga pants, my t-shirts,
Oh
and my
my
gym
god.
shorts.
Oh my gosh. You gonna set somebody up like
You
that?
ain't trying to bring too much attention to yourself.
Faith look cute whatever she wear.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Faith look cute wherever she wear.
She want to wear yoga pants and some damn dog. Damn.
I work at an airport. These ladies be wearing all sorts of crazy pants. They be with their regular uniform pants that show off their curves, or yoga pants or jeans that show off their curves. It's eye candy, damn near.
That's why I just stay to myself.
We gotta tell they literally got to tell the women, hey, you gotta wear a smock. Why? Man, you got too much junk in the trunk.
You know damn well nobody gonna tell them that. You know damn well.
Oh, they do. No, they do.
That's kind of sexist.
Especially in a prison.
That ain't no damn sexy. That's you a woman.
That's
so
prison.
telling women to wear appropriate uniform is sexist? I don't get it.
No, because
what about that woman that worked at Home Depot that she was real pretty and everybody reported her and she got fired? Remember?
I would have put her in the back. I would have put her in the back of Home Depot.
Wear like extra tight clothes.
Yeah, that's what happened. Is that
she knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, getting attention.
Her uniform was not extra tight. What the heck is
Here we go, Faith.
No.
Don't sit down,
Then she'll
Faith.
scream sexual harassment if a dude look at her. She would have screamed SA or harassment if some dude looked at her. A dude that she didn't find attractive.
Let me find the Home Depot girl. Y'all
just do what I do. Put the women in the back. Just put the women in the back. You can't go wrong. Put them in the back. You're going off on the counter. I used to put them behind the counter. Put them behind the counter.
You're gonna put the woman in the back. That's crazy.
How's that crazy?
Y'all get to work in the back. Home Depot, so hey.
Put the woman in the back. Put the woman in the back, and they usually work in the back, right there with the Latinos, and they push the carts around and shit, and they stay out of trouble. They come out a few times, and that's it. Nobody gets trouble. It do work.
I never really had an issue with women working. Wearing inappropriate things to work. I'm glad I never had to deal with that.
D, you just said you had to check a woman at your office. What she say to you? She said something to you. You like?
No, that was a client I had to check.
Oh, I thought you told one of the women. You told one of the women you gonna call me Mr. Darrell. I'm like, "Wow."
Damn.
I had clients that came to therapy
Is
inappropriate.
this her?
Yep, that's her.
That's her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
See,
they
because
And
were
boy,
she
look at
don't look
them
all.
hips.
they were
She
if
don't
giving
it
look
her
was
the
me,
sexy.
I would have
business.
put that Jezebel right in the back.
Look at they were giving her the
What is
business.
sexy about what she has on?
A
Hey, look at
seductress.
her jeans, woman. Damn, look at them
A
jeans
seducer.
underneath, but
She's a
beside that
seducer. I knew
apron.
them. Trying to get
There's
pregnant.
nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with these jeans at all. What
Yeah, but we don't
y'all
see the
tripping?
back though.
Turn her around.
Wow, yeah.
I'm
If
seeing
we
it.
was in we was in the Middle East, we would have her cover up. We have her
But
covered
you
up.
know what? Most people at Home Depot wear shirts with jeans, so that's kind of.
They do. They wear them.
I
Yeah, I
didn't
think
see.
That's why.
y'all reaching. Y'all kind of reaching.
Oh Lord. Says the person who walks around in yoga pants and
Ah,
shit.
Right.
shots fired. Okay, shots fired.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with my yoga pants. I walk around with my yoga pants.
Yeah,
Look at that. Ain't nothing wrong with my yoga.
I just didn't.
He defended her yoga pants.
Did
Yeah, hey,
Everybody else was like, nope, no problems here.
all I know is when certain women come around certain places, I just said, well, I'm gonna go out for a break. Time to go. I don't even talk to them. I just go straight to work. So that way, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. It's
but that
2023.
that is kind of messed up that you only could find two black male therapists in the VA system. That's real low.
I
I
don't feel
thought
like
they
talking to the
had
preacher.
10.
But see, it's not. I'm not saying something that's far off. I
Nah, you're
mean,
not. That is true. Cause that is because I mean, there's not a lot of black men in therapy. You know, we're like 4% of the industry.
yeah,
So I do understand
yeah.
that. You know,
I'm just trying to say, just like that's why I was saying, like some people have things to prove. Like the brothers who are in the therapy session, they are very, but they're like 5-star in their work. I can understand the women that Faith is dealing with she's instructing. They have something to prove, like because there's only a few of them, especially black women in the trucking industry. So they're just now starting to break into it like that. You know what I'm saying? So we have these kind of things. I've seen women in the military. I had 2 soldiers. They're like my daughters when they came into my unit, and I had to tell all the men, listen. I had to pull all the men aside, while the girls went to go wash up. I don't want to see. I don't want to catch y'all with them. I don't want to catch y'all talking sexual with them. Don't ask them about anything. Don't make no sexual jokes. If I find out that you say anything sexual, I'm gonna snip off your nuts. I'm gonna fuck you up. And then after that, when the ladies came back and joined us, I said, "These are your sisters. You're gonna respect them, because you got to let the men know. Because the first thing they think when they're out there in the field is which one of them can I fuck." And I have to be very, very careful with that, because we're going out in the field for 72 hours. A lot of shit can happen. So,
I heard that women get raped a lot in the military.
yes, that happens.
next question.
Yes,
Is that true?
yes, that
We
is.
don't.
I heard a story about a
It's
woman that
I don't know what.
I've had, but
I heard a story about 20 years ago about a female sergeant who took her own life because she was assaulted on base or whatever, and no one
AP, get
believed
off
her.
the panel. You're too young for this kind of conversation.
what? No, well, you know
Bro,
what?
I'm 39.
I was very like I used to sleep where nobody could find me, and I used to
What
sleep
the
with
fuck?
weapons. Yeah, people couldn't find me. Like I would hide when I slept and nobody knew where I was, and then I would hear them calling my name, and then I would just appear. But nobody knew where I was because I was really tiny, and I used to find places to sleep where people couldn't get to me.
yeah,
I just.
but I've had clients.
I didn't sleep in a tent with the other women. I slept someplace else where people couldn't get to me.
I mean, I would say half of the women that I counseled in the VA system with TRICARE, half of them went through some type of sexual assault situation. At least
Yeah,
half.
that
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 is a
Wow,
lot.
that.
that's a
And then,
lot.
but I'm
And
gonna say this: there were a lot of men. I'm gonna say at least 15 to 20% of the men went through something too, with
What?
being assaulted by other men.
yeah. And
Wow.
that's why when I was in the military, I didn't drink at all. And whenever we went out to the club, I would always be the sober one that looked over the other ladies in my group.
Yeah,
I
yep.
never drank.
I already busted up that little game that they used to make them play in the goddamn closet. I said, hey, all y'all niggas are going to the brig. I told y'all about playing this damn game with these damn privates. No, y'all going to jail. Ain't no more games. Y'all playing with them. Y'all put y'all clothes back on. Damn it. I don't know what kind of satanic shit going on, but all 9 of y'all are going to jail. Told y'all about playing these nasty ass games. There ain't no need for no man to be butt naked in no damn closet, spinning around and shit. Like I don't know what the fuck, but we got some shit going on.
Yeah, I slept with weapons, and nobody knew where the hell I was.
Why the fuck were you sleeping with a weapon? First of all,
You was
If
how
it
are you getting the weapons out the locker?
No, in my sleeping bag when we went out to the field.
You slept with a knife?
Yeah, and
I don't
a
know why
heavy
you
flat.
girls like sleeping with knives between y'all legs, but I get it now. I guess so.
Yeah,
I've done that.
I had weapons, and then like I would hide, and people couldn't find me. They didn't know where the hell I was.
Them white boys like playing them games where they like trying to they do some disgusting shit in the shower. So I just
Like what?
well,
Uh-oh.
we
They they gay. I mean, what the hell is
I've
going on
never
with
seen
that?
that
man,
before.
a lot of faith. There's a lot of stuff be going down.
it's they got a game they had a game called Ookie Kookie. So
What?
I don't know. So I guess you wasn't high enough on the bracket to know about that game. There's a game called Ookie Kookie, and they would make them they would put a cookie down on a bar stool on the table, and they would masturbate on the cookie, and the last one would have to eat the cookie, and that's how he got his promotion. So that
Are
Man,
you fucking
Ew.
serious? Who does that? God.
you talking about you can look it up. It literally was a thing that they did
So
in the military.
How
so
long ago
they
was this?
they this is how they got a promotion. I mean, then that means some higher ups had to be in on it.
Ding
Yeah, they
ding
get
ding ding ding
bored.
ding ding
Yeah,
ding
they
ding
get
ding.
bored, and they make up. That is too. They get bored, and they do like a bunch of hazing crap to entertain
Now that's just
themselves.
nasty.
That's past
Yeah,
hazing. That's some.
That's crazy.
That's some
Now
You
that's
want your
just
yeah.
promotion?
nasty. Ugh.
damn.
One girl got a house for fucking one girl she made over I think over $20,000 having sex with a platoon. They paid
A
Oh,
her money
platoon.
Yeah.
and
a
also
whole
press on.
platoon?
Yeah, I mean
A
they'll pay on deployment
platoon.
and paying on deployment. Costs
Wait,
about $300 to sleep with her.
how many men in a platoon?
Shit, that can be up to what? You can have up to 30. You can have it up to 30 men
Yeah,
and then the platoon.
for
30 men. Really? Oh my God.
That's
She
crazy,
got
man.
paid. She was getting paid.
BMT stop.
She's getting paid to degrade herself. In that case, be a goddamn stripper or a streetwalker. Damn.
You can't listen. She got a house. I guess she came out of it on top.
And
She got a
wait,
house.
and nobody found out about this.
Of course we
they
all find out.
they
I'm
No,
telling you right now.
they be keeping things
they keep a secret. They keep it a
secret.
secret. They don't talk about a lot of stuff,
Mm-mm.
and
Especially sexual assault.
Only way how you find out if there's a STDs get out. Now you got to find out who has the STDs, or somebody get caught, or it's usually somebody got to get caught, or there's intoxication. It gets reported from a third party over that person, or the spouse finds out. Ooh, that's always a good one. The spouse finds out, and they don't give a fuck, so they definitely going to rat your ass out. Or what I'm saying, like, hey, like there was two PFCs. They worked in finance, and they were having sex, and they caught chlamydia,
Ooh,
and
yuck.
that was a big outbreak on the base of chlamydia. Don't worry, I had enough porn to last me throughout my deployment, so I was good. But those other some of them bitches, they got caught, not me. Listen, can't go. I you ain't had to worry about me. Then there was another time. There was the woman. She hid her pregnancy throughout the whole deployment until the last 2 months, and she was pregnant. She was pregnant with a guy soon to retire. Guess what happens when you get caught? You lose everything, but the spouse and the children get to keep it, but you get kicked out. So yeah, he got that. He got
Hold
that.
on.
He got an E2 pregnant.
So the male soldier got kicked out the army, and she got to stay and keep everything. Damn.
No, she just got a general. She got a general. She got out.
General discharge, not an honorable discharge.
Yeah, it still ain't that
A
bad.
general discharge. What's the difference?
But
It's
then
less
again,
than honorable.
but then again, she could go back if she can. If she was, I heard she was going to actually place the case that literally that he uses rank to influence her to have sex, which it could actually work in court. I mean, she did have a plausible reason. I mean, it's a whole officer. You know what I'm saying, using their rank and their power. And I mean, what you going to say? It's just you and that officer that, in the car. She
I
doesn't
didn't
have
stand
sex with.
very long. I didn't stand very long because there was a bunch of stuff going on, and I was like, if I don't get the hell up on out of here, I'm gonna become a statistic. So I
What's
hid
the
like
sister?
crazy. A statistic, a sexual assault statistic.
They were
I was
going
like,
after you like that?
no, you know what? I'm. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I hid everywhere. I was in disguise. I
Wow.
hid. You know, when I would go to the club, nobody knew who the fuck I was. Like I
Mm.
had to wear, those military glasses, them black ones.
Yeah,
Nobody knew
I
who I
like them
was.
glasses.
I would wear them glasses. I would have my hair in little braids like I was a 5-year-old kid and I was incognito. And then when I would
Nobody wanted to
straighten
touch me.
my hair, when I would straighten my hair and be out with my friends, didn't nobody know who I was. People that I served with, and I would say, "Hey, so and so," and they would just look at me like, "Who are you?" And then when I would start talking, they would say, "Holy crap, you look so different." I was like in disguise, and I would hide, and we had like a buddy system. We wouldn't go to the bathroom by ourselves. I wouldn't
Yeah,
drink. And I just did everything I could. And I just prayed to God and said, you just let me get out here unscathed and I will not re up. And I did not re up because there were people getting assaulted and taken advantage of, and stuff was happening. And I was a baby too. I went in at
why you just
17.
be a
So
sugar baby? I had a sugar
look,
baby.
shit.
Why you just be a sugar baby?
No, I went in at 17 and there were people that were
Girl,
protecting
you could have
me.
got a sugar daddy at E6. You'd have been taken care of.
I'm not that kind of girl.
Yeah, she was just too nice. I'm happy for you.
I'm not that kind of
No,
girl.
that's good. That's good. AP, that's good.
But
I know
yeah,
I know those old dudes are trying to go after you.
I was in disguise. I looked like Urkel.
They would have liked Faith. She's
Oh,
rough.
Faith, forget about it.
Don't
A
They would have
female
loved
what the
steam
Faith.
Urkel.
hell?
Wow.
Yes, they
They
would
like
have loved
Faith.
Faith. Yep,
They would like
they
Faith.
would have
I
loved
like the way
Faith.
sometimes the way she be talking, y'all shut the hell up. Y'all ain't
Yep,
let her. I was
they
like,
would have
God damn, Faith
Faith
would have been good in
Faith
five.
would have she would have done well. You would have
She would
done
have done
well,
real
Faith.
good. I could have seen Faith.
Yep, she would have done
I
well.
Stay
hate
quiet.
y'all. I can't stand none of y'all right now.
They
But
would
you
have
would have
done.
been good in the
Hey,
military. I thought you would have done good.
What the hell do we do?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be good in the military. Is this what I'm
I mean, you
hearing?
would have fit in real well. The way you talk, the way
the
you
way, yeah,
articulate yourself, and you
yep.
think, oh yeah, you
Yeah.
would have done real good.
You got that no nonsense attitude about you. You call it
Mm-hmm.
on both ends. You probably would
And
have
also, those
lasted.
men would have loved to buy you drinks and try to get you fucked up. But you would have been like, I don't want your shit. You don't make enough money.
Or you're not
Faith
tall
is
enough for me.
laughing. Faith is laughing.
You ain't muscular enough for me.
Yeah. Can you fix this goddamn tire? You don't got time to talk to me.
Can you pick
You
up and
know.
toss me around?
Yep. Yep.
Faith, you
I
hear
think
them
she would have done good.
imitating you?
That would have been good.
Imitated you.
You would have had some good PT studs trying out for you. You would have some good PT studs.
I just got
Everybody's
one
gonna
thing
pass
to
their PT
say.
test.
Just one thing to say. Fuck
Yes.
all y'all.
I just.
Fuck
Oh,
all
man.
And you swear like a sailor. You know,
That's a
I'm not saying
Southern.
ain't no all that. I think some of y'all would have done pretty good in the service. I mean, like I said, we needed more officers, but the problem is we have a problem looking out for each other when we get into the military. We kind of
well,
more
well,
so start going individual.
well, at least bro speak and D Rail didn't co-sign his mess.
I
Nah.
thought I think Rail would have been.
Entertainment purposes.
But D. Durrell would have been a great, counselor in the military
That's what
too.
I said. We could have used his ass in there. He
Yeah,
probably, but then again, them white guys would have got tired of his ass. Like, hey, bro,
because
we gotta get him up out of here.
we just only had like them chaplains, and they were like warrant
Yeah,
officers, and they were not effective. They
they
wouldn't have been
were.
as
They
effective
were.
as
They
D.
went to go to
Durrell.
therapist.
Them choppers ain't worth the shit, man. They ain't.
Yeah.
They just want you to go to church. That's it.
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
I go there for their cookies I go there for their cookies and Ash Sunday liquor, and that's it. And that's all I go
Yeah.
there.
Wow.
That's all I go there.
I'm
Yeah.
really just a regular chick. I really don't.
No, you're not.
I'm
You
not.
got this.
No, you're not.
No,
No,
Faith, you would have done well. You would have gone far, and you would have done well.
but
You were
no,
just born in the wrong
seriously,
timeline.
I am a gentle little butterfly in real life.
What?
Like hell.
But you
You
know what,
Okay.
Faith,
you can't
your
have no soft
skills,
men.
You're a hornet.
being a truck driver, you would have fit in. You would have been able to do anything any of those guys
She
did.
could have drove.
You would
She
have
could have
given
drove
them.
trucks in the military,
Yeah, she could have drove trucks in the military because that's a MOS.
and also would have been
That's what I used to
you
do. I was an
would
88
have been
Mike,
good.
so yeah, she ain't lying.
Yep.
You would have been good. I like them strong women. Them strong women in the military. I used to like them. Mm-hmm.
If they
I,
keep
I
themselves
am
in
not.
shape, oh
I
yeah.
am not a strong woman. What is wrong with y'all?
That's
I
No,
cool.
you
am.
know
You know what I'm
what,
saying? You go
Faith, Faith, I
crack a
think that.
beer and light a cigarette in front of y'all. What are you
Yeah.
doing, BNP?
Uh.
I,
Uh.
I,
Uh.
Yeah.
You
I do not
see
drink. I do
this?
not drink beer.
Hey, Faith. Them
Cap.
thighs would have melted some hearts too. They wouldn't have went against you because they would have been hypnotized.
Go down to the store and go get us some pack of beer. Come on back.
You know
Faith,
I'll
what?
go with you in case something happens.
You would have got your rent paid. Listen,
look at him.
military men are the biggest. Military men are the biggest tricks. Military men are the biggest trick. I'm trying to tell you right now. They be having whole families and still be tricking. They still be tricking. Be trying to
Yep, I've heard
play
stories, so
daddy.
he ain't
Or
lying.
something. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. They get caught up. That's why the divorce rate in the military is so high.
Yeah.
Be tricking.
Can't you get discharged for having an affair in the military?
Yes, but they're
Used
harder
to.
on women than they are men.
We
I
have
Oh
to.
never
We
knew
wow,
that.
don't know what y'all.
really?
Well, that
Yes.
They
aspect
have to. We
anyway.
don't know what y'all be
Yes.
doing. Seducing men.
So they think that
Yes.
women are seductresses in the military, and they treat us like Jezebels.
So who has the most swinger parties? It's those white women. Those white women, they be
Yes,
having
that's
swinger
true.
parties.
That's true.
They,
That's true.
they be having them swinger parties, boy. It'd be the ones that you never
Double,
expect. The
double
ones.
standard.
Yeah.
Double standard.
How that double standard?
How's the double standard?
How's it not?
Thought y'all want to be like y'all white women.
Who wants to be like a white woman?
I know all that.
Well, first of all, you said that they're harder on the women than they are on the men as far as infidelity, and that's
But
not
yeah, they
right.
are. Yeah, they are.
I would have
I
thought
didn't
it
know
been
that.
the opposite, but maybe.
I've seen more men get discharged for that than I have women. So
Yes,
No women.
the women.
No women. No women. Once we catch their ass, I already caught one of them. I caught one of their asses. She was doggone. She had two soldiers. that what she was that she was talking to while her husband was on deployment. I made sure I got her ass up out of there.
She was a
Yeah.
hoe.
Oh, Lord.
She used that bullshit. He's just my friend. So your friend sleeps at your house with your man's child while he out fighting for this country? Bitch, you about to get off this base. Doing the Lord's work. Doing the Lord's work. That's why I
Yeah.
always tell men, do not get your woman pregnant before you go on deployment. Do not get her pregnant before you go on deployment.
Oh, you know what? I didn't get a chance to ask you, Dita Rail. What do you think about this whole thing with uh what's her name on the from the View? What's her name? God damn
Jim,
it!
Jim, Jimmy Ma, whatever. And
No,
G.
not Jenny. My
Sherry Shepherd.
Sherry, Sherry Shepherd. Yeah, the whole thing with her and Sexy Red. You know, Sherry Shepherd said that she didn't want Sexy Red on her show.
I didn't know that. What happened with that? She ain't went on the
Yeah,
show.
yeah, she said that didn't want a woman like her, you know, on her show.
Why not?
Well, I didn't really see a whole lot of it, but Womansphere came up here yesterday, and that's how I found out about it when she came up and talked about it. And she was talking about the respectability thing because she said that she didn't feel that Sherry Shepherd had any, you know, what did it say? Had any business talking about Sexy Red because Sherry Shepherd herself years ago had many abortions. So, you know, how can she then turn around and criticize Sexy Red?
I agree with that. I actually agree with that because that's an entertainer. I mean, they have all kinds of people that come on those shows that have checkered past and don't have necessarily, you know, do things necessary up to societal standards. Why are we pointing out? Listen. My overall thing, I'm not a fan of Sexy Red. I don't like. She does do a lot of over the top stuff, but to me, not to the point where you don't think she can't be on the show. I mean, I think that's going a little bit too far with it. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think.
yeah. That to
Yeah,
me, and she is in no position. I didn't know about the abortions and stuff, but there's other things that she's done and said. I don't feel like she's in a position to have a moral high ground like that on anybody.
really. What else does she do?
I'm just saying, like, I mean, she is. I remember when she was on, when she was, I think, with her and what's the guy named the comedian that got the Steve Harvey. She
Okay.
talked about a whole bunch of stuff about her personal life and relationships and jumping from one man to another and all kind. I mean, you ain't in a position to be talking about another woman and their morals because you were saying stuff that a lot of women wouldn't have been okay with what she was, because I think he did some type of this was years ago. She was on his show and it was other women and they were talking about some of the difficulties that women have in the dating scene, or black women in particular. And she was talking about, like, um meeting guys in different places and how it was when she before she became famous and when she became famous and stuff. And she was talking about all kind of, like, she did this and she made all these little mistakes and did this in relationships. And a lot of women were like looking at her crazy when she was saying stuff. And I'm like, I mean, it went to me really no over the top stuff, but it was still stuff that, like, you like at this age still making certain mistakes, you know, type of
Oh,
thing.
so
So
she was still doing it recently.
yeah, she was saying stuff like she like what in her late 40s or early 50s.
Oh, that's old.
She's stuck in her ways at that point.
Yeah, but she was
Yeah.
doing stuff. This was like 3-4 years. I'm like, she was still in her
Wait.
40s making mistakes and doing stuff that a 20-year-old would, like. It was stuff on that. It wasn't no crazy out of line, but it was like, why, you like, you too grown for this, basically, for some of the stuff she was saying, but
What?
I mean, she in no position to be judging anybody. That's
So,
that's that's my
so
position.
let me
But
ask you about this. So let me ask you about this. So with the latest Sexy Red releasing her porn on out there, and kids are watching it, and people are watching her porno. What do you say then? And mind you, she's not apologetic about her releasing her porn.
But that's
Would
a TV show. Like, you think that wasn't other people in there that did porn and sex tapes and other stuff?
see, then how can we ask for a standard if literally you got people who are she releasing porn and shit like that, and kids are watching it, but then the
Okay.
one person, I don't want that around.
Okay.
I get that, but I don't think that's enough for her not to be on the show. I'm just that's just my opinion.
So so she don't have a right to just say, hey, I don't want to be around this woman on my show. She don't have the right to do that.
She has the right to do it, but my position is you in no position to have a moral high ground on anybody. That's what I'm saying.
Well, why not? I mean,
Because she is equally did stuff that other women could. That other women could look at some of the stuff she said and judge her.
okay, wouldn't she have more of a right to say it than like someone who hasn't done it? Because it's kind of like, so because she has a past, she shouldn't be saying I wouldn't want to be around this person with the same past. Is that what we're trying to get with?
What I'm saying is that she talking about, like, she's to me, the way it sounds like to me, and I'm just looking at it from where this is being presented. She acting like she ain't ever make mistakes or did stuff that was wrong in her past. And to me, if you've done stuff, you ain't in no position to try to act like you this perfect person, that you ultra conservative and things, and that's just not the case. That's what I'm
Well,
saying. Like, you know.
well, for me, it would be like, how long ago was the mistake? Because there are people that make mistakes in the past, but they correct themselves and they have like a time tested longevity of not going back and making the same mistakes. So if you tell me that Sherry Shepherd did something just 4 or 5 years ago, then I'll agree. She ain't got room to talk because
She
she's not.
really ain't got room to talk about stuff. And my thing is that if she had all these different abortions, she definitely ain't got a right to talk about anybody with stuff. If you've done that type of stuff multiple times, like,
Well, it depends. It depends. Like I said, it depends on when she did it. Now, if we're talking 20 years ago, and then she didn't have anything after that, she could probably talk, because maybe she's speaking from a wisdom point of view of, hey, this is how it used to be, and this is how I got away from it. Then I
But
can see it.
what if a network looked at that and said, well, Sherry, we would love to have you on the show, but we have a certain moral standard, and because you committed, used your, I mean, even though that's your constitutional right to be pro-choice and do that, but we just think of someone with your background, regardless of how long, we don't think you're fit to host the show. How do you think
Well,
she would respond to that?
but she is on the show. I mean, they haven't.
No. I'm just saying. Well, but what if a network said that though?
But it
Well,
Wouldn't
sounds
they have the
like,
right to do that depending on the network? That's
but
like let's just say it's a Christian network, and she had all this in her past. They said, no, we really don't want you on here because we don't want someone of your
Your talent.
past
Yeah.
right.
coming on our show and make it seem like we endorsing this.
That well shit. You might as well get rid of all them black pastors, because shit, all of them get up there and they damn sure be all fucked up, and they be
Exactly.
damn
I
doing whole
mean, you
Yeah,
goddamn
got all
songs and
I
kind of
shit.
get that,
sexual
but
So
assault and stuff,
the
breaking
you
difference
might as
going
well
on.
throw them
I'm
ass, throw
saying the
them niggas off
difference
the goddamn.
between
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying
we
the difference
we
between
might as
Sexy
well get
Red
rid of
and those pastors,
You gotta get rid of
they're
half
not
of them.
they're
Look
not
at Jamal
promoting
Bryant and
that stuff.
his whorish ways, and what's the guy that died from Atlanta, the one who had the muscles with the tight shirt on? You know, look what all the stuff he did.
man. Well, then we might as well do away with Martin Luther King, or so he got a lot of stuff that's coming out of
Shit.
his closet.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. No,
I
nobody in a
I
position to
get
be
that.
having that type of,
I get what y'all saying, but there's a difference. He's not promoting he wasn't promoting that stuff.
Right.
Where you talking about
See,
Sexy Red, she's promoting
but
that
see,
she's
I
different
Yes.
I
style.
think I
See,
think
and
that
I get brother speak what he's saying because there's a different one is right now her career. If Sexy Red were to change up her career and start talking about other shit, or Sukiyana would do that, you think anybody will fuck with them? No, they're not. They're not going to fuck
I
with
think
them. You're
I
never going to
think
see
that Sherry
Beyonce, huh?
I think that Sherry Shepherd is just kind of having the attitude of that's not a good look, maybe for black women, and I'd rather pick somebody else. Maybe that's the stance that she's coming. You know,
Which
she'd
I would
rather
agree with.
interview a different person.
How do
Which I
you
would agree with.
how do you sit with a person that brags about catching STIs with a straight face? Like
I'm just
they're
guessing. I don't know
no,
why
no, no,
she
no, no, no.
said, yeah,
I'm not saying you
yeah.
are, but I'm not saying you are. But
Hmm.
their makeup and their makeup brand is called Coochie Juice, Funky
Oh, I
What?
heard
Cream,
about
What
that.
the
and
That's
fuck?
shit like that.
disgusting.
He
So
Yeah, I heard
lying.
why
about
would
that. That's
anybody want that
disgusting.
motherfucker on their show? Like you gotta
Wait,
And
understand,
Coochie.
this is the
yeah,
ratchet epicenter. So
Wait,
I
wait,
heard
wait,
about
wait,
that.
there's no
wait. Coochie juice.
And
I
Who
ain't heard
gonorrhea.
that shit.
And
who is
gonorrhea.
what
Yep,
else,
that's what
KP?
she was selling.
Yeah,
That's what that,
yeah,
wait, hold on.
yep.
Who is buying coochie juice?
People, yes, that's the
that's what
name of
Sexy
her
Red
lip
sells.
gloss. That's her
That's what
lip
she sells.
gloss.
Coochie juice,
Those,
gonorrhea. Why the fuck
yep,
would Sherry want to have that on her show? I
exactly.
don't,
I,
I do not want no coochie juice and
that's
gonorrhea.
that's the name of
no, no,
the
no, no.
different
Y'all stay on
flavors.
down y'all
That's what
feel.
she was selling.
Down y'all feel what y'all got.
I ain't know all that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Yeah, she's kind of disgusting. That's
I
disgusting.
mean,
So that's what
well,
she's telling people. Hey, it's
That's
okay
why
to
she
catch
don't want her on
gonorrhea.
there.
I got it, but I got over it. Fuck it.
now can we
It's
say
okay.
anything that Cherry has done from what I've heard from what about her? Is there any way to the level of what Sexy Red is
That
doing right now?
No, hell no.
So that's what I'm
it's
saying.
okay. I'm
So
getting you that Christmas face.
how we gonna get on
Coochie
her
juice.
for saying, "Hey, I don't want this woman on my show who's
Yeah.
doing
But
stuff
see,
like
I
this
thought it was just
because
limited
her
to like her
bag."
little rap persona. I didn't know she was doing all of that.
Yeah, she has like lip glosses out, and they're I think that they're tinted lip glosses, and those are the types of names that she gave the lip glosses. You know
Gonorrhea?
what? You know what, Faith? I bet you if you pull it up on Google or YouTube or something, you'll see it. One of
That's
the
what I'm
names
saying,
of
bruh.
it is coochie juice, one is gonorrhea, and one is something else. Like all of the names are repulsive except for one. And so, if Sherry Shepherd were to have her on the show and said, "Well, what are you doing now?" She's gonna bring that up.
I'm
And
selling coochie juice.
ain't nobody trying to
That's
hear
selling
that.
nut.
Interview somebody else. Pick a different black woman.
Yeah, that
I'm,
that that
Yeah, that's
that
a bad look. That's a bad
I'm
look.
selling
Ain't nobody
coochie
trying
juice.
to. Yeah, yeah. Because I did see that on YouTube by accident, and I was like, "What the hell?"
yeah. I thought y'all was just talking about her little rap persona in the stuff.
No,
Oh no!
no.
Oh no!
No,
Oh
she's selling
no!
lip
Oh
gloss
Go
under
no!
that
crazy
name.
on that.
No!
Yeah,
No! Oh no! Trust me. This woman, y'all listen. There's a reason why I'm saying leave this girl alone.
yeah,
Y'all are not
yeah.
going to ever see Beyonce in the same room with that
Nope.
girl. That Beyonce was like, "Yeah,
Yep.
I'm out. I'm out. Y'all got this shit. I'm no."
Yep.
You're not going to
That's
see
what
certain
she's
women. I don't give a fuck.
that's what she's
No,
selling.
no. She's like, Blue, get in the damn car. Get in the car, girl. This girl, no. That woman has
Yeah.
no chill.
Yeah, you
That's
wouldn't want to interview that because that's just, what is she and she got a mouth and she just what?
ain't no
Oh no.
ain't no
Mm-mm.
filter.
Yeah, no.
Ain't no
Yeah, no,
filter to
no,
her
no.
shit.
I wouldn't want I'd pick somebody else. I'd pick, somebody, unknown, or I'd pick one of the studio, hands or something. Yeah, I wouldn't pick that chick.
You're not. You're never gonna hear Oprah say, "Let me go get Sukiyana. Let me get Sexy
Yeah.
Red." You're never gonna hear Oprah say that. Y'all would never ask y'all would never ask Oprah to put them on. Oprah would
Yeah.
never do it. Gail would never
Nope.
try to interview her ass unless she did a high end murder. Like y'all are not
Yeah.
getting those type of women to do those conversations with that girl because they even some of the content creators like what's the Real Talk with Yanni. Now they're even saying, "Yo, this woman has no chill. She's not slowing down on how far she gonna take it." And this is what I'm saying. When you go too far, how far is too far? When women start saying, "Yo, this is," you got women that get online saying, "Yo, you got these girls coming out there saying ski, which is mean they want guys to skeet on them, talk about sucking toes and doing all that stuff." Yeah,
And
I don't
tossing
trust you.
salads. Yeah,
Tossing
tossing
salads.
salads. Yep. Yeah.
Office,
No.
Yeah, so you
The
don't have no
hell?
No.
chill.
office salads. Oh God,
No.
I'm
Yeah. Yeah. This woman is pretty disgusting. Now I'm starting to know who she is now. Yeah.
You can't.
That woman
Yeah,
is disgusting. I see
yeah.
why Sherry Shepherd said, yeah, no.
I can't do it. I'm trying to like that's what I'm saying. Like, hey, listen, she's not going to stop because she understands there's a market for degeneracy, and there's a lot of women, a lot of younger women are not privy to. Hey, she's encouraging.
So that's
I
what it
remember there
means.
was well, they were saying
What's going on, Chaos?
I always hear
What's good, chaos?
one teacher did. Hold on, can I say this, babe? The teacher one time did like an intro song to the students, and you hear I don't know what age the students was. I think they're middle school. They said ski it, and said, all right,
those are
get your
elementary.
books
That was
open.
elementary.
God
Yeah,
damn, that's a fucking
that was elementary.
that's shameful.
That was elementary.
Wait a minute. What am I missing? What are you talking about?
No, a teacher on IG recite a song, and then the students recite ski. And then say, okay, now y'all children, you can start your day and all this. Yes. Remember, was she in high school one time to and perform a song in
Yeah,
that school?
she was invited to I think it was a high school.
So
She's black high school.
I wouldn't be surprised those principals and teachers were like, and the Gen X or 78 and up to millennials. I won't be surprised.
Okay, but compared to Sherry Shepherd, okay, this is what the argument is. Sherry Shepherd shouldn't talk because she had multiple abortions and she said some racy stuff online. And bro speak, you're saying that Sherry Shepherd has every right to feel the way that she feels because what again?
I said because she has that past and she see and again, ain't nowhere near what this woman is doing. You don't see Sherry Shepherd going out promoting. Promoting that she's had these abortions. I mean, she talked about on the show, but that was for I think kind of like a counseling thing or something like that. She's not going out there bragging about it and promoting it. So I'm like, I'm sorry, that is not the same. I'm sorry, you can't compare passes and be like, well, because you have a pass, and you can't speak on this person's past. Wait a second, if my past is not promoted, I'm not promoting it. I'm not encouraging people to do it. Where she's out here doing degenerate stuff, promoting it, and continues to promote it. Yeah, I think she has every right to say no. I'm not. I know about where you're going. I don't want my brand to be associated with that. I don't want you to even think that I would endorse someone like that. So yeah, she have every right to do that. So I don't know what woman spit talking about. It's like
Yeah, she pretty ratchet. I mean, yeah, I don't think that, no.
You know, it's like, listen, I understand. Like, we can look at in sense like Whoopi Goldberg. Now, Whoopi Goldberg has talked about, mind you, she's on a what type of show? A show that is dominated by what? Women.
Right.
Women talk, women talking points. They bring up women topics. You can't get mad on The View if that's what they're talking about. So if they're talking about their choice and what they want to do with their bodies, and they one of the ones say, "Hey, I got abortions. It's okay. I chose my career over being a mom." That is the mindset
Oh,
for.
okay. So that's how Sherry's stuff came out. She was talking about it on The View.
She was talking about that. Like, no, Whoopi pulled the same stunt. Like, it's not like it hasn't been done. I mean, no offense, but God damn it, who else did the same shit and started talking about it? But she apologized about it. It was Monique. Monique said, "I took my kids and gave them and chose my career over raising my sons." But guess
So
what? The women still
basically,
call.
so
Go ahead.
basically, these women were saying it as a cautionary tale. They weren't promoting what they were doing.
Right. They're telling this is what we did at these trajectories of our lives. This is what we did. We're not saying that we were right, but this is what we did. So this is the thing about it. Like when you asked us earlier, right? You remember when you asked us the episode, like yes, last episode, what did you do to get to this trajectory? And see, nobody likes the hero come up story of how that person got there. So she could have kept that story to herself, but mind you, she's going onto a show like Steve Harvey or The View. They already are going to know what they're going to say. You understand what I'm saying? They know what they're going to say because it's called FCC. The FCC is set up to do what when they say something that's out of pocket? Bleep it out. So if she would have said something else way crazy, they would have said, boop. But she just said, "Hey, I'm telling y'all about me and my body and what I did when I was not doing X, Y, and Z." I didn't want to have it.
Okay, okay,
I can't get.
guys.
What am I supposed to run up on her and say, "Oh my God, why didn't you marry any of those men?"
Okay,
Can't say
guys, I
shit.
want to interject for a minute. Here are the lip gloss flavor names.
I already know what you're about to say. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let it
Okay.
rip.
Wait a minute. Fair use, or this is just for conversational purposes, or et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So I got all different flavors. That's what she said. Coochie juice, booty hole brown,
Huh?
coochie pink, sex
Mm.
sex on my period, and gonorrhea yellow discharge and nuts.
What the hell?
No,
The fuck?
y'all
I
sexy
am
red
reading
defenders,
it.
stand your ground.
Yes.
Stand
So
your
this
ground,
is
damn it.
it says
She
this
is
is
disgusting.
this is hip
She
hop
is
news.
disgusting.
This information is from, I'm reading it from Hip Hop News, and it says Sexy Red to launch lip gloss line with names inspired by Pound Town lyrics.
Well, hell, I don't want her on my show.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, because
Why?
at first
Why?
I didn't know, but I was like, wait a minute, this is that chick. And so, yeah, that's why Sherry
She,
Shepherd, that's why
No,
she
she
said
don't
it.
let
is
them back out of it, AP.
she
Because
is
now
disgusting.
when somebody else says, "Hey," when another woman says, "Hey, listen, I get I'm not perfect, but fuck this bitch." No, I'm not putting this crazy shit on my show. Like, yo,
Yes.
listen, like, listen. How do you now? I imagine. What y'all? Tell me. I want to know from y'all. What are y'all gonna talk about with Sexy Red? What can y'all honestly talk about with her?
That's what I'm
When
saying.
y'all,
I wouldn't want to interview her because then she's going to talk about her lip gloss line. I ain't trying to hear that.
I
I
want to
ain't
hear
trying
That's
y'all
to
talk
hear
how.
about
about
it.
no goddamn sex on my period.
Exactly. Yes.
I want to hear y'all talk about it.
She can say that on the air, right?
That is, now I see. Okay, I'm getting a better picture now.
Now, who
I
buying
had
this
to
crap is what I
educate
want to know.
myself.
I've been knew how nasty this bitch could get. I've been
Okay,
knew how
yeah,
nasty she was gonna get.
yeah. This is not good. Yeah, she ain't gonna be on no show. Well, I don't know
So
who.
she need
Well,
her opportunity.
hip hop
She won.
news. They interviewed her, but yeah, I could see why Shepherd said I'll
So
pass.
so
I get it
why
now.
you think Sharon? You think Sharon, the owner of the View, is gonna put her on? You think Whoopi is gonna do it?
No, No,
You think you
No.
think you think Jenny Ma was gonna have a conversation with her? What
no,
woman in their
no.
right mind on no hip hop nigga shit is gonna actually have a conversation with her?
Yeah, yeah. I
Okay,
I
all
get it.
right. So now my man has changed. Dita Rail, what about you?
Stand your ground. Stand your ground.
Man,
Yeah,
who is
no,
managing
no,
her? This is so
no.
No, no,
crazy.
no,
This
no,
is
no.
yeah. This is insane.
This is
I'm
what.
reading it from Hip Hop News.
She
See, this is
doesn't.
the thing about it. Is this what happens when you don't have a mature, grounded, or level-headed person saying stop? This
I
is where
mean,
wisdom comes in.
there are adults, there are actual porn stars that are more
Classier
I
than
mean,
that.
yeah,
Yes.
they're classier than that.
Yeah,
God
this
damn.
is yeah, she just went all gully with this one. She just let it all hang out and yeah, this is like ain't nobody yeah. Nobody in
But see,
mainstream television is trying to interview her.
but see, that's the thing about it is
It,
she don't care. She don't care because nobody is checking her and saying stop. Like this is why some of them damn people after these things happen, they're saying nobody told me to stop. Well, they just kept telling me to go, 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 go.
Well, I mean, just
That's
think about it. I mean, on primetime TV, if someone says, "Well, what else are you doing besides your music?" and then she can't even say her products on the
Yeah.
on
no,
the.
no, she can. They will bleep up all that stuff.
I told you that
Yeah.
FCC gonna bleep it out. Like, oh hell no,
The
you ain't saying
the
this shit
whole
on us.
interview is gonna be bleep, bleep, bleep. Hi, bleep, yes, bleep, no, bleep. My name is bleep. It's gonna just be the names of my lipsticks are bleep, 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 bleep. I mean, what kind of interview is that gonna be? Yeah, no.
Man, this
Yeah,
is
no.
that's
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like you gotta have it. Like this is why. Like case in point, I'm gonna grab something. So the NBA player Ja Morant, who's been getting in a lot of trouble. The gun thing, the gun situation, the fights and everything. You have it where Lil Wayne reached out to him saying, "Listen, man, this man needs a mentor to stop him, or he's going to lose everything." Y'all can look it up. It's just so you have it where different men, older men, are reaching out to John Moran saying, "Yo, let me help not manage you, just mentor you, because the people around you do not care if you go to jail, if you lose your contract, which now the NBA has already suspended him. So there's no woman that holistically wants to touch her. There's no Faith or AP in her back of her corner. Like, so yeah, I got this new thing called booty sweat juice. I would hope AP's like, no, dear. I would hope Faith like, girl, shut up. We not naming it that
Yeah,
nasty shit.
you know what? I was getting ready to go into the whole mantra. Well, you know, I wasn't perfect and I did things, but no,
no,
No, we didn't do
Defend
things
her, Faith.
like
there
this.
Defend her.
is
This, yeah.
y'all was
Defend
saints.
your lost daughter. Defend her. bring her, bring her back home, Faith.
No,
Man,
I
y'all
was.
do not compare.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't see
I
her
told
career lasting like this. She gonna have to change up because there's no way her
you.
career gonna sustain itself saying stuff like that. I
Mm,
don't think it
See,
will.
but see what happened.
That's just too over the top.
But see what happened, brother. I get what I'm not saying. We, we're talking, but even you understand that, bro. Like these people in her ear are allowing her to destroy herself, and
Yeah,
she has children. I want everybody to understand the ramifications. She
Whoa.
has children,
But
babies.
she looked like a kid herself. Oh my gosh.
She has babies. So as these kids grow older, I think one of them is like a few years old. Like I think her song, my daddy needs a pappy. Like she's talking about her child, not a little baby, but she has kids. So as her kids get older, nobody gives a fuck. Just like Superhead, whose kid is on heavy medication because his mom doesn't care about her child well-being. So what y'all think is gonna be for her kids? Well, we done seen your mom's coochie. We know booty hole sweat. We know you're looking for a pappy. Like, listen, them boys are either gonna be on drugs or they're gonna be out there fighting everybody in that damn school. Because kids
know
are the
what,
most
D?
coolest thing.
I think she needs therapy.
There's no therapy for that bitch.
There's definitely need therapy.
Yeah, but
She said that the names were inspired by her song Pound Town.
Oh God.
So she's got a song called Pound Town, according to Hip Hop News, and that's, I guess these are some of the different things that she says in the lyrics of that song.
And yeah, I thought the WAP song was bad.
I thought that, she's making Cardi B look like a Disney kid.
Yeah,
But see, that's the thing about
that's
I'm
like, dang.
But
here's the irony about that.
Slacked up after having a child and stuff. She kind of, you don't really see her doing like, over the top stuff.
That's the whole point. Cardi started slowing down drastically,
right?
And Cardi started slowing down and started moving away from the ratchet shit. Hell, she doesn't even play ratchet music in her house around her kids because now she's a mom and she understands. You don't see Beyonce doing all that crazy shit around her children. There's a time where you do some shit, and I heard somebody say, "No, Beyonce still be out there." No, she don't. Beyonce don't do that shit around her kid. You know damn well.
Her kid is one of her dancers. Ivy's one of her dancers on the concert.
And they ain't doing nothing sexual on that stage. They are not doing nothing sexual on that stage. They just dance like mother and daughter.
I've seen the dances, and there's nothing sexual about those dances at all.
Nope. Yeah. Just a mom and daughter dancing.
But even Madonna, she calmed down when she had kids too. She writes children's books now.
Well, can I say something about this sex red that people don't understand? She is one of the last frontiers of degeneracy that they have pushed out to see where the envelope is going to stand, and it's actually been very effective. Why do you think that when that sex tape was put out on her IG, all they're doing is trying to push her and push the envelope. For the up and coming rappers that are female rappers coming out, you're going to be this now. We are pushing this, and we're going to use black women as the front for this. So anytime the world sees black women in the West or anywhere, they're going to think, oh, this is sexy red. She sits there and then wants to get screwed. But make sure you put your condom on because she can be nasty. She talk about booty juice. She talk about this and that. That's the whole purpose of them pushing her so hard as this. I remember a woman did a video and she was convinced that this woman was a plant. Like the most of them.
Sexy Red already said that she does not, if you have sex with her, she does not want you to wear a condom.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
So,
it's the degeneracy.
No, she's actually serious about that. She does not like condoms. And literally, that's why her porno.
Think about BFT. What do you think that they always said that doesn't like condoms? They said black men, right? But they said most black women don't want the men wearing condoms. So who's the best person to put that out and say it out loud? Her.
Who's going to interview her?
Listen.
Okay, so D. Darrell said he has to go to bed. He said thanks for having him up. Thanks for coming up, D. I appreciate it.
Okay, D. Darrell. Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
If you ever want to interview, but you think Umar Johnson would interview Sexy Red?
No, Umar Johnson.
No, but O'Shea would. O'Shea would.
He already interviewed Sukiana.
O'Shea would interview her. And he would give his commentary, on what his thoughts are. He would.
Yeah, I could see O'Shea doing that.
Of course. Well, yeah. I mean, the only places she's gonna be able to go is like maybe Vlad. Vlad, Adam.
After she done fucked up. After she done fucked up her. Again, this is the sad point that she's not caring about. Like people cannot see. Like like how your parent will tell you, "Hey, don't get that tattoo because down the line you will regret it." And shut up, I'm gonna just get it. And then, damn, maybe I should have not got that tattoo. It's one of those things. Shouldn't have got that tattoo. So, like somebody needs to tell her to stop. So,
Well, speaking of stopping, it's this stream. Oh, hold on a second. This is something. Hustle and Muscle is back. What's up, Hustle and Muscle?
So,
hello.
He's on mute.
I'm here.
There you go.
Okay, what did you want to add, Mr. Hustle and Muscle?
I just came back in. What did I miss? I know Chaos Rain was talking last time.
Are we still talking about Sexy Red?
Oh, that the lip gloss that she's selling.
Do you know the names of the lip gloss?
Yes, one is called gonorrhea. Another one's
Yep.
called nut booty juice.
Yes.
Who will buy that shit?
I know.
Some freaks.
I can't believe I was getting ready to semi-defend her. You know what? I'm gonna have to start doing my research.
yeah,
See,
you see what happens when you don't do your research?
See, that's the thing is that at first I didn't know who she was. And then I said, wait a minute, lip gloss? I remember that interview. And I looked it up and yes, ma'am, she is just cray-cray.
Hey, like I said, y'all, when DMT be telling y'all stuff, y'all think I be mean.
Why was Woman's Fear coming up here talking about Sherry when she should have been talking about Sexy Red ass?
Y'all need to look up these things thoroughly.
But you're right, BMT. We need to look stuff up. You're right. You're right.
I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Like y'all say, oh, he just talked. No, I'm telling you, man. Like this girl.
Yeah, she's ratchet. She's ratchet.
She's the final front here.
But there's obviously something going on mentally with her.
No, don't give her that card. Don't give her that way out, Faith. What? No, you're not getting that.
No,
you're not getting that mental.
Hold her
no,
accountable, my girl.
Just hold her accountable.
You gonna create some lip gloss named after a bunch
let
of diseases.
Let her have that, man. Stop giving these motherfuckers ways out and shit. Everybody ain't mentally fucked up. That's just what they want to do. They know what they're doing. Stop giving them that way out.
How you gonna sell that? You got all that disgusting lip gloss, and you want to sell that stuff on the market? all I can say is,
yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Price ain't right. The price ain't right.
I'll tell you what. if you feel like she has mental health, right? In her support, I will go buy you 2 of them, and you can choose which one you like to wear in support of her.
I don't want none of that bullshit. Hell no.
Then you don't believe the bullshit you're saying.
Support the sisters, man.
I want to see you put on at least one of them booty juice or booty hole or creamy gonorrhea, whichever one you think you're ready to put on.
These are terrible names.
I'll say this. When that tape came out, people could probably view the short clip of it. Everybody said when she said booty hole something like, they were right. Nothing was right. Everything was brown. And the guy. Hey, listen, if you go to my last live stream on that, man, the big man was saying some shit and he said, yo, girl, you need to eat some more fruit, man. Oh, that don't look right. That look sad. I said, listen, what she said is she living it. The porn tape revealed it all. This chick on the foot. And trust me, she's going to be interviewed by other black women on major platforms. Watch and see. The white man pays their bills. They're going to say, put this woman on here. Or I say, you going to drop this off quick. You going to do this. And they're going to do it.
Like I said, y'all, like I said, I'm hoping that an older woman that has done a few things in their life that literally steps to her and says, "Stop, stop." They do not care. They do not care. Like this is the time where, as women, I know it doesn't mean much for me as a black man, but some woman needs to. Y'all need to make a video about why when older women need to tell these young girls stop because it's going to get to that point, just like that old school woman I was talking about. How AP said, "Yo, she gave them girls a pass." Everybody don't give you a pass until you write a check you can't
Yeah,
catch.
yeah,
So that girl, you see how quick, you see how low she's going, and those men are enjoying it. They are enjoying her destroying herself. Them people do not care what's going to happen to her or her kids. Her baby daddies are already locked up.
But
She's already
first of
doing
all,
whatever to do.
we have to understand why she's doing this. What is her background? Did she come from an impoverished background? Did she,
Skip. What? Are we questioning now? Why did not the
Hey,
industry get
Chaos
the
Rain, you're Borgin.
Oh, I'm a burger still? Oh, nice.
Okay, go ahead, Faith. Why?
I say why are you asking why the industry is picking up these people from the streets that's trying to bust big and tell me why they do what they do. They do it because they want to do what they do. If you go to a few of her interviews on her background and she tells on herself, it explains why she does what she does. There's no help for a lot of them, Faith. If this was a black man doing some weird shit, you would say something wrong with them. But this is a black woman. You're trying to fix something that's already broken. See, man, we don't waste time fixing it. If it's broken, it's broken. We don't give justification. These people say, "Oh, we just don't deal with them." Simple as that.
So do you think that this woman is some sort of a plant? Because it seems like it seems like people are looking for the lowest common denominator. This is terrible. They're looking for somebody.
But before we dog pile on this woman, how old is she?
25 years old. She's 25 years of age.
She looks quite young, and she is quite young. And you know how young people do real. They don't think straight. I think that. What are you?
No.
There you go, Faith. Man, Faith, I wish I had your face. I really do.
I'm sorry. When you're doing stuff, you're naming lip gloss after disease, STDs.
You know what?
That's past.
So
that's past.
You know what, Faith? So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find that interview.
Stop laughing. Stop.
So what we're gonna do? I'm gonna find that interview. I'm gonna find that interview for AP and Faith, where she talks about how she likes to be raw dogged and she likes men to nut inside her. And when we play the interview, the ladies and people ask her, Sexy Red, maybe you made a mistake in what you're saying. Would you like to recant your statement? No. I know what I'm saying. Hell, I caught two STDs.
And you still don't think that she might have some psychological issues.
You know, it's crazy. It's like y'all. It's like the devil can say I'm real, and y'all still want to believe.
Why are you saying y'all? Why are you saying y'all? I mean,
because you refuse to actually tell your co-host, listen, nigga, it is for what it is, man. Like that's just
well, the thing. Well, but Faith said that she wants to leave room on her show for differences of opinion. Okay. I did not know that this was the same chick that had
I
those
don't.
ridiculous names for that lip gloss. And then when I put two and two together and I looked it up, I said, "Wait a minute, this is that same chick. She's disgusting." And then
So
everything started coming around, and I was like, "Well, now it makes more sense why Sherry Shepherd said no." I would not want to interview such a person because everything that comes out of her mouth is going to be vile, and
Right.
that's not a good look
And
for black women.
I
you
don't
remember
think
you
that
remember the time?
just because she
Oh,
has lipstick that's named after, these disgusting venereal diseases or whatever, doesn't mean that she's a lost cause.
But she's saying
Oh, yes,
stuff
it
like
does.
she's a freak, and
so
she's saying stuff like
Oh
she's a
shit.
freak, and she likes to have sex without condoms, and she's saying a bunch of stuff. And her kids are going to grow up one day, and they're going to have access to this footage. This is cray cray right here. This is
so
not a good look. No, no.
She said
I'm
Yeah.
play
just
play,
saying.
not keep keep.
So you have it where the baby, there is footage of him when wearing a diaper in a parking lot full of a bunch of men. There is Takashi
What?
69. Oh yeah. The baby used to wear a diaper as a publicity stunt to sell his music. He used to wear a diaper.
Mm.
Nothing else on. Like nobody said, "Oh, the baby must be mentally sick." Nope. They just said this motherfucker right here just did that. Some people will do. It's called shock jock. They want to get people to keep that. Sukiana talking about has a song about eating ass, eating ass, eating ass. That is literally the song. Some of these people want quick self gratification. Do not think of the repercussions of how it's going to turn up down the road. And this is the problem. Yeah, we don't want to accept that so many people do not care about, it's like how Kanye said, live fast, die young. These are what they're on right now. And we need
So
to understand
basically,
these people.
you're saying that they're selling out for the fame.
Exactly.
They're
By
doing it.
any
They're doing
means
it for clout.
necessary.
Yep.
Okay.
For any means that's any mean that's and I get what you're saying, Faye. Like there has to be a reason. But so long as they're getting that money, and there have been different women who have asked her, "Yo, chill out, stop." She does not care. So you know what they do? Get out of the way. You don't think that other women haven't tried to reach out to her that
Yeah,
have
I think
higher
so.
platforms?
Could be.
Like, but they're like Deb. You have Deb. She's the manager. There's other rappers. I mean, she's met Nicki Minaj. She's met other rappers, other female rappers. You don't think they haven't tried to talk to her behind closed doors? But if she's not going to stop, let her go. Let her find out.
She's still getting attention.
Right.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like Beyonce, I've seen Beyonce train for her concerts. She's a hardworking woman.
She don't play.
She don't play, and so it would take years to get up to the level of a Beyonce or even a Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is real good with rhymes, and I know I sounded square
Mhm.
just now saying that, but even her stuff is funny, and she can ad lib and she acts. So if you're gonna break into this market, you're gonna have fast. You're gonna have to go low, as lower than anybody else has gone, and that's what it looks like she's chosen to do.
Yeah,
When
it's
you
like
don't,
she took the WAP song and said, "Hey, I can go back
Yeah, yeah.
farther than that."
I can be more degenerate than the WAP song.
Right.
and that's what's scary because how low are you willing to go if you don't have no talent?
Yeah,
And how much of your body are you willing to use? Because that time is nobody's friend. And as you start getting older, and you start and after a while, like you don't see Erica Badu gotta keep. Well, Erica's different. Leave her alone. We'll leave her out of it.
well,
Hey,
she's
you
got a
Listen,
know,
nice
Yeah.
voice too.
she's
She's got a
so
nice voice. She's
beautiful,
talented and
Rihanna.
she's
no, but
stylish too.
But Erica don't gotta do no like. We'll use Beyonce. Beyonce ain't running around in no
I was
crazy.
just gonna say, you did not see that video that Erica Badu did walking down the
That
street,
I
listen,
butt
saw
naked.
that, but
listen. That's why I had to leave Erica alone.
that was an artistic expression.
Like
The naked body is beautiful.
but see, here's the thing about it. Erica's kids are grown.
Mm-hmm.
Erica was not doing that when her kids were babies. And I'm not making. I don't want to make excuses for her, but we already knew Erica was out there. Listen, she was out there in the desert wearing moon boots and shit and singing and all that stuff. So she was way ahead of her time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it, but Erica was not sexually talking about sucking dick and doing all this crazy shit.
Yeah,
you're not gonna find Erica. You be hard pressed. I could play Erica's music. I could play Jill Scott's music. Them women were singing neo soul. You would go to a jazz joint. Come on, Faith. You go out there. Y'all guys been out there. When we hear Jasmine, Erica, and them, they're not talking about no sexual. They talk about, hey, I want to take me for a long walk me around the street, court me, do something to make me remember you. But don't bend me over and fuck me like I'm some slut. That's these girls' songs. And now you gotta wear.
I hope the names of those daggone lip glosses don't get my channel flagged. Damn
well. Come on, now. You ain't right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you ain't gonna never hear. Look, I'm trying to say that's why when you made that, what was that last stream you and AP did about where are the R&B songs? Well, where are the female? So where are the women that are making their R&B songs that are nice and sensual and talking about romance me? What are these girls singing about? Bend me over. Put a baby in me.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, you know what? BMT. Do you know who John Legend is? I don't know if that's.
Of course I know.
Okay,
people.
Okay, he said that nobody wanted him because his songs were clean, and he had a fight. He had to argue with people and say, "Wait a minute, now I'm talented. My songs are clean. What's the problem?" And I have heard people say that they reject you when you're trying to have a positive message in your rap musics or something, that they want dirt.
That's why they got rid of him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like in NWA, like some of those people said that they wanted dirt and they wanted trash. And that they didn't
push him out. Too Short didn't want to do a lot of those songs that he was doing.
Really?
But when he tried to do clean, they told him no. This is what's selling.
Wait. Too Short didn't want to do all that suck my D songs. I mean, seriously.
And I did hear them say that I heard them say that they wanted these guys to act gay, and they were like, "Man, I don't want to do this gay shit." And they kind of, I don't know what they had on him, but they made this guy act gay. That's not gay.
That's why I like Mint Condition. That's why I liked a lot of guys. Black Street. Y'all remember all them brothers that used to be?
I remember Black Street.
Yeah.
Black Street.
Now what happened to all of them? What happened to Genuine, Black Street, all the Casey and JoJo, like all
Tony.
Like, all them. Come on now, what are the odds that all of a sudden they disappeared? Then all of a sudden men have to start dressing pretty much butt naked to goddamn and sing a song. And I'm like, well, damn. So y'all just said, fuck wearing clothes and just being able to sing. Y'all just went to I gotta just twerk and grind on the floor or some shit. At least I say Usher was sadly the last of it. The last of it all. Well, between that and Chris Brown, but after a while, I mean, that was it. That was it. So,
but you know what? I noticed something. They got our people looking crazy in the music industry now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about what you're saying, and our people are coming out with some junk. And white people music is starting to sound good to me now.
Yep.
You know who is more strong? Do you want to know who is more stronger than Beyonce? Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift.
Yep. Yep, that's what everybody's saying. That is what everybody's saying. That concert is spectacular. And guess what? They're coming out with a movie of that concert.
And she doesn't even dance in her concert. She
Nope.
just
Yeah,
fits it.
that one song she got called Last Friday Night. I
Yes,
like that
yes.
song.
I was like, wait, Kelly, you're not even dancing in your concert. What do you do? Oh, she just sings. So wait, she makes $740 million, and this girl don't even dance. And Beyonce got to run around, dance, put on outfits, and have her daughter out there. Y'all said, damn, bro, it's just night and day on what a black woman has to do. Y'all think Adele be running out there dancing and singing all
No,
sexual? Adele be going out
no.
there singing about time and making you want to cry and goddamn do your taxes and
Yeah,
shit. Like I
yeah,
was
you
like,
be
Jesus
wanting
Christ.
you be wanting to drink after hitting the Adele. Like,
Yeah, Adele makes me
let
drink.
me let me get the Jack
Yeah.
Daniels. God damn, you depressing me.
But I'm just saying that's the thing about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. That's why I don't know where we left from having meaningful songs, and all our songs weren't depressing. We actually had some fun, nice songs. Now it's just about straight goddamn.
Yeah,
You
it's
gotta
sex,
just and you gotta be about sex. You know what I'm
sex and
saying?
breakup songs. It's nothing in between. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I think what really happened to me when they start introducing rap into more of the like the hip hop into the R&B, and that's
Goddamn
really
Ja Rule.
yeah.
That's it.
Ja
Damn Ja
Rule,
Rule and
50
Ashanti.
Cent,
Oh yeah.
Ja Rule, 50 Cent. When they start mixing that together, that's when R&B really went down for me.
I was gonna send Faith, I was gonna send you a picture of Kevin Gates had a pregnant girl on stage and he was spitting in her mouth on stage.
What?
Ew,
What?
yeah.
Ah, Jesus
What?
Christ.
Somebody would have got
Ew.
hit if they spit in my mouth.
That's Kevin
Yuck.
Gates.
I would
That's
have
Kevin
punched
Gates.
him in the throat. It's spitting in my goddamn mouth. You must be out of your damn mind.
Some woman let him
I,
do that though.
yeah. Yep. Go ahead. You seen it, brother? Speak the Kevin Gates spitting in the woman's mouth. I said, Kevin, why do they allow you to do the nastiest shit on stage? They be allowing him to do that. I think they do that. He's a plant or something. Though.
That 20 years ago, he would have been arrested.
But he eats ass, so what do you expect?
Yeah, he does eat ass. He does talk about he likes eating ass.
And
So
he
Oh
and
God.
he had
She
sex
let
with
him
his
spit in
cousin.
her mouth after he said he eats ass.
yeah,
Yeah,
that he does have that, and also
Yeah, go ahead.
and he wanted to bang his cousin. So
yes.
you know.
Well, he slept with his cousin. He already slept
Oh
with his
yeah, he
cousin.
slept
So.
with his cousin. Yeah. So
Wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait. Please tell me this is not a black person.
Kevin
Kevin
Gates is
Gates,
black.
yeah,
Yeah, everybody knows
he's
Kevin Gates is
black.
black.
Oh Lord.
And the
I
Muslim,
got two
apparently.
phones.
Oh, that's him? Oh my God.
Yeah, that light
Yeah.
skinned guy that y'all think, oh, he looks cute. Yeah, he's the weirdo. He's the one that be. He's the one that be telling people like, yeah, so like, my grandma told me that that's my cousin, but I was already in the pussy and I ain't want to stop. So
Oh
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah.
You know what? There's no more hope for humanity. I just
Well, let's hope.
No,
It's,
it's
I'm
done.
not sure it's hope for the black community, but it's hope for
if I can get Kevin Gates on your show, you can ask him all them questions.
No, I'm
yeah.
good.
Just don't let him.
I'm good.
Just don't let
I'm
him
like
seduce
Sherry
you.
Shepherd. I'm like
Don't let
Sherry
him seduce
Shepherd.
you. Did you hear that?
No, I don't think that he can seduce me. You know,
I don't want to see him spitting in your mouth, babe. I mean, you will be a celebrity.
Yeah.
you know what? I'm trying. I am on probation. I'm trying my best. Y'all gonna make me go back to jail. Don't.
Oh man.
Oh.
So
Lord have
now,
mercy.
so now, okay, now that more evidence has come to light. Now, do you see why Sherry Shepherd made the statement that she made?
Yeah, I see exactly why she did it now.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's yeah.
and again, I just don't see why anybody would be on Sherry's case about saying no. I don't want this woman on here. I don't get it.
Yeah, see, I didn't know about the because I don't listen to her music, and it took me a while to piece together who she was enough to know anything. But then when I started looking it up, I said, wait a minute, this is disgusting. I can't see having a lighthearted conversation that will be appropriate for all audiences from this young woman.
Because
Yeah,
it's not
and
designed to be
again, you got
appropriate. It's designed to be as much degenerate as possible. More sex, more intersectional, more these type of weirdos type of behaviors. That's what they pushing. Because the more they push, the more people are gonna be desensitized, degenerates, and have no
mhm,
focus. They're gonna be all sexualized. Everything they think about is F, poke, 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 you know what I'm saying? All this weird stuff. They
right.
get that math is the ultimate distraction. Because now you're not sure what's going on in the world, things that really matter, because you're so conflated with sex. Yeah.
You're right.
Mm,
Most dangerous tool.
yep.
Over
Well,
sexualizing
guys,
public. Yeah.
it is going on 6 o'clock, y'all, and I am
6
over
o'clock.
here. Not
Thank
6
you. In
o'clock.
6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours. Y'all, I'm tired. Okay, it's almost one
Okay.
o'clock in the morning over here.
Okay.
Whew, but we have had another long one. I did not expect it to go this long, y'all. So
But time flies when you're having fun.
it does. It really does. This has been very enjoyable. Dita Rail came up and he spit verses, and Bro Speak came up and spit verses too. Chaos Rain, BMT. Who else came up? I think that
Demetrius.
oh,
Hustler and
Demetrius
Muscular.
Sagashigata and
Muscular and Demetrius.
yeah, Hustler Muscler. So yeah, thank all of y'all for coming up here. Did anybody want to have final thoughts?
No.
Ooh. Well, as far as the elder abuse thing, like I said, you know, it is take care of your elders. Don't abuse them. If they are kind to you, don't take advantage of that. Nowadays, some pieces of crap, act accordingly. As
Wow.
far as I mean, that's all I can do. I mean, but as far as Sherry, I mean, she have every right to say no. And that was before I heard all this other stuff. I will still say the same thing. Yeah, Sherry has every right to say no. I don't want to interview her, regardless of even Sherry's past, because hey, she has a brand, and her and she don't want her brand to be associated with this chick, so she have every right to say that. And if anybody has the reason to do it, would be Sherry. It's one thing if somebody who was clean would say, "I don't want to be around her," and blah blah blah. Yeah, people be looking at, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You've been clean, but somebody who's been in the dirt, yeah, they can be more in the position to say, yeah, no, I see where you're going, and I see how this is going to be bad. And that was even before all this other stuff. Now I'm really like, yeah, Cher's definitely right. Who would want this woman on any platform except maybe Vlad or Adam 22? Sorry, I'm just no. So, but anyway, thank you for having me up, Faith. It's been
All
fun.
right, bro. Thank you
All
so
right,
much for
bro
coming.
speaks.
All right, AP Chaos. Yeah, have a good one.
Okay, take care.
All right, Mr. Chaos Rain, you got anything you want to say before you peel up out of here? Uh-oh.
What's
Chaos?
going on?
I already said it already. I told you I have no comment.
Oh, well, get off then. Bye. Yeah, Talking about something he done already said. Anyway, girl, this was another long one.
But it was fun. I don't notice how long it is because it's so fun.
It is. I mean, I didn't realize I was getting sleepy until I was sitting up here like I'm talking and slurred like I'm drunk. Oh, okay, I'm getting sleepy.
But it was fun. I mean, I appreciate you, having this forum for all of us to get together and talk and hang out and everything. But it was a lot of fun, and I did learn something because I wasn't sure that I knew who this person was, and now I know who it is, and I know what people are talking about now. And yeah, I see why Sherry may have made that comment because I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to conduct an interview with a person who is this controversial. It would, yeah.
Even though you're not perfect, AP, and you got a sullied past and all.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, where's it gonna go? You know?
Yeah, true. Well,
So
I'm like this, I'm a little bit more. I try to give a little bit more leeway, and you know what? It has not worked out well for me giving people leeway because whenever I give people leeway, they just I give an inch, motherfuckers always take a mile.
well,
And
some people want to make a name for themselves and they'll do it by messing up your platform.
yes, they will. They won't. They do it. Yes, they will. And here's the thing I want to say that I want to impart to the ladies. Ladies, sometimes some of you all got y'all ulterior motives, right? And sometimes rather than you say, hey, I got this thing in my past that I'm not proud of, rather than you say, you know what, I may not be proud of it, but I'm going to use this as a cautionary tale to warn other women. Y'all will sit up here and try to silence other women from speaking about doing something different, period. And you try to shame other women by saying you're no better than me, and you're no better, you got this going on in your past, and so you need to shut up and not tell other women not to do something because who are you? You bitches need to shut the fuck up and hold the fuck down.
Oh,
I'm serious, AP. I'm so sick and
shots
tired.
fired. Shots
I'm
fired.
I'm so sick and tired of these bitches. I really am. Look, you don't do nothing to help nobody. You don't. You sit up here and you try to silence other women because either you're jealous of them or you haven't elevated yourself to a level where you have overcome things in your past, and you see that this other person has, and they're standing tall on theirs, and so you want to bring them down or make them feel ashamed and make them feel as if they don't have anything to contribute to share with other women. Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Oh, bang bang. Shots fired.
And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm so sick and tired of these type of bitches because there's never going to be any empowerment for other women when you get motherfuckers like this running around. Motherfuckers like this that say, you know what? I see that ratchet hoe over there talking about gonorrhea lipstick. Leave her alone. But you bitch that's not doing this anymore. You don't have no room to talk because you had chlamydia back in the day 50 years ago. No, you know what? I can't with y'all. Okay. I can't. If somebody is trying to toe the line and if somebody is trying to say we need to do something different, we need to better ourselves, we need to clean up our image, who the fuck are you to stand in the way of that? I'm so sick and tired. Now we got motherfuckers like Sexy Red out here representing. This what you want to say? This is what you want to champion? So what if Sherry Shepherd says, hey, I'm not rolling with this bitch. Hey, me and all my abortions don't even fuck with this bitch. I think I'm gonna get on board with her. I think I would rather be on board with a woman that's saying, hey, I ain't got time for that shit over there. Because when I think about it, I pulled up the website, and little kids can easily go to this website, and they're looking at lip gloss that says gonorrhea and what brown booty hole, and what the fuck,
Yeah.
what the whole entire fuck. But we
Yeah.
mad at Sherry because she shared her story about how she got abortions back when she was doing some dumb shit, and she's using that as a cautionary tale, and she's telling and speaking up and telling her story about how she overcame something. But this woman, Sexy Red, ain't trying to tell a story about overcoming nothing. And this is what you want to covet and cover. You want to cover this. I think I would rather cover Sherry. I'm tired. Girl, I'm sick. I'm so sick and tired of motherfuckers. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's
I do owe you an apology because when you were talking, I think that I was missing something. And then when I was, talking and I was talking about the crack, I that's when the light bulb went off. And I said, wait a minute. When a person used to be on crack and they are no longer on crack, they can't hang out with crackheads anymore because they're going to try to drag them back down and have them relapse. So I think that then I started realizing what you were saying about distancing yourself and about, you know, saying, say no to these people. And I got it more. And then when, as all of us started talking and everything, and I started, doing the research on that chick, I'm like, well, you know what? I see why Sherry wants to make the separation. I see why she's like, nah, we don't need that kind of press. And we don't need people like this representing us. This is a bad look. So it seemed clearer, after we were talking for a while. And I said, you know what? I'm really getting it because I wouldn't want this woman, we're fighting out here. Black women are fighting for our, good name and respectability. And
in
and
our in our
we don't
image,
need, yeah, we're fighting, and we don't need this kind of press. we
right?
we don't need this kind of press. And it makes sense. I started really understanding what you were saying more so, as far as we do have to draw a line because we don't want the internet is the world wide web, and the world is seeing this. And I heard some people that went to China saying that the Chinese people were asking a black woman to twerk. So, yeah, we don't need this kind of press.
No, we
So I
don't.
get it. I get it.
And that's what I was saying with my better class of women. I've said this over and over again. If we don't start drawing a line in the sand and differentiating ourselves from women like the Sexy Reds,
Mhm.
then the lines are going to be blurred, and then what's going to end up happening is everybody is going to be treated and regarded as a Sexy Red, and
Mhm.
you don't want that to happen. That's
Right.
something definitely don't want.
Yes.
But the women who are currently in that position and they put themselves there and they want to remain there, they're the ones that will benefit with the lines being blurred. You are not going to benefit from those lines being blurred.
Mhm. Yes.
So, ladies, we got to get it together. I mean, I know that a lot of you all don't like to hear I'm better than she or whatever, but god damn, I know I'm better than a motherfucker that will sit up and talk about they got a lip gloss called sex on my period. Like I don't care what I did, 50 years ago, that you think I should not, differentiate myself from some shit like this. I mean, but people will sit up there and tell you, well, you did this 50 years ago, so you can't differentiate yourself from this chick over here. The hell I can't.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah.
So BMT said, "Sexy Red is your social daughter." BMT, he told you to embrace her.
Yeah.
Because he ain't talking about me, okay? That ain't my
Well, I
daughter.
mean,
Okay?
yeah, I mean, I don't want to give a person such as that's behaving this way a worldwide platform. And I don't want to give a person who is behaving this way worldwide press. I don't want to contribute to the person having worldwide press and worldwide notoriety, because I don't want people thinking, if I go to China, people saying gonorrhea, gonorrhea, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, because they're definitely gonna be looking at that and be like, yeah, these black girls, they nasty. They like getting shat on and pissed on and all. No, don't lump me in with them motherfuckers over there. You got me fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
BMC said older women just jealous of the young girls, and that's what they'll say. They'll say you hating AP, I'm hating. We just jealous. We mad because we don't look like that, and when we ain't got our body. Look. I don't even care anymore. I really don't. I'm serious, AP. I don't have no fucks to give.
I'm cracking up because I can tell that you really don't give a shit. I can hear it in your voice. You're like, I'm done.
I'm done. I'm serious. Like, what the fuck? I got to be jealous of somebody with a lip gloss called booty juice. Is this what we're doing now? I'm the booty juice lip gloss girl. That's what we're jealous of now. And don't nobody come over here talking about some. This is why the young generation don't want to talk to you old bitches, because you old bitches, y'all make it uncomfortable for them to come and say booty juice and sex on the period, and
Oh, God.
I'm done with y'all. If y'all don't get the fuck away from me with this bullshit. BNT, don't you send that shit over here. Don't send that shit over here. Talking about he gonna order some Shein for both sets of us for Christmas. You better not send that shit over here. I'm sorry, girl. I can't with people, like if you're gonna tell me I'm jealous of somebody, give me somebody that I could really be jealous of.
But you
You
know
know,
what? But people will say you're just, and you're just jealous. People will say that. People do to say that. They
now if
do
they
say stuff like
if
that.
they had said, you know what, Faith, you jealous of Sierra? Hell yeah, she got Russell Wilson.
Well, but
I,
I mean, but we had our time, you know, and it's just people will say that craziness though. But yeah, nobody's
but a
jealous of
goddamn
that level of degeneracy.
right.
That's
Who is
nothing.
jealous?
Nobody's jealous of that level of degeneracy.
When I see that, I immediately want to cure it or stump it out and just
Yeah,
hide it in the closet somewhere.
you
But
want to.
jealous?
Yeah. You want
Oh
to
man.
pull out Raid and pull out disinfectant and Lysol and everything else when you see stuff like that. That's just too much. Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
too much.
I don't know what people be thinking. I don't know what people be thinking. I
You know,
don't.
it's kind of weird, like when they said save Jesus or Barabbas. And so you had a Christian telling you to save uh, the gonorrhea woman.
Yeah. She said, "Hey,
Yeah,
give us
yeah,
Barabbas.
yeah,
We want Barabbas."
yeah,
Why do they always
yes,
want Barabbas?
yep, yep, yeah,
Barabbas is horrible. Just
yeah,
like this chick is terrible. I
yes,
want Sherry. Give me fucking
yeah,
Sherry. Okay.
yes.
Anyway, girl.
All right. Well, it was another good one. Until we meet again.
All right, girl. Peace. I'm out.
All right. Peace.
Holla.